Zev raised his hand. "Put your hand down, idiot," said Laurent. "What?" she asked. Cass was afraid of what awaited them, too. But she was more afraid of letting Nessa march into that darkness alone. So she steeled herself and followed her. The others did the same, and they caught up to Nessa as she paused with a hand against the gateway's arch to take a deep, steadying breath. Cass mirrored her deep breath. "On to the other side, then?" They stepped through the gate together. Instantly, the air changed. It was blisteringly cold for several seconds, unbearably hot for several more, and then a strange wind, one that seemed to come from every direction all at once, blew up around them, fiercely strong but pleasant in temperature. The haziness in the air was gone. Cass could see a tall field of grass stretching before them, dancing wildly in that odd wind with surreal clarity. The blades were a dozen different colors, some normal greens, but also occasional rippling needles of purple and black and blue. Beyond that field were sharp mountain peaks that were impossible. They were so high and so dark that Cass could not understand how they remained invisible from the other side of that gate they had just passed through, even with the hazy air and clouds of old magic obscuring them. The longer she stared at them, the tighter the knots in her stomach became. It made her terribly anxious to think of what else that haze and magic might have been hiding. Closer to where they stood, there was no shortage of astonishing things to take in. There were towering rows of trees she couldn't see the tops of on either side of her, while at their feet veins of crystal snaked through the dirt, the sort of veins that some types of spell crystals were chiseled from. The veins she could see were already thoroughly picked over and largely depleted, likely because of how close they were to the entrance. It was still tempting to see if they might be able to mine something useful from them. The crystals might have been less powerful than the magic within Cass, but they were more familiar than her internal magic. Less uneasy. Strange sounds echoed in the air as they walked further from the gate. High-pitched chirps, uneven thumps, an occasional odd croaking. They drew Cass's attention away from the shimmering ground and caused her step to slow once more. Her magic grew more restless, fluttering inside of her like a bird trapped in her ribcage. "Hurry," said their guide, still sounding amused at her hesitation, as though he didn't think it was warranted just yet. He turned toward a narrow path in the trees on their right. As they rushed after him, Cass absently reached for the knife at her hip. It seemed to be a habit she was developing. She expected it to be pulsing with that familiar by now death magic, but it was still and silent, and as average-looking as the bow slung over her shoulder, or any of the other weapons the rest of their group carried. At least some magic is calm here, she thought. She clenched her fist against a jolt of electricity that spasmed across her palm, shoved that spasming hand into the inner pocket of her coat, where she had stashed the charm she'd taken from Asra's wind chime, and then ran her thumb along the grooves and jewels of that silver charm. Memories of her mentor's soothing voice flooded over her, and Cass managed a deep, calming breath. Just ahead, their path diverged. Osric stopped at this intersection and studied each of their possible routes. He sniffed the air, toed at the dirt of each path, and studied the rocks he'd unearthed. Appeared to consult with that pony he led for a moment. Took out a milky white crystal of magic, whispered the words of a spell, and watched that spell light various lines through the dirt. Finally, he seemed to reach a decision. He led them to the right. "No touching if no need," he said, gesturing around them as they walked. "No touching what, precisely?" asked Laurent, casting a dubious look at the multitude of questionable-looking plants they were passing. The laughter and any signs that it had been there had vanished from Osric's expression.
Any. All.
They waited for him to elaborate. He didn't.
Point taken, then. Masks,
said Osric, tapping the one hanging around his own neck before pulling it up. They followed his example, covering their faces and trudging onward. Cass wasn't sure how far they trudged. This place made her think of oblivion, the way the light never seemed to change, and thus made the minutes and the miles impossible to keep track of. After what felt like hours, the path began to widen, and soon that path opened into a clearing that was empty save for a small, ramshackle little cottage. "A house?" said Cass. "Here?"
Great location for someone who really hates people,
Zev joked. Osric didn't laugh. He only led his pony to a water trough at the house's side. Cass and the others watched him without speaking for a moment, until finally he pointed to himself, as if to answer the confusion slowly spreading across each of their faces. "You live here?" Nessa guessed. He nodded.
"But no rest today."
His gaze circled the edges of the clearing. It narrowed on a patch of white flowers along that edge, watched for a moment as something made those flowers shake. But he didn't move closer to investigate. He only handed the reins of his pony to Nessa, turned, and then beckoned them to keep moving without another word. The path they found on the other side of the clearing was more narrow than the last, forcing them into a single line. Navigating it was a slow process, made even slower by the frequent need to stop and hack away the overgrown sections of this route. Osric didn't seem discouraged by the overgrowth. On the contrary, he seemed to have expected it. The supplies he had collected at the market turned out to be mostly tools for cutting his way through, which he did with dogged, unshakable determination, even when the plants seemed to actively fight back against their destruction. Cass wanted to believe she was imagining that last part, but she kept seeing limbs tangling around Osric's blades in ways that seemed too intentional, too unnatural. And she kept hearing whispers of movement behind them, as if a steady wind was stirring the trees. Except there was no longer any breeze to speak of. The air was motionless, heavy and thick with the cloying scent of rotten fruit and decaying wood. Those sounds of motion behind them grew louder, angrier. The path ahead became narrower, darker. Osric whispered what sounded like a string of Sundolian curses under his breath.
"There has to be an easier way to do this,"
Zev muttered, stepping forward to help. He lifted his hand, and with a bit of concentration, he summoned a small fire into his palm. Rhea agreed and stepped forward as well, lifting the staff she had been using to help feel her way along the tangled, uneven ground. That staff was her weapon of choice, and it contained the same magic that her fire-kind brother carried. He was the one who had made this weapon for her after all. Flames leapt to its curled tip as easily as they had jumped into Zev's palm, and the two siblings stood back to back, prepared to burn a path through the relentless wild. Osric spun around before they could set a single limb ablaze, his eyes flashing with more emotion than he'd shown thus far.
"No magic!"
he hissed. Zev opened his mouth to reply, but the sound of breaking branches cut him off. Rhea lowered her staff. The flame in Zev's palm turned to smoke. Silverfoot growled. More branches broke. The pony reared and tried to twist free of Nessa's grip. She nearly managed to calm it, and then some sort of creature exploded out of the trees and into the path behind them. Its large eyes and sharp beak-like mouth made Cass think of a bird of prey, as did the cascade of oily black feathers that concealed the true size and shape of its body. But the limbs that jutted out from beneath those feathers were not bird-like. They looked like a gangly human's, only with dark claws that tore into the dirt with every stride. It opened its mouth, revealing multiple rows of tiny serrated teeth. It lunged toward them. Osric moved faster, swiping his hooked blade as he charged forward. He struck the creature in its chest. Dark blood sprayed the ground as the creature tumbled back. It flailed gruesomely about, wings flapping wildly, until it finally managed to roll upright and lope away. Movement amongst the trees suggested plenty more were waiting nearby. Osric lifted that bone flute around his neck and pressed it to his lips. He scanned those trees, watching, while his other hand kept that bloodied blade ready to swing. He blew into the bone flute once, twice, 3 times, and the signs of movement became more frantic, but now they were moving away from the path that Cass and the others stood on.
"The sound,"
said Osric, giving that crude instrument a little shake.
"They don't like it."
What in the 3 hells was that thing? Cass could barely choke the words out. Her body was trembling, her fingertips tingling with magic that she had nearly summoned without even realizing she was doing it. Osric waited until the sounds of shaking leaves and fluttering wings had faded far into the distance before he said,
"Kaplan."
"Kaplan?"
"Scavenger,"
he clarified.
"Magic eater."
He lifted a hand to his mouth and made a sucking noise against it.
"Magic. Gone like that. Life along with it."
He glared at the path the creature had torn through the trees for a moment, and then he looked back at his clients. His gaze flickered over each of them in turn before settling on Cass.
"Swarming today. They sense deep magic among us, making them hungry. So no rest for us, and no more magic."
He turned and went back to hacking. Cass clutched a fist to her pounding heart, and she tried again to settle that storm magic tumbling inside of her.
"I think I've heard of them, now that he mentions it,"
said Rhea after a moment, breaking the uneasy silence that had started to settle.
"There's a legend that says that these creatures are what all people and animals who eat the plants or drink the water here eventually become. The more they ingest, the more monstrous they become. But once they've tasted the tainted nourishment, they can't stop searching for more."
Osric neither clarified nor denied this. He only paused long enough to say,
"Kaplan only know hunger."
And then he ripped a particularly thick vine down and tossed it aside.
"So don't eat any of the berries growing on those bushes over there, in other words,"
Lawrence said, with a pointed glance in Zev's direction. "Why do you all always assume that I'm going to be the one who does something stupid?" Zev whispered back. "Cass is by far the more reckless among us." "Debatable," Cass replied. "Do you remember that time you dared me to eat that questionable stew at that tavern in Shadowmere?" Zev asked her. "Still not entirely sure what was in that, or that it was all legal substances." Oh, gods. Cass's stomach churned at the memory. "See, my point is proven. I was very drunk that night," she reminded him. "Because of the endless tankards of ale that you insisted on, as I recall."
"You're both alarmingly reckless,"
Rhea interjected.
"I second that,"
said Laurent. "Thirded," added Nessa. Osric made a quiet, irritable noise deep in his throat. Nevertheless, Zev and Cass kept up this debate for several minutes, interspersed with occasional bouts of quiet, nervous laughter, as they continued on their way. Until suddenly Osric stopped. He untangled the latest mess of overgrowth from his curved blade, clutched that sickle more tightly, closed his eyes, listened. The others followed his example,
hardly breathing as they were swiftly surrounded by the sounds of snapping twigs and shaking leaves. The pony stomped its hooves and tossed its head, and this time it managed to yank out of Nessa's hold. It thundered back in the direction they'd cut through, bags bouncing wildly against its flanks. With a cry, Nessa started after it, but as she gave chase, something started chasing her. Another Keplin. And then another. Another. She managed to duck the first beast that leapt for her, to draw her short sword and slam it into the chest of the second. But claws and teeth were around Nessa's shoulder in the next instant, sinking in and taking hold before the creature dragged her, kicking and screaming, into the trees. Chapter 11. Lawrence's sword was in his hand in a flash, and he barreled after the retreating monster. Cass and the others followed. But the Keplin was frighteningly agile, even with its prey in its claws, twisting and turning through the trees, squeezing through openings that proved too small for its pursuers to easily navigate. Lawrence came almost immediately to what appeared to be a dead end. He stopped so abruptly that Cass nearly collided with him. Zev yanked Lawrence aside, and then he resumed his fire summoning from before. Rhea stepped forward to help him. The two blazed a quick path through the tightly twisted trees, and when 3 more Keplin emerged to head them off, each of those beasts met a wall of fire that sent them scampering in every direction. Then came another scream from Nessa. It was already frighteningly far in the distance, but it was loud and clear. Nessa was still alive, still fighting. They would reach her, one way or another. Rhea whispered a spell, the words made more frantic by Nessa's continued screams, and the brightest display of fire magic yet exploded from the end of her staff. It was a controlled burn, cutting neatly through the wilds and extinguishing itself the moment a clear path was created for them. Rhea and Zev led the way with more of these quick, controlled bursts of fire. Laurent followed close behind, his sword at ready, striking at any Keplin that avoided the flames and tried to slow them down. Cass immediately moved to help strike the creatures back as well, but Osric caught her by the arm and held her in place. He roared out an order to run back to the clearing, to not pursue those magic-eating monsters, lest they all end up being dragged off to their deaths.
"Gone," he roared. "Not coming back."
The words stabbed through Cass's brain, but she refused to let them carve and settle in too deeply. Nessa wasn't gone. She couldn't be gone. Cass jerked free of Osric's grip and ran, pulling the death knife from its sheath as she went. She made it halfway down the latest path that Zev and Rhea had made before she was struck from the side by another of the Keplin. She and the beast tumbled off the path, rolling over sharp rocks and stabbing sticks. It tried to wrap its oily wings around her, tried to cocoon her in a merciless grip as it brought its face closer to hers and flashed its yellowed rows of teeth. It nipped for her throat. She twisted, narrowly avoiding the bite. The Keplin arched its long neck, preparing for another snap. Its beaked mouth made hungry sucking noises. Spit gathered and dripped from the corners of that mouth, an odd scent of rot and pine pouring out with it. Cass fought the urge to gag as a dribble of that saliva landed on her cheek. She slammed her knee into the Keplin's stomach and then extended her leg, pushing the beast just far enough away that she was able to properly swing her knife in an upward arc. It pierced the creature's feathered chest. The Keplin convulsed and fell back, and she managed to kick completely free of it as the death magic swirled out from her blade and took hold. She stood, backed away from the shriveling husk of the dying monster, and then spun toward the sound of movement behind her. Another Keplin had spotted her. It leapt immediately. Flames engulfed it in midair. It dropped to the ground, writhing in agony. Behind it stood Rhea, her staff still raised and smoking. Silverfoot was draped in his customary place over her shoulder, his claws holding onto the special leather armor she'd made precisely for the purpose of giving the fox a way to balance there. Silver's eyes glowed as he scanned the surroundings for his partner. His ears twitched, and with a sharp bark he alerted both Rhea and Cass to 2 more Keplin just before Cass heard them herself. The monsters fell from the trees this time, their wings outstretched, bodies arching, teeth flashing.
Rhea dropped one with a swipe of her staff and a whirlwind of fire. Cass caught the second by one of those bony wings, and she swung her knife into its neck before flinging it down beside the first. She moved in a circle, eyes searching the treetops for more movement. When she was satisfied that no more Keplen were stalking them, she grabbed Rhea's arm and pulled her into a run. They raced back to Laurent and Zev and found the two men finishing off a pair of monsters themselves. Laurent ended his with a vicious downward stab, and Zev burned his latest target so thoroughly that it was soon nothing more than a charred shell, which he knocked away with a furious kick.
"There are too many of these bastards," Rhea commented, panting slightly. "We're never going to catch Nessa at this rate."
Her point was further proven a moment later, when a flock of no less than 10 of the creatures swooped into the trees closest to them, flapping and clawing wildly. They caught the limbs and hung from them, glared down as though daring Cass and her party to try and pass beneath those trees. Several dropped to the ground and took a few threatening steps forward, opening their beaks, flashing their teeth, and further blocking the path that Nessa's abductor had crashed through the trees. Cass suddenly remembered Osric's words, the reason he'd given for those swarming beasts. They sense deep magic among us, making them hungry. She felt another skip of electrical energy across her palm, and this time she didn't try to press it down. Instead, she lifted her hand and focused it into a tumbling ball at her fingertips. She watched as almost every pair of wide, wild eyes flickered toward that ball. "We can distract them with magic," she said, snatching Zev and dragging him away from the others. She kept that sphere of magic rolling around her fingers, watching the way the Keplen followed it with their eyes while she addressed Rhea and Laurent. "You two focus on getting to Nessa. Find a different path if you can, one that requires less magic to get through." She didn't wait for anyone to agree with this plan. She only sheathed her knife and brought her other hand up toward that orb of magic. Focused, breathing slowly in and slowly out, and imagined that orb expanding with each breath. It sparked brighter, at least. And the Keplen followed with more than just their eyes now. They stalked toward that brightness, making more of those horribly unsettling sucking noises as they came. Cass turned and ran. Bolts of barely controlled power streamed out behind her. She heard the satisfying sound of the creatures giving chase. It would have made her smile, perhaps, if she had any idea what she was going to do next. After she felt like she had pulled those creatures far enough away, she circled around to face them. A quick glance revealed that Rhea and Laurent were nowhere in sight. She had no time to look closer and make sure of this. The first Keplen was upon her almost instantly. She pushed that orb of magic toward the beast. Her balance went with it, as though she had been shoving a giant boulder that had just gained momentum alarmingly quickly. Cass watched from her hands and knees as her magic rolled over that Keplen, wrapping it in a crackling net of power. The monster collapsed. Sparks of storm magic siphoned off as it thrashed about, and those sparks struck 2 more charging beasts and sent them to the ground. Then 5 more of those monsters stepped out of the weeds and stalked around the fallen members of their pack, their eyes narrowed on Cass. Cass muttered a curse and shoved back to her feet. She didn't hesitate, didn't wait to find her balance, to catch her breath. All she could think of was Rhea and Laurent. She needed to keep going, to keep drawing these beasts away and buying time for her friends. But her next attempt to summon magic was met with resistance. Her body seemed to seize up, as though the very magic she was attempting to control had turned on her, paralyzed her. She could feel what little control she did have slipping away as her muscles turned rigid and her bones suddenly felt strangely heavy. "I can't have reached the end of my power yet," she thought desperately. She heard rustling in the wooded space to her left. Another group of Keplen emerged and joined the first. Her vision was blurry, her head pounding, and so she didn't bother trying to count the total number of them. She just knew there were too many. Then Zev caught up with her. He bound 3 of the Keplen up in ropes of fire, and while they burned, he backed his way toward Cass's side. Without taking his eyes off the monsters before them, he offered her an arm to steady herself against. She took it. Her fingers dug into his skin. The touch grounded her, and she managed to shake off the paralysis and take control of herself and her magic once more. She could do this. At least one more time she could do this. It was just as it had always been with Zev, she told herself. The two of them training together, pushing one another to their limits. She couldn't let his power outdo hers without a fight. He challenged her, made her better, and she did the same for him. Just another training session, she told herself, over and over. Except now it's with magic instead of with swords and bows. Her training partner stepped forward. She mirrored his movements. They were a blinding display of magic for a few brief seconds, fire and lightning swirling into a deadly vortex that incinerated monster after monster until there were only a dozen or so of those Keplin remaining. Those remaining Keplin managed to surround them, but uncertainty seemed to overtake in the circle. Most of the beasts were backing into the shadows, into the bushes, anxiously tossing their heads and snapping their jaws. Afraid that they would all turn and run, and perhaps try to track down Rhea and Laurent instead, Cass moved to stop them. Her magic was thrumming violently in her veins, the weight of it building and building, threatening to overtake her and paralyze her again. She had to push it out. So she did. Bolts of magic sparked wildly through the air, striking beasts and trees and everything in between. It cracked the ground where Zev had only just been standing. The near miss jerked Cass away from the dangerous edge, and she tried to back further from that edge and the total destruction that lay beyond it. 6 Keplin were already dead at her feet. Cass kept fighting, trying to keep her power from overwhelming her. Zev had taken shelter behind a large tree, shielding his eyes against the bright, furious light that she had become. Even as that light started to fade, he seemed too stunned by the enormous display of power to move. Cass finally managed to put that light out. As her magic vanished, her balance left her in a jarring manner. It was as if she'd miscalculated the number of stairs she was descending. She had stepped confidently out, but there was nothing to catch her, and now she was falling, wildly reaching out for a railing that she couldn't find. Zev had finally managed to move. He caught her by the arm. She wanted to break out of his hold, to find her footing and keep fighting. But her power didn't come. No matter how hard she tried to summon it, it felt as if her magic had all turned to lead inside of her, and now it was doing nothing except weighing her down. There were still several Keplin remaining. But then sudden shouting in the distance drew the attention of this small group, and one by one they peeled away and started to run towards that distant noise. Cass broke free of Zev's hold and stumbled after them. "We need more magic," she gasped. "Now!" Zev nodded and did as she said, but the fire he called forth didn't bring the monsters back. Those creatures had fully scattered, and this time no more came to take their place. Magic had drawn them, as Cass had hoped it would, but they were apparently smart enough to realize that Cass's magic was not worth the risk, no matter how hungry it might have made them. That magic still felt heavy and useless inside of her, while her body hummed and visibly shivered with it. The air around her still occasionally crackled with the remnants of her display of power. Zev watched her carefully for a moment, still looking a bit stunned and unsure of what to say. Finally he asked, "How could you not have known that sort of power was inside you?" "I don't know." She winced and dropped to one knee as another heavy wave of that power pressed through her. "That's part of the reason I have to get to the Storm Goddess's haven as soon as possible. I'm hoping the keepers of that haven, or even the goddess herself, might have answers for me. And that if nothing else, they will be able to help me control this storm inside of me a little better." He was quiet for a long time. Such a long time that Cass went back to studying their surroundings, and it soon occurred to her that the wild had become entirely too quiet. Silence. Why was there silence?
Nessa is smart enough to keep making noise so that she's easier to track. Cass thought aloud. If she could have made noise, she would have made noise.
So why don't I hear any more shouting?
Zev frowned. He knelt beside Cass and started to help her up, but Cass shook her head. Go find the others, she said. Something's happened. Something's gone wrong, I can feel it. But I'm okay. You'll be quicker without me, though. I just need to catch my breath. She gave him the most reassuring smile she could manage. The magic thing is still too new.
You overdid it.
I might have.
She certainly had. And in doing so, she had turned herself into an exhausted, half-dead potential liability. Stupid, stupid, stupid. I can't believe you actually admitted that out loud.
Zev's brow furrowed as his gaze focused in the direction the last shouts had originated from. Go. Cass pulled the bow from her back and knocked an arrow, trying to reassure him further. I can still fight in other ways if I need to. Nothing is going to touch me. I'll catch up soon. He hesitated. You have 3 seconds to leave and go find the others and help them, or I'm going to shoot you with this arrow.
Fine.
He lifted his palms in surrender.
I'll be right back. But you should head for that clearing we passed earlier.
His expression turned gravely serious, always an odd look on his face, as he added,
And no more magic. You already look half dead from it.
She nodded, impatiently waving him away. I'll see you on the other side of things. He held her gaze for a moment more, before finally agreeing and turning to leave. Cass waited until he was out of sight before she struggled back to her feet. She had been thinking of that clearing even before he'd mentioned it. The open area contained better vantage points to shoot from, and less opportunities for monsters to sneak up on her. She staggered toward it, and she arrived there with no memory of the journey. Things were slipping in and out of her mind with alarmingly little significance. But she could still picture Nessa's face clearly, and she could still think about how badly she wanted to go track her down herself. Should she have let Zev go alone? She'd hated to go her separate way, but she hated the thought of slowing him down even more. And she was slow at the moment. Gods, she was moving so slow. She wearily peered around the clearing, hoping she might find a way to help her friends from a distance. She spied a rackety platform resting in the crook of a large tree. A rugged ladder led up to it. It looked like a stand that Osric might have used for hunting creatures that stumbled too close to his home. Perfect. She scaled it with a considerable amount of effort, still in a daze, and made her way to the edge and braced herself against the railing there. She caught her breath, blinked until her vision had somewhat cleared, and then her gaze fixed on the wilds around her. She could still see occasional movement in the trees. Her friends? The magic eaters? Some other terrible beasts? She closed her eyes and listened carefully, and soon she heard what sounded like Laurent frantically shouting for Nessa. She still didn't hear Nessa reply. She gripped the railing more tightly and forced herself to keep her eyes open. And then she saw it. A group of no less than 20 Keplin far in the distance, soaring above the treetops. Like vultures circling a kill. What were they circling? What did they see below? Come after me, not them, Cass heard herself whispering. No more magic, Zev had insisted, and it was good advice. But she was so desperate to help that she couldn't seem to make herself stop. Her eyelids fluttered. She backed away from the railing and sank into herself, searching for any remnant of power she could grab hold of. After a moment, that stormy power rose toward the surface, sending a terrible, sharp pain ripping through her chest as it came. It felt as if she might actually crack in two, as though she was nothing more than a glass jar that was not actually meant to hold such feral, deadly power.
A wild shower of sparks flew out from her body. Several of the soaring Keplin sensed them. They screeched, turned sharply in midair, barreled toward her, soaring and flapping, and occasionally dropping to the tops of the trees and scurrying across them, picking up speed before launching into the air once more, desperately seeking magic. Cass was barely clinging to that magic. She didn't think she could control it well enough to wield it as an efficient weapon, so she did her best to push it aside, and she took up her bow and focused on controlling it instead. As the Keplin drew closer to her, she fired the arrows as quickly as she could knock them. Her aim was true once, twice, 5 times, even through her exhaustion and her roaring magic. It was Asra's old bow in her hands, one that Zev had made sure to take from their house before it burned. And Cass had practiced with this bow so often that she could have used it in her sleep. But the arrows could only travel so far, and she hadn't drawn all of the Keplin to her. She watched the ones in the distance continue their circling, stared in horror as they dove into the trees where she assumed Nessa and the others were. She heaved for breath, clenched and unclenched her tingling hands, trying to keep the terrified numbness from sinking in. And then she was flying down the ladder, running for the edge of the clearing, trying to summon more magic as she tripped and stumbled along. "Come here," she pleaded, watching as the last of the Keplin dove out of sight. "Come here." But her magic would not rise this time, and so the monsters in the distance paid her no mind. "I can't help my friends." The thought slammed down with a heaviness that dropped her to her hands and knees, and once she was there, the grass felt too lovely to leave behind. She collapsed against it and rolled onto her back. The clouds wheeled overhead. Everything was silent again. Such terrible, gut-wrenching silence. Then she heard someone approaching, whacking their way through the trees at the wild's edge. Her instincts told her to get up, to prepare to fight. When she tried to obey, she was met with pain and dizziness. Too fast. The world was spinning too fast, and she wanted to roll over and vomit. But she swallowed down the bile in the back of her throat and lifted her gaze to meet the shadowy figure coming toward her. It was Osric. Only Osric. "The others," she gasped out. "Did you see anyone else? Did you?" He shuffled past her and moved quickly toward his house, to a group of chests at the back door, which he swiftly began to sort through. Cass fought her way to her feet and caught up with him as he pulled out a strange weapon with a curved blade on both ends. She started to reach for his arm, but he rounded on her and fixed her with a wild look. "Stay," he commanded. "Stay?" He briefly looked her over. His lip curled and he pointed at her. "Too weak." She bristled, but that was the only objection she still had the energy for. "Going to find friends." He pointed to his own chest this time, and then he turned and stomped away. He was walking like he knew where he was going, Cass thought. Like he knew where Nessa was. She watched him go, debating her next move. To stay might have been the smarter thing to do, but it was impossible to make herself actually do it. If he could lead her to Nessa, she was going with him. She had her bow, she had the knife at her hip, she just wouldn't use magic. Never mind her dizziness, her pain, her aching lungs. She could push through it all. She had to keep pushing. She kept her distance from Osric, lest he notice her and yell at her to stay put again. The edge of the clearing was nearly out of sight when she heard another set of footsteps behind her. She was following Osric, but someone was also following her. She glanced over her shoulder. No one there. She broke into a jog, but she was still dizzy, exhausted, and the sudden burst of speed made it worse. Her first stumbling misstep came quickly, and then an arm was around her waist, catching her.
Cold steel was against her throat in the next breath. Chapter 12.
Going somewhere.
That voice. She recognized that deep, smoldering voice. Gods, today just keeps getting worse. She was thrown against a nearby tree. While she gritted her teeth against the pain, her body was spun roughly around, bringing her face to face with her attacker. Savian Darkhand, as she'd expected. She'd recognized his voice easily, because they had a rather long, colorful history of meeting like this. Their paths had first crossed during a few of the more questionable jobs she had taken on. More recently, he had been the supplier of an illegal magical substance that Cass had been using to treat Asra's sickness. But his help always came with a steep price, and their last few face-to-face meetings had ended on sour, violent notes, which she assumed was at least part of the reason he had burned down that place she'd called home. And she doubted he had tracked her down simply to apologize for that inferno. 2 men held her against the tree as Darkhand stepped closer, casually spinning the knife in his hand as he came. Another masked man flanked Darkhand on either side, and suddenly Cass was hyper-aware of just how badly she had overextended herself, of how dizzy she was, how weak. Too weak to overpower 5 men at once, most likely. The burn scars on Darkhand's otherwise handsome face twisted in a gruesome manner as he greeted her with a smile. A sinister, mocking smile that told her he was well aware that the odds were in his favor.
"Hello, love,"
he greeted her. She somehow resisted the urge to spit in his face as he brought it uncomfortably close to hers.
"I am not your love. What shall I call you, then?"
He cocked his head to the side.
"Are we still Casia? Or have we embraced what I've heard is your true identity now?"
She averted her eyes and focused on trying to steady her breathing. Anxiety coiled in her belly, like a snake ready to rise up and strike at her heart, her lungs, her mind. But she would not, could not, let it overtake her now.
"Or have you come up with something else to go by, perhaps?"
Darkhand pressed.
"It's always fun to hear your latest alias. I love the way you keep me guessing."
Her gaze caught a flash of movement in the trees. She thought of the movement she'd seen from the hunting platform, of the Keplin diving down, the shouting, the silence. She needed to be tracking down her friends, not dealing with this bastard in front of her. Darkhand followed her gaze, frowned, stepped in front of her to block her view.
"It's been too long since we've played that guessing game, hasn't it?"
Not long enough, she thought.
"Particularly after that last meeting we had ended in such a disappointingly abrupt manner."
She stared past his body, above it, anywhere except directly at his smirking face, or at that knife in his hand. It was irritating him. She could tell by the way his voice had taken on a slight edge, which only grew sharper as he said,
"You should speak when you're spoken to."
She didn't reply.
"Such poor manners. Not very befitting of someone who is supposedly royalty."
Slowly, she cut her gaze back toward him.
"Go to hell, Savian."
He smiled, and then he slapped her hard across the mouth. Cass tasted blood. She spat it at Darkhand's feet, and then turned her furious gaze on the men holding her.
"Let go of me,"
she snarled. They held tighter. She spat more blood. "You bastards!" Darkhand chuckled.
"My, you're in a bit of an ill mood this afternoon, aren't you?"
"I'm hardly in the mood for your games," she snapped. "My friends are—" They were what? Terrible images flashed in her mind, awful possibilities. And suddenly she couldn't speak. She could hardly breathe. She pressed her back more firmly against the tree behind her, and she focused all of her energy on fighting off that anxiety that was trying even harder to unfurl through her. She would stay calm. She would not let her panic dictate what happened next. But Darkhand already seemed all too aware of that rising panic, and it only made his smile brighten.
Your friends are gone, and Master Osric is out there to make certain they won't be back any time soon, which makes this next part much easier for me.
It took the meaning behind his words a moment to sink into her dazed brain. Osric is working for you. Of course. That was why he had told her to stay behind.
There's my smart girl.
She breathed out a curse. After all we paid him.
I paid him more,
Darkhand informed her.
I just put it on the King Emperor's tab, of course. And his methods were a bit messy for my taste.
And his control over those little Keplin beasties is
questionable. But I suppose you ended up isolated from your friends just the same, so I can't complain, can I?
Control. Cass thought of that odd instrument of bone and the terrible high-pitched sounds it had made. Had he really been commanding those monsters?
Why the troubled face? Asked Darkhand. You should thank me for not bothering with those friends at the moment, really. Maybe they'll get lucky and get eaten by something while we deal with you. A swift death from the monsters that lurk in these wilds will be far better than the agonizing torture and public execution I believe Varen has planned for you.
Since when do you serve the King Emperor?
I serve his money.
A sick master, she muttered.
But a consistent one. One of the few that never disappoints me, I've found. And come now, let's not pretend you don't have a price as well.
Maybe so, but I assure you my price is much higher than yours. Darkhand arched an eyebrow.
You don't know how much Varen is paying me.
The words cut more deeply than they should have, and Cass felt foolish all over again for ever thinking she could have reasoned with her brother.
I'm honestly not sure why he sees you as such a threat, said Darkhand. I can't picture you as much of a queen myself.
If I were to become queen, rest assured that the first thing I would do would be to lock you up and throw away the key.
Then I suppose it's a good thing you aren't going to live long enough to see that plan through.
You're going to kill me, are you? She tried to match the droll, unaffected tone of his voice. After all we've been through together?
A tempting thought,
he told her, his eyes on the knife that he had gone back to twisting around his hand.
Varen did say he preferred you alive, but clients don't always know best, do they?
He glanced up at her.
But no, love. I am not going to kill you. I'll let Varen handle that part. But while I have you here, how about we see if we can fatten up my reward? There are things that Varen wants in addition to you.
Such as?
Varen wants you, but he is also after a certain traitor to the crown that assisted you. You know of whom I speak.
Cass didn't reply.
The man that was once a captain in his army.
She could feel Darkhand's expectant gaze on her, and it was a dangerous thing, not meeting this man's expectations. She knew this. Still, she shook her head and said, I don't know anything about him.
Really?
The rumors suggest the two of you are quite close.
Rumors are a poor thing to run a business on. And here I thought you were a professional.
True.
He continued to play with that blade in his hand, never taking his sharp gaze from Cass's face.
But I trust the sources in this case. Sources that informed me that several of the soldiers who recently met their end at your old home did so by way of death magic. And it was not ordinary death magic. It was exceptionally powerful stuff, it seems.
That knife sheathed at Cass's hip felt heavier suddenly.
So he's helping you. Admit that much at least.
Help is a strong word.
Varen wants to know where he went, and how it is that the two of you have apparently gained the favor of the God of Death himself, judging by that god's visit to the royal city last week. It's been a very long time since one of the Mar graced this empire with its presence. So what have you two done to change that?
He doesn't realize Ilander and that god are one and the same. Did Varen still not realize it either? The thought made Cass want to laugh, but the sound died in her throat as Darkhand took a step closer to her.
Silent again, I say.
He shook his head at her.
Protecting him. How interesting.
The words filled her with indignation. She was not protecting him. She wanted nothing to do with him after everything that had happened. But Darkhand appeared to have already made up his mind about their relationship, so she didn't waste her breath on trying to convince him otherwise. Part of her also enjoyed the way her refusal to speak so clearly vexed Darkhand. It was the last bit of control she clung to. He couldn't force her to say anything. He glared at her, still waiting for her reply. She glared right back, until finally his lips curved in a cold smile.
Bring her,
he ordered his men, turning away.
Let's see if we can find a way to make her more comfortable, and perhaps then she'll be more willing to talk.
The two men holding her arms jerked her into motion. A third was behind her in the next moment, pressing the tip of a sword into her back. They marched her to that house in the clearing, stripped her of her bow, her quiver, the hunting knife at her ankle. One of their hands brushed over the magical knife at her hip. The blade flashed at his touch, and he snatched his hand away. The blade's magic settled almost immediately, but still he left it in place. The others refused to touch it as well. Cass thought of her own magic, of how easily it could have overpowered these men around her, if only she was able to better control it. But it seemed to have gone dormant inside of her once more, and she was afraid to push herself too hard to call it back. She had come dangerously close to fainting when she'd done that earlier, and she didn't like the thought of being unconscious in the presence of these men. She had survived Darkhand's cruel games without magic countless times in the past. She would simply have to survive it without magic this time, too. He wasn't going to kill her. She only needed to endure him until she worked out a way to escape. He can't force me to speak. He can't force me to show fear. Darkhand stepped forward and took that death knife from her, carefully holding it by the very tip of its handle. She felt oddly off balance without its weight at her side, as though he had extracted a piece of her along with it.
Interesting,
he commented, dropping it onto the nearby table. He spun it around and studied it closer while his men continued to search Cass for any additional weapons. Once they were satisfied that she was unarmed, they shoved her toward the rickety table and chairs on the other side of the room, forcing her into one of those chairs. She resisted, her body reflexively lashing out as best she could with her arms pinned painfully behind her, and one of the men responded by pressing a damp rag over her mouth. The rag reeked of something peppery and earthy. She knew that smell. It was Pavlis root,
and its effects were nearly immediate. The floor seemed to heave up beneath her, and her body felt like it was falling to meet it, and everything that wasn't, rising or falling, began spinning mercilessly around her. It didn't knock her completely unconscious, but it made her weak enough that she couldn't put up much of a fight when they moved to secure her to that chair with thick cords of rope. So this was their idea of making her more comfortable. She closed her eyes against the heaving and spinning for a moment, and when she opened them again, she found that Darkhand had abandoned his study of the knife and turned his attention back to her. "Another rumor that I'd like for you to answer for. There is talk of Lady Sorin reaching out to you." Cass had planned to remain silent, but the name sounded vaguely familiar, and curiosity made her reply. "Lady Sorin?" "The would-be Queen of Sadira, if that Eastern Kingdom was still, well, a kingdom." So that was why the name was familiar. Except Sorin Peregrine had been a crown princess last she'd heard. What had become of the former king and queen? "Her messengers are said to have been spotted in the area of Valshade recently. Looking for you, presumably. News that the lost Queen of Melech still lives has traveled quickly, it seems." Cass shook her head. She instantly regretted the movement. The slight motion made the floor shift beneath her once more. She kept perfectly still, waiting for the buzzing in her skull to stop, and once it did, she slurred out a response. "I don't know anything about Sorin or that kingdom." "I see." He signaled, and one of his men moved immediately to her side, clutching what looked to be a long, curved metal poker taken from the fireplace. Darkhand pointed a finger at that metal rod, whispered a few fire-kind words under his breath. The metal quickly heated to a terrifying shade of red. Cass's heart leapt into her throat. She swallowed, hard, picked a spot on the floor, a scuffed mark against the dark wood, and stared at it. "Some have suggested that you reached out to Lady Sorin first," Darkhand continued. "That she was involved in the scheming that initially brought you into the palace." "There was no scheming. I ended up there by accident. And I've never spoken to Lady Sorin in my life." Cass clenched her teeth together. She should have kept them together, she knew, but irritation over these untrue rumors opened her mouth once more, and the words escaped before she could catch them. "But even if I had, I wouldn't tell you any details about our conversations." Darkhand sighed. "So terribly stubborn." He signaled again, a casual twist of his fingers this time. And there was movement behind her, and then one of the men was touching her bound arms, pushing the sleeves of her coat up, exposing skin. Cass stared at that scuff mark once more as the hot metal tapped against her wrists. This was how Asra had taught her to survive, to fight her way through pain. By focusing on something else. Counting to 5. One could survive anything for 5 seconds. And then once you'd survived that 5 seconds, you simply moved on to the next and started counting all over again, and eventually the pain ended. "All pain eventually ends one way or another," she used to say. "Either it heals, or it scars over and makes you tough enough to not notice it anymore." "Let's try one more question." Darkhand motioned once again to the men behind her, and the heat moved away from her skin. He waited until Cass had caught her breath, and lifted her gaze warily to his before he continued. "The rebel forces in Fallenbridge and Harith numbered far greater than Varen expected, and I have my suspicions about who some of these rebels are, but you more likely know them better than I. You have plenty of names you could give, I'm sure." She did.
But she would not be giving any of those names away. Those rebels deserved to live, and anybody that was willing to stand up to her brother now was a potential ally that she might need before the end, too. So no, she would not get them caught, no matter how brightly the metal burned in the corner of her vision, promising her more pain if she didn't comply. Her eyes went back to that scuff mark. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The metal pushed against her wrists once more. Harder this time, branding deeper into her skin. Tears formed in the corners of her eyes, but she blinked them away and kept her eyes on the floor. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Darkhand's voice floated down through the haze of pain wrapping around her. You know, I hate how it always turns to violence between us. Liar, she ground out. You revel in it, you bastard. The heated rod hooked around the side of her neck this time, and a primal cry escaped her before she could even think of counting. Agony blinded her. A second cry started to tear its way from her throat, but she swallowed it down, choked on it, and set off a fit of coughing that she couldn't stop. The burning metal remained against her throat. Every one of her coughs jostled the torture device, shifting its fire to a new section of skin and starting the searing all over again. Tell me you'll cooperate, and I will tell them to stop. Darkhand was staring at her without an ounce of regret in his eyes. There was nothing in those eyes. She had read him wrong. He was going to kill her. Tell me you'll cooperate. She couldn't cooperate with this man. But she also couldn't die. She had to fight. If her magic killed her, then so be it. She would rather die by her own power than someone else's. She pressed her lips tightly together, sealing in yet another cough and causing a burning inside her throat to match the one outside of it. Everything was burning. And this was how she would go out, it seemed, in a whirlwind of fire and anguish, and that wild magic of hers rising, sparks of it igniting under her skin. A strange shadow moved across the windows of the hut. A chill shot down her spine, chasing away the fire. The pain, the spinning, the burning ceased enough that she could focus on her surroundings, and she saw that Darkhand and his men had stopped and turned their attention toward the windows. They had sensed something, too. It was impossible not to sense it, really, and it was clear after only a few more seconds of paying attention. It was magic. Extremely powerful magic. Her gaze flickered toward the knife on the table, to the blade that was now glowing with a pale white light, reacting to that magic, to its master. Oh. There's the answer to your earlier question, she whispered, almost more to herself than Darkhand. Darkhand cut her a brief, curious glance. You wanted to know what had become of that former captain of the king's army, she clarified. The curiosity in his expression hardened into something far more dangerous. He's here, she muttered, and every part of her body reacted to this fact, even though she didn't want it to. Her skin prickled, her stomach fluttered. Her pulse skipped back into something wild and uneven. It was true that her mind, the sane, rational part of it, wanted nothing to do with Elander. But other parts of her had apparently not gotten the message. A terrified shout came from outside, and then another. There were sounds of a brief scuffle. Then the light outside shifted again, like the house and its surroundings had just been engulfed in a thick cloud of fog, and the cold that followed was worse this time. That deep, bitter chill that made warmth seem like a distant myth. It sounds like he's in a bad mood, too. Cass couldn't help the touch of smugness in her voice. even as her heart pounded so fiercely she could hardly get her next words out.
Which is terrible news for you, I'd guess.
Her old nemesis regarded her for a moment, before the usual arrogant smile overtook his features.
Should I run for cover?
Cass glared at him.
Maybe.
Do you think I'm afraid of your little friend?
No. I know you're not afraid. Because you are an arrogant fool who isn't smart enough to know when he's about to lose the stupid game he started.
He stepped in front of her, lifted her chin so he could better see that glare she was giving him, ran a finger along the tender, burned skin of her throat. It was a fresh, different sort of agony, that feather-light touch, like 100 tiny needles pricking her. It stung. It itched. It made her words come out in a growl.
If you aren't afraid, then why don't you go say hello to him for me?
He drew his hand away from her throat, seemed to consider her words for a moment, exchanged a look and a nod with the men serving him. And then he swept a kick at the legs of the chair Cass was tied to, ripping it off balance and sending it crashing to the floor. Cass tried to twist into a less punishing position as she fell, but the ropes binding her held tight. The side of her head struck a protruding nail in the floorboards. Darkhand's boot pressed against the other side of her face a moment later, pushing her down, driving the nail deeper into her skin.
I'll be back to finish our little chat after I deal with whatever nonsense is going on outside.
White dots danced in her vision. She wanted to break free of the ropes holding her, to follow him outside. But it was all too much suddenly. The exhaustion from her magic, the pain from the torturous last few minutes, the lingering bits of Pavlis root she had inhaled. Her eyes closed, and no matter how hard she fought, they wouldn't open again. Chapter 13. Cass woke with a pounding headache. It thumped so loudly in her ears that it took her a moment to realize that everything else was quiet. Unnaturally quiet. And she was alone. Except for the 2 dead men by the door. The knife on the table remained, and so too did the ropes binding her. Apparently her savior had been too busy killing people to untie her. No matter. She could handle that last part herself. She didn't know how long she had been unconscious for, but it was long enough that her pulse had slowed to a reasonable rate. Her heartbeat was steady once more, and she could think somewhat clearly, even through the little flickers of pain that accompanied every one of those beats. She took a deep breath, steeling herself, determined to keep thinking clearly. Her storm magic sparked eagerly back to life. It didn't seem to care about her lingering pains or exhaustion. It pulled from her without restraint, like a powerful dog that didn't know how to properly walk on a leash. She did her best to concentrate it toward her arms, narrowing in on the places where her bindings pressed in. Sparks leapt from her skin to those bindings, and after several minutes of trying, the scent of burning rope finally filled the air. She felt bits of that scratchy rope sliding away from her wrists, loosening enough that she was able to twist the rest of the way free. She touched a hand to her head, winced, both from the pain of moving her burned wrist and at the sticky glob of blood she felt at her temple. She rose slowly, waited for a spell of dizziness to pass, and then snatched the knife from the table and headed for the door. Outside, the sight of more dead bodies greeted her. The other 2 men that had aided in her torture had also paid with their lives. Large, bloody paw prints dotted the ground around them, leading away from the massacre and towards the edge of the wild. She started to follow that trail with tentative steps, but stopped as she sensed movement behind her.
Was a monster,
came a gasping voice. Cass spun around and saw that one of the men she had assumed to be dead was in fact still clinging to life.
He had lifted his head from the ground, and he was attempting, and failing, to focus his eyes on her. A wolf, she guessed.
Bigger,
wheezed the man. She stared at him, numbness overtaking her. It briefly crossed her mind to offer help, though she simultaneously loathed the thought of helping one of Darkhand's minions. But she decided it was pointless as his head hit the ground once more and his eyes slid further out of focus. There was little she could do for him, and he was obviously not long for this world. She backed away as one more gasping breath shuddered through his body, and then she sheathed her knife, slowly turned away, and continued to follow the trail of blood. That trail brought her all the way to the edge of the clearing, where she found Darkhand lying on his back beneath a tree, impaled into the ground by way of a sword that she recognized as his own. That blade had been used to threaten her countless times in the past. Now it jutted out from the hollow of her old enemy's throat, like a flag that had been brutally planted there. A shiver raced down Cass's spine once more, accompanied by a coldness that she could not shake. She had seen Elander use his magic on things in the past, watched him drain the life from creatures with little more than a cross look. But it had always been a cold and quick, bloodless affair. He didn't need that sword to kill Darkhand. He didn't need claws or fangs to rip the life from things either. Didn't need to leave that morbid trail she had followed to this spot. Death didn't have to be violent. He had said that himself. Apparently, that didn't mean he couldn't be violent. Footsteps behind her. She turned, and he was there. Human again. Or as close as he ever was to human. This was the same version of him she'd seen on the first night they'd met. The same dark brown hair, the same fathomless blue eyes that had seen every inch of her, the same lips that had kissed nearly every one of those same inches. But he is not the same, she reminded herself fiercely. He is a lie. She had seen his true self in oblivion, and now there was no unseeing it. And the same rush of feelings she'd felt in that dark God-haven unfurled in her now. She wanted to run because he was not safe. She wanted to stay because he was unfairly captivating, endlessly confusing, and she needed to know why. His eyes roved over the burned skin on her throat, the dried blood on her face. His voice was quiet, but a hint of violence remained as he asked, "Are you all right?" She hugged her arms against herself and nodded toward the slain body at her feet. What happened? It was a stupid question. The answer was obvious enough. But she didn't know what else to say. He attempted to run from me. He didn't make it very far. You did this? Another foolish question. A muscle in Elander's jaw twitched. Yes. Because I saw what he had done to you. And it wasn't the first time he's done such things, was it? She didn't bother answering his question. They both knew the answer. Because this also wasn't the first time that Elander had stumbled upon one of her and Darkhand's meetings. Although that first time he hadn't technically been there to save her, and he'd arrested her immediately afterward. Her gaze slid back to the dead body. You actually killed him. She wasn't sure why her voice sounded so faint, but it seemed to stoke that violence Elander was only just suppressing. The air shivered with his power once more, and it was a long moment before he settled it again. Yes, I actually did. He stepped closer to her. And it would be my pleasure to do it all over again. Except I would make it as painful as possible for him this time. Break his bones slowly, one by one. A different bone for every time he laid one of his filthy fingers on you. She opened her mouth to reply, but nothing came out. Are you really grieving the loss of this man? It isn't that.
she said quickly. It was everything. The gravity of the entire situation. It wasn't the loss of this twisted man at her feet. It was the realization of everything she'd lost, of how she had been betrayed and lied to, and how frustratingly little she really knew about everything that was happening. What she knew was that she had a deranged king-emperor hunting her, that a fallen god was slaughtering people on her behalf, that her magic felt restless and sick inside of her, and it had nearly killed her earlier. And perhaps worst of all, she was separated from her friends. Again. How long had she been unconscious? What had become of Nessa and the others in the meantime? Ilander was still glaring at her incredulously, and suddenly it made all of her confusion and frustration ignite into something far more vicious. "What do you want me to say?" she demanded. "Thank you?"
You could start with that.
You stalked me, killed a bunch of people as a favor to me, and now what? You want to be partners again? Should I forget everything you lied about too while I'm at it? He narrowed his eyes but didn't reply. Why do you care if Darkhand and his men were torturing me anyway? He considered the question for a moment, turned his irritated gaze away from her, looking back toward the house, and then he said,
I told you before. I need you alive to help me deal with your brother.
You could have just as easily freed me and let me escape on my own. You didn't have to violently kill everyone within a mile radius of me.
Well, perhaps being near you for an extended amount of time just makes me want to murder things,
he suggested drolly. That isn't funny.
I was only partially joking.
She pressed her lips together, tried to keep her temper in check. She didn't have time for a full-blown argument with him, and this felt like neither the moment nor the place to bring all of her grievances to light. But she couldn't stop herself from asking, "Is this why you murdered my real parents?" That droll smile of his fell quickly. In its place came nothing she could read. His lips turned into an expressionless line. His eyes were hardened, expressionless chips of blue steel as he glanced back at her, shaking his head.
You don't know the whole story. And if I could explain...
How could you possibly explain that away? That, and the fact that you would have murdered me and my brother too if you could have managed it?
Thorne.
Don't call me that. My name is Casia. I chose my own name, my own identity, because my real one was stolen from me. And that identity isn't Thorne. It isn't Valori de Solacin. It isn't... Oh, gods! She was suddenly too furious to force the words out, so she channeled all of her energy, all of her focus into turning and walking away as fast as she could. She could feel him staring after her, but she was determined not to look back.
Casia?
His tone was a warning that he didn't have any right to give her, but at least he had used her chosen name.
Casia, wait!
She kept walking. I don't have time for this. I need to find my friends. Nessa is in trouble. She felt it coming as soon as she said those last words. The panic. Panic, panic, panic. Nessa is in trouble. Nessa could be dead. All of your friends could be dead. The odds of this were slim, argued the rational part of her mind. But her anxiety wanted nothing to do with these rational thoughts. It never did. It didn't care about the facts, didn't care about the hundreds of times that she and her friends had been in trouble, but had survived nonetheless. See you on the other side, she'd told Zev. And they always did. He was smart, capable, strong. So was Nessa. They all were. But no matter how many times Cass reminded herself of these things, it didn't help. She just kept sinking deeper into that mire of panicked thoughts. Down and down she went, her thoughts and her breaths spiraling tighter and tighter until she had to stop and brace herself against the nearest tree. She pressed her forehead against it, Her fingers clawed into it, one by one, and she counted each scrape she made in the soft bark. There is no time for this, she thought, which of course only made her feel worse. Down, down, and further down. In the past, there had been nothing in those depths that could overcome this feeling. There was no rising to the surface. There was only waiting it out, turning to stone and waiting for the waves to recede. This time was different. Now there was magic for her fears to collide with. Magic that roared up and refused to let her have even a moment of helplessness. But not unlike that fallen god behind her, this magic was not a true savior. It was dangerous. So dangerous. She knew it would end poorly, knew that she was physically exhausted, but that magic still called out to her, tried to pry her open and escape. And she let it out, because it was also like a drug that emptied her of everything else, that numbed her mind and made her oblivious to everything except those escaping sparks of stormy power. She heard someone shouting her name. Very far away, they sounded like. But they were persistent. So persistent that eventually she lifted her head and tilted it toward the sound. She saw 3 blurs of black hurtling toward her. Kaplan, drawn by her reckless magic. They moved breathtakingly quickly, but Elander moved faster. It was nearly instantaneous. He lifted a hand, and all 3 of the beasts were stiff, falling, crumpling into balls of disheveled feathers on the ground. Dead. The sound of several more unseen beasts, all of them scurrying away, followed soon after. Cass pushed away from the tree, stumbled. Elander caught her and held her against his chest. Little bits of that summoned storm still hovered around Cass's body, but Elander didn't seem to feel any pain as they touched him.
You are exhausted,
he said softly. I'm fine. He shook his head at her lie.
Your life force fades a little more every time you use your power. It isn't natural magic. You shouldn't be wielding it so recklessly.
The words frightened her, though she didn't show it. She had thought earlier that this magic felt like it was killing her. Perhaps it was the truth this time, and not just her mind thinking its usual panicked, excessive thoughts. Let go of me, she whispered. He hesitated, but then did as she asked. He stepped away. She felt briefly unbalanced, just as she had when that knife he'd given her had been taken away earlier, as if a piece of her had gone with it. It was far too easy to forget about everything he'd done when he was this close, when her traitorous body wanted to lean into him and restore that balance. I don't want this either. She retrieved that knife and held it out to him. Take it back.
There you go again,
he chided.
Offering a weapon to the god of death.
Fallen god.
Yes, thank you for reminding me.
You're welcome. He set his jaw.
Keep it.
I don't want it. And I don't want you. That last sentence was a lie. She didn't realize how big of a lie it actually was until she said it out loud, and then immediately wanted to swallow it back down inside of her. She hated that she wanted to do that, hated that she still wanted him. It made her so furious with herself that she was breathless for a moment, and she had to look away from him as she said, I told you I would never forgive you after what you did. And I meant it.
I never asked for your forgiveness.
A pause, and then,
I know I don't deserve it.
She turned and resumed her walk away from him. Though I do wish you would let me explain some things, he called after her.
About your parents, for example?
She slowed before she realized she was doing it, and she tilted her head toward him. She corrected herself almost immediately and kept walking, but she had already shown that she couldn't help but listen when he spoke, and so he kept speaking.
Your mother tried to kill you several times before I got to her.
She came to a complete stop this time.
You're lying again. I am not. She was a vicious, bloodthirsty queen who never wanted you in the first place. And you had no mark when you were born, but you were allegedly still showing signs of magic, even as a child. She was afraid of you. She thought the gods had sent you to punish her for what her husband had done to the divine magic users of Gaither. She wanted to get rid of you. It was not a secret to anyone in the royal court.
Cass stayed rooted to her spot, even as he closed the distance between them once more.
And your father did get rid of you. He also used to beat you for the tiniest offenses. And he would have killed you if he could have managed it, I'm sure. But something protected you from him, same as it protected you and your brother from me. So he could only ship you off to that orphanage in the north, where they did who knows what to you in order to suppress your magic.
Cass hugged her arms tightly against herself. It was an automatic reaction, triggered whenever she was reminded of that orphanage. No clear images came to mind. They never did. There was only a feeling of cold she needed to huddle against, along with brief flashes of the night she had escaped that place and wandered out into the dark. The Lord and Lady Tesser had found her in that darkness, permanently taken her in soon afterwards, and the rest of the world had assumed she had died. And in a way she had. She had died and been reborn as a Tesser, and when those adoptive parents had actually died, she had crawled out from the ashes of that life as well. She had turned surviving into an art form, really, constantly reforming herself and suppressing the painful memories that might have held her back. Of course, now she realized yet another cost of that suppression. The things Elander was saying about her real parents may or may not have been true. She had no way of knowing.
If anything, he continued, I saved you from years of torment at the hands of Unric de Solison, who was a tyrant in every sense of the word.
Well, forgive me for not sending you a formal thank you note, and for still not being thrilled with the fact that you murdered him.
I was following orders, he reminded her, and I regret many things that I've done during my existence, but getting rid of that sorry excuse for a king and a father is not one of them.
Following orders, she repeated, like some kind of mindless soldier.
I answered to a higher power, he snapped, and I have done so for a very long time. It isn't as simple as me just doing what I believe is wrong or right.
Do you even know the difference between wrong and right?
Do you? Always, at all times.
She opened her mouth to fire out a retort, but for the second time during this reunion, she found herself speechless. She thought of all the people whose lives she had ended during her long, occasionally questionable job history. It was not a short list, even though she usually did her best not to kill gratuitously. And she had added how many more to that list just over the past few days. She thought again of Varen's guards, killed with such frighteningly little effort from her. Are you keeping track of the ones you've killed? She could not have possibly guessed at the number. Sometimes the missions did not go as planned. Sometimes they became messier than intended. Sometimes it became kill or be killed. It was not a foreign concept to her. She hated it, but she also understood it. It was another part of that art of survival. And if she hadn't understood it from a very young age, then she would not be standing here today.
Why do you care about people who were cruel to you anyway? Elander asked. Why does it matter how they met their ends? Because why?
She took a deep breath. Because the fact that they were cruel to me doesn't mean I want to lose my own morality over them. Make no mistake, I will kill whoever I have to kill, and I will fight whoever I have to fight for the greater good, even if it means fighting my own brother. But that doesn't mean I will be glad to see people die, even if they deserved it. Because that would make me no better than whatever cruel people I'm fighting against.
You could slaughter 1,000 people and happily bathe in their blood, and you would still be better than your brother.
Are you certain of that? You had your mission. He was your target, and so you already had your preconceived notions about him long before he was the tyrant that he seems to be turning into now. What do you really know about my brother? What did she know, for that matter? And why did she feel the need to defend him at all? Whatever the reason, Elander met her challenge as always.
I know that he's wicked, all the way through. Just like every Solacin I've ever met.
Everyone? He exhaled an exasperated breath.
Except for you. Which is part of my point. Part of what I wanted to explain. There's something about you that
The sudden softness of his tone made her expression involuntarily soften as well, just for a moment. And then it turned suspicious. That you what, precisely?
I don't know. But I do agree with one of your grievances, I will admit. I don't think Valori de Solacin is a fitting name for you. You are nothing like the rest of that family you were born into.
But let me guess. This doesn't change the fact that I carry that royal blood, and that you intend to spill that blood before this is over with. He trailed off, frustration darkening his features. Whether it was with her or the whole situation they'd found themselves in, she wasn't sure.
I am trying to figure that part out,
he finally said. No. You are trying to use me to kill my brother, as you said before. After which you will kill me. I would be a fool not to expect that at this point. He didn't disagree. I am a lot of things, Elander, and not all of them are good. But I am not a fool.
I never thought you were. Not for a second.
His tone had turned gentle once more. And once more she didn't know if he was telling the truth or not. She realized then that she wasn't certain she would ever be able to tell if he was being truthful with her or not. And that realization hurt. She wanted to trust him. She wanted to go back to that feeling that she was falling in love with him, that perhaps she could be safe with him, that she could tell him anything at all. She wanted to pretend the last few days hadn't happened. But it didn't matter. They couldn't go back to that. So she once again resumed her walk, more determined than ever to not look back this time.
Where are you planning to go from here?
He called after her. None of your business! He jogged after her. She kept up her pace and didn't look back as she said, You're still following me.
Yes.
You can shapeshift, can't you?
Not to the extent I once could, but I still... Yes. Why?
Could you perhaps shapeshift into someone less annoying? His hand circled around her wrist, brought her to a stop, and then turned her around to face him. Still gentle. She should have, pulled away easily enough. She should have violently kneed him in the stomach and then turned and ran as fast as she could. Instead, she lifted her chin and looked directly into his eyes. Those stupid, beautiful eyes. I'm going to the Kobos Desert. To the lightning dunes.
Concern knitted his brows together. I answered your question. Now let me go. Please. He did as she asked, though he still sounded worried as he said, "Oh, please. There is a god haven amongst those looms." I know. That's why I'm going there, obviously. He seemed to turn this plan over in his mind several times before he said, "Don't you think it would come in handy to have a god with you on this excursion to it?" Fallen god, she corrected. His teeth bared in a semblance of a smile. But one that is still full of knowledge, and therefore still infinitely more useful than your entirely mortal friends. And one who personally knows the storm goddess, the fell the mortals call her. She is not especially fond of humans, but she may be willing to grant you an audience if I'm with you. Cass glared but said nothing, not wanting to admit that he had a point. We were enemies before, and yet we managed to— We're still enemies, you arrogant ass. Help one another. So let's just stick together for a bit longer, shall we? And we can figure out the rest as we get to it. She still hesitated, hating him because of his ability to make calm, rational arguments at a time like this. He would be useful. They had helped one another in the past, and he had done it again just now, hadn't he? She neither fully understood nor trusted the reasons why, but she couldn't deny that he had just saved her life. Again. It might have only been because he intended to use her as a weapon against her brother, but she was tired of fighting for the moment, and she had more important things to do besides. Fine, she relented, starting to walk. Follow me if you must, but keep your distance. He agreed, and he caught up with her a moment later. His idea of keeping his distance was walking more or less right beside her whenever the trail was wide enough to permit it. She could have reached out and touched his arm if she wanted to. She didn't. She just kept walking, faster and faster, ripping her way through the overgrown paths. She kept coming to dead ends, meeting branches and vines that were too thick, too stubborn to knock aside. And Elander kept reaching out a hand and wordlessly draining the life from these things, shriveling them up and sending them to the ground as nothing more than scraps of brown and gray, and opening new roots that still led them nowhere. "Do you have any idea where you're going?" he finally asked, after around the 10th dead end. "No," she growled back, "but that's never stopped me before." He muttered something indistinguishable under his breath, and then he asked, "Would you like me to help?" No. She didn't like the idea at all, but she was also desperate to find Nessa, so she allowed herself to give him an inquiring look. "I can sense the life force of people," he explained. "More so when they're closer to death." "None of them are close to death," she hissed. "But you said Nessa was in trouble, didn't you?" She gave a single reluctant nod. "If she's injured, there's a good chance that I will be able to feel it if I focus, even from a great distance. Just hold on a moment and let me try." He didn't wait for her to agree. He went to work, scanning their surroundings, lifting a palm out before him, whispering words she didn't understand. She felt his magic as soon as it began. It wasn't the same cold that accompanied the draining spells he used. It was only a slight chill carried in on a breeze that made the stray strands of her braid dance about and tickle her skin. His head tilted thoughtfully against that breeze, as though he was listening for something within it. "This way," he informed her after a moment, before starting back in the direction they had just come from. "Are you lying again?" "Are you going to ask me that after everything I say and do now?" "There's a good chance of it."
He sighed, but otherwise didn't reply. He just kept moving. And since the alternative was fighting her way through this terrible place alone, Cass eventually gave in and followed him. She trailed a few feet behind his much longer steps, and though she was trying not to think about him, or about what this latest agreement they'd reached would lead to, she couldn't help but watch him. Couldn't help but notice how things seemed to shy away from him, even when he didn't appear to be actively using any sort of magic against them. The beasts and birds of this place were used to wayward and strange magic, and they had learned how to survive it, she supposed. They sensed power, and they stayed away from it. After several minutes of walking, Cass almost began to relax in spite of her surroundings. Because it was obvious enough, nothing in this hellish place was going to attack her as long as she stayed close to Elander. Damn him and his usefulness. The instant this thought crossed her mind, she heard a soft growl. She looked up, and she spotted a small furry animal, just before it launched itself from a limb and sank its claws into Elander's chest. Silverfoot. So at least one creature born of this wild place was not afraid of the former death god. "We meet again," Elander muttered, prying the fox's claws from his shirt and holding it out by the scruff of its neck. Silverfoot growled back, and he swung his body forward with impressive force, enough force that the momentum brought a paw within striking distance of Elander's face. His claws narrowly missed the eye they were swiping for. Cass briefly considered letting the fox claw Elander's eyes out, but she ultimately decided against it. "Come here, Silver," she called. With a disdainful snort, he wiggled out of Elander's grasp and then bounced from the ground up into Cass's arms. She let him nuzzle her under the chin for a moment before she placed him back on that ground, and then she commanded him to lead her the rest of the way to Rhea and the others. They didn't have far to go. Cass soon heard the rushing of water, and she followed that noise until she came upon a narrow stretch of a bright bluish-green stream. And her friends were gathered on the banks of this stream, along with Osric's pony and the supplies strapped to it. Because of Rhea's connection to Silver and his magic, Cass's appearance did not come as a surprise. Laurent and Zev were already staring expectantly in her direction as soon as she stepped through the trees and into view. Rhea stopped talking mid-sentence as Cass approached. She had been having a conversation with Nessa. Nessa, who was alive and in one piece, and sitting up with her hand pressed to her shoulder. There was a blood-stained cloth beneath that hand, and moving toward Cass shifted it, made her wince with obvious pain. But she was alive. Tears of relief pricked at the corners of Cass's eyes. Relief at her arrival was evident on all of her friends' faces as well. But it didn't last. No doubt thanks to the person Cass had arrived with. Zev's gaze flickered toward Elander, and then he finally broke the silence that was fast becoming uncomfortable. "Really, Cass? I let you out of my sight for a few minutes, and you come back dragging him along with you?" She started to counter with a joke about the contract that Zev had given Osric, about how his sense of judgment was no better than hers. But she thought better of it. She wasn't exactly in a joking mood. The tense silence returned. Zev appeared to be searching for another joke. Laurent had not stopped glaring suspiciously in Elander's direction. Rhea was absently stroking Silver's fur, while the fox's body vibrated with a low, anxious growl. Cass walked over and knelt beside Nessa. She reached for that bloodied cloth, intending to check the severity of the wound beneath it, but Nessa stopped her by placing a hand over hers.
"It's not that bad,"
she insisted, before Cass even had a chance to ask. She kept her hand firmly on top of Cass's.
"We were only resting here while we tried to figure out how to find you. And now that's done, so we can get moving again."
She rose to her feet, clearly eager to prove that she could. The movement made her wince again, and she tried and failed to swallow a pained gasp. Laurent finally pulled his glare away from Elander just long enough to say,
"We need to find a way to immobilize that arm before we go anywhere."
"We need to get out of here first," Nessa argued.
"We can at least fashion a crude splint of some sort," said Rhea, her tone far softer than Laurent's. "It won't take long." Nessa continued to grumble about how fine she was, but she eventually agreed to let herself be treated. They set to work fashioning that makeshift splint, and once it was finished, the discussion turned to the predicament they had found themselves in. So deep in the heart of the in-between, suffering from their various injuries and exhaustion, and all without their hired guide.
"What happened to that guide?" Cass asked.
"He ran off because he was a fucking coward,"
Zev informed her.
"He ran because you tried to set him on fire," Rhea corrected.
"He deserved it," Zev countered.
"Breaches of contract have consequences,"
Laurent agreed with a shrug.
"Which is also why we're stealing the bastard's pony." "If only that pony was smart enough to lead us out of here," Rhea lamented.
The debate surrounding how best to navigate their way out of their situation continued. Cass found herself drifting back to Elander's side as the shadows around them lengthened and what little bit of disorienting light there was began to fade. The thought of spending a night in this place, even with Elander's magic protecting her, was unappealing. She kept her eyes on her friends and her voice low as she asked,
"Am I right to assume you could find your way out of this place? That you could lead us to the Southern Empire?"
She felt his gaze sliding over her, studying her for a moment before he asked,
"Do you trust that I will?"
She turned, and their gazes locked, and she hesitated a moment before nodding.
"I'm low on options at the moment," she said. "So yes, I do."
The surprise that registered in his eyes was obvious. He had expected her to say no. But he recovered quickly and said,
"I can. And I will."
She took a deep breath, ignored the doubt gnawing steadily away at her insides.
"Lead the way, then," she said.
Chapter 14. The water felt refreshingly cool as it slid over Elander's skin. He floated on his back, imagining himself weightless and free, and for a moment he forgot about all of the heavy things pushing him down. Somehow he forgot about the pain that followed him everywhere now, the surges of it that ripped through him with increasingly little warning, about the whispers of the Rook God's threats and commands, about the latest foolish decision he'd made, and how he would need to explain it to Tara and Caden whenever he returned to Oblivion.
Such a foolish decision.
He hadn't planned to let Casia see him. He had only been trying to keep track of her, while also trying to establish points of travel so that she didn't move too far out of his reach. This last part was especially important, because he couldn't move as freely through the world as he'd been able to as a god. Now his travels required a bit more planning. He had found that he could almost always return to Oblivion from anywhere, but to magic himself to other places that weren't steeped in his magic now required establishing a point of that magic, one that could act as a sort of beacon to pull him toward it. And he had done that here. There was now a gate, invisible to mortal eyes, on the banks of this lake that he was bathing in. He could transport himself back to Oblivion at any time, and then return to this spot, to that newly established gate, just as easily.
So why was he still here? She was still alive,
and now he knew where she was going. That was the only thing he had come to check on, the only information he needed just then. He hadn't followed her to fight her battles or bring vengeance upon her enemies. It wasn't his place to do such things. He hadn't planned to fight. He hadn't planned to stay. But then he had seen her, bound and injured, and it had ignited a fury in him that was stronger than any feeling he ever remembered feeling before. Ever. Stronger than any fear of the Rook God. Stronger than his longing to return to his divine state. Stronger than reason. It had clouded his judgment. So he had helped her more than he should have. Again. And then he'd kept his word to her. He'd led them out of the wild as she'd asked. He was less than a mile away from the camp she and her friends had set up, relaxing in the water, and yet still alert, watching and listening for any possible threats that might emerge from the stretch of the wild adjacent to that camp.
Just until morning,
he had told himself. He wasn't really going to Stormhaven with her. He couldn't. He had other things to see to. Plus, he was exhausted. He had spent too much time in his shifted form, had used too much magic to keep the monsters of the in-between at bay, and he needed to return to Oblivion to recover. And the Goddess of Storms was not exactly a friend of his anyway. He knew her, yes, but their history was messy. All of this was messy. Staying would only make it messier. So he would remain by Cassia's side only until she and her group moved on in the morning, until they made it to the nearest town. To proper supplies and medicine and... Why did he care about any of that? He ducked under the water, swam to a deeper part of the lake, and briefly considered not resurfacing. The deep and the dark were blessed comforts. They made it harder to think, and perhaps that was why swimming further down felt easier than swimming back up. But his cursed mortal lungs disagreed with this plan. All too soon, their burning forced him to kick his way back to the surface. The night air, cold compared to the water, bit at his skin as he pushed the long waves of wet hair from his face. He looked back toward the shore and kept perfectly still for a moment, feeling again for any potential threats. He could sense living things, as he'd told Casia, and he could sense magic, though not as well as he once could. The one exception to this rule was her, presumably because she was determined to break all of his carefully constructed rules. For whatever reason, he could now sense her life force from miles away, always as if she was standing right next to him. He had been trying to ignore that particular force all evening, attempting not to focus on the intoxicating pulse of her, because it was dangerously distracting. Which was why the sight of her suddenly emerging from the trees startled him.
"A bit late for a stroll, isn't it?"
he called, once he'd steadied his breathing. She hesitated only a moment before wandering closer to the edge of the lake. I heard you and I thought, oh.
Oh?
You're, kind of naked. He glanced down at his body, distorted and only just concealed by the dark water, as though this nakedness was news to him.
More than kind of.
She bit her lip. He laughed softly.
Are you going to be okay?
It just feels inappropriate, she mumbled.
Do you generally bathe with your clothing on?
Do you generally do it out in the open where anyone can see you?
In my defense, there aren't too many bathhouses nearby.
He arched an eyebrow.
And I wasn't aware I had an audience.
She hugged her arms against herself and didn't reply.
You could always come swim with me if you'd like.
How would that make this situation more appropriate? He shrugged.
We could both be naked then. It would even things out.
Her eyes narrowed, and her lips parted just so, the way they always did when she was growing exasperated with him. It was a simple expression that he found entirely too arousing. What was wrong with him? That flustered look remained on her face, but she didn't leave. She just walked over to a large weathered log and sat down on it, keeping her back to the lake. He treaded water for several minutes, waiting to see if she would leave this inappropriate situation behind. She didn't. With a sigh, he swam back toward the shore, to the things he'd piled neatly on top of a smooth slab of stone. He pulled his clothes back on, the bottom half of them anyway. His shirt and coat were draped over a tree limb a little further up the bank. He started toward them as well, but stopped as Casia tilted her face his direction. Her eyes caught his, held them, even as he abandoned the rest of his clothes and stepped closer to her instead. And then it became yet another challenge to see who could outlast the other. She gave in first this time. Her gaze fell from his, trailed along the well-defined ridges of his stomach instead. She cleared her throat, swallowed. Finally, she said, "You forgot your shirt."
"Don't want to get it wet."
He gave her a roguish grin, because it caused another of those flustered looks, a lovely flush of color across her cheeks, and goddamn it all, he couldn't help himself. "You're getting your pants in such wet," she pointed out.
"Ah, but I also don't want to completely destroy your virginal eyes, so I decided to put them on. You're welcome."
"I'm hardly a virgin in any way, my eyes included."
"I'm intimately aware of that fact, and you know this."
His smile might have turned unapologetically smug.
"I was only teasing."
She shifted where she sat, her eyes casting about for something to focus on other than his face or his bare abdomen. And he would have given anything to still have the ability to read minds in that moment. What was she thinking of? The way she crossed and uncrossed her legs. Was she remembering how it felt when he was between them? Or how it felt when he was so deep inside of her, the way they had fit so perfectly together? Desire clenched the muscles of his lower stomach before he could guard against it.
"How is Nessa?"
he asked, deciding it was safer to change the subject. "Better."
"Good. Now tell me, if you weren't spying on me, then what are you doing wandering around by yourself at this time of night? We're still dangerously close to the wild, you know."
She chewed on her lip, clearly looking for some sort of excuse other than the truth.
"Couldn't sleep?"
he guessed. She looked away. He had guessed correctly.
"Still too busy mourning the loss of that criminal friend of yours?"
He couldn't see her entire face, but he could tell the question annoyed her. She was silent for a moment, and then, "He had a terrible life, you know."
"Lots of people have terrible lives, and yet they don't decide to tie up women and torture them."
She frowned. "You're right, of course."
"I know I am."
She picked at a rough spot on that log she sat upon, still avoiding his gaze. He sat down beside her, rested his elbows on his knees, and stared out over the glassy lake for a moment before he said,
"You're wondering if the god of death is capable of empathy towards people who have had a terrible life."
She finally looked back at him, studied him for a long, unflinching moment. And then she said, "The fallen god of death." He shook his head, a touch exasperated himself now.
"How many times are you going to remind me of that?"
"I'm doing my part to try and humble you. It's for your own good."
"How thoughtful of you."
"I know." She tilted her gaze away from him again. "But anyways, it's not such a bad thing to be empathetic, is it?" He followed her example and looked back to the lake.
"There is a limit, Casia."
And he had reached it earlier today. He kept replaying that moment in his mind, the instant he had seen those men dragging her along, the sword at her back, the blood on her lips. Heat flooded him, and fury briefly tunneled his vision all over again, just at the mere memory of it. "I know," she said again.
She clasped her hands in front of her, picked at the edge of one of her nails. I suppose I was just thinking about him, and me, and the way we both got handed some terrible things in life, and how everyone reacts to tragedy differently. We were both orphans. We both have had to do some questionable things to survive. If I had done just a few things differently, made a few different choices, I could have become just like him.
You didn't, though.
No, I suppose I didn't. They sat in silence for several minutes, watching the wind push the water against the shore, listening to the chirping of insects and the strange hum from the in-between. Then Casia said, "But I'm still afraid sometimes. Sometimes it feels like every time I lose someone I love, or I have to kill another person, it opens up another void of darkness inside of me, and I come closer and closer to being swallowed up by that void. I can't even think of Asra now without risking that darkness. I picture that last moment in the palace, and I just black out almost. It's terrifying." He watched a ring, made by some invisible insect, spreading across the lake's surface. He wasn't sure what to say, or if she even wanted him to say anything. She seemed to be talking as much to her hands as she was to him. "But that's the problem with loving deeply, isn't it?" She asked her hands with a bitter little laugh. "It means you have to hurt deeply, too. And that hurt can twist you up in unexpected ways." He sank down to the ground so he could rest his back against the log, and he stretched his long legs out in front of him.
"So it isn't worth it to love so deeply then, is it?"
"Isn't it?" He hadn't expected the challenge. But why not? She challenged almost everything else he said and did. He glanced up at her, and she met his gaze for a brief moment before she quietly went back to staring at the lake. "I lost her," she said, very softly. "But I don't regret loving her." She buried her face in her hands and went completely still for a moment. He fought the urge to reach for her and pull her closer. "And before you ask," she said, voice muffled against her palms, "no, I don't know why I'm talking to you about all of this. I've tried discussing it with Nessa and the others, but it's too much in some ways. When we all start talking about Asra, it gets too heavy, too full of all the different pieces of her that we're all carrying around. So in a way, I guess it's easier to talk to someone who didn't know her. That's all. And most everyone else is asleep at the moment besides, which meant the alternative was lying on the ground, staring at the sky, until I drove myself insane with my own thoughts." Her gaze lifted toward that sky. Starless tonight. The wind shifted the clouds and allowed for a glimpse of the moon occasionally, but otherwise it was all darkness. And she seemed to lose herself in that darkness after a minute. He knew that distant expression by this point. The even line of her lips, the way her brows knitted with determination. She was fighting off a rising panic. He shouldn't have cared. But it worried him when she went away like this, when her anxious thoughts carried her off and held her hostage, because here was an enemy that he couldn't put a sword through.
"It's not your job to fight her enemies,"
he reminded himself. And yet, he stayed. And then he heard himself ask,
"It's not so strange to want to talk to me, is it?"
She didn't reply.
"Who else could you discuss death with?"
He pressed.
"If not the god of it?"
She blinked, but didn't take her gaze off the darkness. The god of it?
He rolled his eyes and corrected himself before she could.
Fallen god.
She almost smiled. They were quiet for another minute, until she said, "Sorry. Even if it's not strange, I still didn't mean to bring all of it up."
"I don't mind,"
he told her. And he didn't mind. It was far too easy to sit beside her like this, even in spite of the consequences that he knew would be waiting for him when he returned to oblivion. He wanted to keep sitting next to her, just listening to her talk, and a realization struck him like a blow to the chest. It was because he had missed her voice. He felt restless suddenly, and he got to his feet and walked down to the water. "So you're desensitized to death, I suppose?" Her tone was thoughtful rather than challenging now, though her frown was deep as she finally managed to lower her gaze and focus on him once more.
"You could say that,"
he replied. "But after all that you've seen, and all that you've experienced, there isn't a single person that you've felt hurt over to the point that it made you go, well, a bit crazy?" He stared at her, his mind scrambling, reaching for an answer that he knew was there, but which he preferred to keep buried. Why was she asking him these things? Why did she care about whether or not he'd been hurt? When he didn't reply, she sighed and said, "Never mind a single person, anyway. I guess the stakes are much higher than that now, aren't they? All the things that could be lost." She trailed off, but he still didn't speak. But she didn't seem to care about his silence. She was content to keep replying to herself. "Perhaps I can ultimately stop my brother from killing the Marked. That's the plan. Is that not enough to convince the Rook God that the Empire should be spared? We could come to some sort of agreement, surely."
"The last Solacen that he made an agreement with didn't keep up their end of the deal,"
he reminded her. "But I am not my father," she insisted.
"No, you aren't."
But he knew that didn't matter to the one he served. So he just shook his head.
"He is a violent, vengeful god. He has been for as long as I've known him. And it wasn't just your grandfather and your father that were involved in that crusade against divine magic, but other leaders of your empire as well. Ones who united with the Solacen crown, and others who stood by and did nothing until innocent lives were taken just because they carried the gifts of the gods. So much blood has been shed, and so much magic lost that the Root God, the one you humans call Anga, has decided there will be no undoing the destruction without divine intervention. His intervention. I don't think you will convince him otherwise."
She drew a circle in the sandy ground with the toe of her boot, erased it, and then drew it back before lifting her eyes to him and asking, "Do you think he's right?"
"I think it's complicated."
"You say that a lot." He shrugged.
"I am living out a very complicated existence."
She gave him another of those exasperated looks, and he decided to elaborate.
"But no, I don't agree with his methods, even if part of me understands why he's furious over the things that some of the Catherine leaders have done.
Destroying an entire empire to teach those leaders a lesson is a bit hypocritical of him, isn't it?
He's just as interested in revenge as he is in teaching lessons."
She took out a small hunting knife that had been sheathed at her ankle, and she proceeded to carve patterns into the wood she sat on with violent thwacks and steady scrapes. And this is a god that has been elevated by the three empires, worshipped for centuries.
Well, he has never been known for his benevolence. People worship things out of fear, too.
She considered this for a moment, and then said, "Most stories I've heard about the three Morokai said that he was the one to give knowledge to humans, and to the other life forms that the sun goddess created."
Yes, but only at the insistence of the other two upper gods. He was loath to share it with the beings that he wasn't convinced were worthy. And he has always been fond of cruel bargains and punishments when those beings fall short of his impossible expectations.
Like how he's punishing you? He nodded, his hand reaching absently for his stomach. It had been several hours since the last time the Rook God had used his magic against his servant, but the memory of pain lingered.
And my offense was nowhere near as great as what the rulers of Kithra have done, at least in his eyes.
She stopped knocking that knife against the wood and glanced up at him again, her brow creased with curiosity. And he immediately wished he had stopped talking sooner, because he assumed that her next question would be about that offense he'd committed. Surely she wanted to know why he was being punished, how he had angered the gods above him. But instead of asking about his mistakes, she asked, "And there's nothing you can do to get out of that punishment, or whatever deal you made with him?"
"Higher power,"
he reminded her. It sounded like a deflection. It was a deflection, and she had every right to be angered by it, to start cursing him, to pick up that argument they'd started in the in-between. But once again she proved his assumptions wrong, and she only looked thoughtful for another moment before she said, "I asked you back in Oblivion, but you never answered me. What happens to you if you don't follow his orders? He offered to return you to your divine state if you did as he asked, I know. But what if you don't? What if you just told him no?" Their eyes locked. He couldn't bring himself to speak, to tell her about the pain that the Rook God had already inflicted. But his hand had reached once again toward his stomach without any conscious thought. Casia's eyes narrowed on that hand, and understanding soon dawned across her face. "He's hurting you, isn't he?" she demanded. "Is he causing you pain even now?"
"Does it matter?"
"Of course it does."
"I'm still here for the moment. That's all that really matters."
"But there's a chance that you won't be here much longer if you don't do what he asks, right?" There was no point in keeping the truth from her anymore. So he sighed and said,
"Yes. Ultimately, the cost of failure would be my destruction. And not just mine, either."
"Tara and Caden as well," she guessed. He nodded. And again, that was the crux of the matter, wasn't it? If it was only his pain, his existence at stake, then perhaps he would have already said no, as she suggested, and met whatever fate he had to meet. But that wasn't the case. No matter what he did, no matter what choice he made, somebody other than himself would suffer for it. "So you're connected to him by some sort of divine, intimate link, even in your fallen state?"
"Yes."
"So can he hear and see everything you say and do? Including this conversation?"
"He could, though I don't think he is listening at the moment. I can usually feel it whenever he's paying attention to me."
"That's a shame," she muttered.
"It is?"
"Yes, because I have a few choice words that I would love for him to hear. Actually, I'd prefer it if we could talk face to face." Elander couldn't help flashing a bemused grin, even though the thought of her speaking directly to Malafar gripped him with a dread so powerful it made it difficult to breathe.
"I don't think he's going to make an appearance,"
he said. But can he actually make an appearance? She asked.
Here? Probably. This empire is full of far more magic than Caithra, which would make it easier for him.
She thought this over for a moment, and then she said, there isn't enough divine magical energy to sustain his physical form in the Kethrin Empire for very long, right? That's his whole problem with that empire destroying magic in the first place. So why can't you just, I don't know, hide from him in the least magical place you can find?
You remember the Garmora we fought in Belwind?
Of course.
He has no shortage of similar monsters that he could send. Monsters that don't need magic to wreak havoc. Not to mention I can't stay in magic-deprived places indefinitely without growing weaker, even in this fallen form. I don't need as much magic as he does, but...
But there is no escaping him completely.
Correct.
Her gaze drew distant again, and she retreated into her thoughts for a minute, before re-emerging with another of those quiet, bitter laughs. So what you're saying is there is no point in even fighting my brother, in trying to protect anyone from him. Because ultimately, even if I were to stop him, I can't save anyone in the Kethrin Empire unless I also go to war with the Rook God. A god that even you can't stand against. She looked his direction, her eyes shimmering with frustration. And he wanted to lie. To give her some sort of hope, even if it was a false one. But all he said was,
I wish things were different.
She took a deep breath, dug her nails into the log, scraped and scraped at that weathered wood so violently that he was afraid the tips of her fingers would soon be raw and bleeding and full of splinters. It was compulsion, such movements, and by now he was used to seeing her do it, watching her try to ground herself by counting each of those compulsive movements. He took a step toward her, thinking of interfering, but she stopped before he could. She was quiet for a long time, breathing slowly in and slowly out, composing herself. And then she said, I don't know how one actually wages war against a god, but I am going to keep fighting either way. He exhaled slowly and walked back up the bank to sit beside her once more.
I had the feeling you might see that.
They sat together in silence. Casia kept stretching her fingers toward the wood beneath them, only to pull them back, shaking her head. And soon Ilander was fighting off the same urge he'd had earlier. The urge to wrap her in his arms and pull her close, hold her still. Sandolia has more divine magic than Kethra, she said suddenly.
Yes, he agreed. We already established that.
Its High King actually carries the Rook symbol. Rhea told me that there are countless people with that Rook God symbol in this southern empire. But it's been a long time since anyone has actually wielded the magic of that upper god, right?
No human can wield Murakai magic anymore,
he confirmed.
But they still carry it in their souls. The air still teems with it here, and with the magic gifted to Sandolia's people by countless other divine beings. Which is why, yes, most of the gods and spirits can move more freely in Sandolia.
Which means it isn't safe for you to be anywhere in this southern empire, is it? It isn't safe for any of us, but you especially, if the Rook God is already growing impatient with you. He could completely lose his patience at any moment, and it would be easy for him to manifest and attack. He could destroy you.
He could. He will if I get any closer to you.
You would be safer in Kethra.
Yes.
A long pause, and then Casia asked, Are you going to go away soon, then? He wasn't sure what to say. For what seemed like the 100th time during this conversation, he wasn't sure what she wanted him to say. or why he cared what she wanted for that matter. And he'd been so sure of everything before she'd stormed into his life. She got to her feet before he could find words. "I think I do want to swim after all," she said. And she was down at the lake's edge in the next moment, taking off her boots.
"Would you like me to go away?"
he finally asked. She didn't look at him as she replied, but she also didn't hesitate. "I want you to be safe." She placed those boots aside and started to strip off the outer layers of her clothing. He averted his eyes. He didn't want to make her uncomfortable, though she seemed to have forgotten he was there. He didn't stare, but he could still sense her moving freely, confidently, lost in her own thoughts and oblivious to him as she stepped into the water. But why should she be self-conscious? What else did they have to hide from each other, really? After several minutes, she spoke again. "He still needs you to figure out the mystery of me, of my magic and how it protects Varen. He appointed this task to you. He can't get rid of you until it's finished." She sounded as if she was trying to reassure herself, and he wanted her to be reassured. So even though he wasn't convinced of her argument, he nodded and said,
"Yes, I think you're right."
"Good. Because you did say you would go with me to Stormhaven." His chest tightened.
"I did say that, didn't I?"
She nodded without looking toward the shore, as if she didn't want to see the lies in his eyes and be disappointed by them. After considering his words for a moment more, she went back to swimming. And he allowed himself to watch her then. He couldn't help it. It was that pull, that distinct pulse of her life that he was too weak to resist. No matter how many times he reminded himself that it was a terrible idea to give in, he still gave in and watched her moving through the water. Her pale hair spreading out behind her as she leaned back into the dark lake. The arch of her body, the swell of her breasts, the way she surrendered herself to the waves. She was so beautiful that it was almost hard to look at her, to try and keep his breaths steady and calm when he knew that he could never have her the way he wanted her. That there was no end to this that didn't involve pain. Because one of them was not going to make it to that end, whenever and however it came. "There's something I still don't understand," she called to him after a moment. "What happens if you're gone?"
"What do you mean?"
"How can the Rook God just kill off one of his servants? Don't you and the other Mar have, duties and whatnot?"
"Yes and no. I had more work in the beginning, when the world was younger and less tame. But that world shifted and steadied, and the gods have steadied with it. Though even right before I fell, I was still responsible for maintaining the barriers that exist between this world and the heavens and hells that follow a mortal's life in it. And like the other Mar, I was tasked with keeping the cycle of magic flowing, blessing certain humans with my power and watching over those humans. But I have only ever been a servant of the more powerful upper god, a vessel that he chose to give magic to."
"A vessel?"
And he has the same powers I do, so he can simply choose a new being to share that magic with if he so desires. It's happened in the past. I am not the first god of death, and several of the current middle gods are not the ones that were here at the creation either. It's one of the things that sets us middle gods apart from the upper ones. They are constant, but we can be replaced.
"So you are—" She trailed off, still floating halfway on her back, her eyes searching the dark skies for the proper word.
"Expendable,"
he supplied. She shifted and stood up in the chest-deep water, finally looked back to the shore, and then very quietly, That's not the word I was going to use.
It's the correct one.
No, it isn't.
Why do you seem so distraught over the possibility that it is?
Because. He laughed softly.
You hate me anyway, as I recall.
She glared at him, but she didn't deny those words she'd said back in Oblivion. Had he wanted her to deny them? Whether I hate you or not isn't the point, she grumbled.
Then what is the point?
This time she didn't reply. His curiosity, and perhaps something else, something related to that clench of desire he'd felt earlier, drove him to his feet and back into the water. He had no qualms against being naked, but she had remained half-clothed herself, so he waded out to meet her without undressing again.
Casia?
She kept her back to him.
What is the point?
He asked again, and this time she turned, fixed him with a hard look that didn't waver even as he stepped closer to her. The point is that I've never met anyone that's truly expendable. She gazed up at him from underneath lashes glistening with lake water. So stop being so dark and broody.
Stop being dark.
He let out an amused little snort.
I am the god of death.
Yes, which is why the brooding comes across as terribly predictable and trite, I'm afraid. He shook his head, fighting off another laugh. Also, fallen god.
Humbling me again?
You looked like you needed it.
Trust me,
he muttered.
That isn't what I need right now.
Her breath audibly hitched at this, and it nearly stopped altogether as he reached and brushed away a streak of water on her cheek. Was it lake water, or drops of those frustrated tears that had been shimmering in her eyes earlier? He couldn't tell which. Maybe that was the reason she'd dove into the water in the first place, to keep him guessing.
And what about you?
He asked, fingers trailing away from her face and moving down to brush her arm. Her skin was much warmer than the last time he had touched her like this, even though the lake water seemed to be chilling rapidly as the night pressed on. She reached for his other hand, lifted it from the water and pressed it against her cheek, closed her eyes and leaned into his palm. What was she doing? What was she thinking?
Why don't you run, you silly human?
He wanted to ask. Instead, he asked,
What do you need, Casia?
As soon as the question left his lips, he realized how dangerous it was, because in that same instant, he realized that he would have given it to her. It didn't matter what it was. It might have eventually meant the ruin of himself, of her, of kingdoms and crowns and gods alike, but it didn't fucking matter. If she had asked for it, he would have given it to her. And the thought was so overwhelming that it nearly made him lose his balance. Her eyes fluttered open, but she didn't speak. She didn't ask for anything. She only wrapped her arms around his neck and pulled herself up, pressing her lips to his. He was so much taller than her that her feet no longer touched the bottom of the lake as she pulled deeper into the kiss. She was floating against him, body brushing lightly against his. That light touch wasn't enough. He took her bare legs and wrapped them around his waist, supporting her weight with a commanding grip on her thighs. Her tongue pushed its way into his mouth. He jerked her flush against his body, slid his grip higher up her legs. Nothing but a thin scrap of cloth separated his hands from the warm center of her, and her back arched a little more every time his fingers inched closer to slipping their way inside. He teased and touched at that entrance, until her eyes closed and her head tipped back, from what seemed to be a combination of frustration and arousal. His lips moved over her exposed throat, finding her pulse and moving his tongue over it until she let out a soft moan that drove every rational thought from his mind. She reached for his hand again, started to press his fingers deeper, more firmly into her, only to stop and pull that hand up between them instead. She laced her fingers through his and squeezed tightly, shaking her head.
What's wrong?
Her eyes burned with a mesmerizing mixture of desire and anger as they lifted to his. I can't. The words slammed like an iron gate between them. Can't. I shouldn't have kissed you like that, she said quietly. I shouldn't have. He took a single step back. It was all he could manage. And he had to manage it, or he was going to break down that gate between them and do something he would end up regretting. I can't do this. Not after what happened between us. Not after what you did. The words fell from her mouth as if she was reciting a eulogy, each syllable a painful goodbye to a version of them that had never had much hope of surviving.
Casia,
he began softly. But he didn't know what else to say. Her eyes were shimmering with frustrated, unshed tears once more. And either way, you're just going to leave again, aren't you? For the second time that night, he wanted to lie. He just couldn't bring himself to do it.
There are things I have to do,
he admitted.
Other things that I've been tasked with that
That's what I thought. He frowned.
I could meet you in Stormhaven in a couple of days, perhaps.
She hesitated, and then she asked, Do you promise?
No.
There were no guarantees. He shouldn't have promised her anything. But then he felt it again. That overwhelming, reckless need to give her whatever she needed, whatever she asked for. So he nodded. Okay, she said, slowly mirroring his nod. Then I also need you to know that I misspoke the other day.
Did you?
I don't hate you. I just want to. He sighed, a corner of his lips quirking in a wistful smile.
I want you to hate me too.
Yet another thing we have in common. He took her other hand and squeezed it. They stood for a moment in the cool water, more space between them now, but both reluctant to completely let go of the other. Can I ask you one more thing before you leave? She asked. Something in her tone made his entire body tense, but the determined glint in her eyes told him she was going to ask this question whether he allowed it or not.
What do you want to know?
Why did you fall? The wind, the waves, the hum of the in-between, everything seemed to still for a moment. Only his chest moved, rising and falling with a deep breath, over and over, until finally he leaned forward and planted a kiss on her forehead.
You should head back to camp,
he told her.
Your friends will be worried if they wake and find you gone.
And then he walked away, leaving her alone in the dark water. Chapter 15. 2 days after leaving the in-between, and Delander, behind, Cass sat on a hilltop with Rhea, overlooking the Kobos Desert. The morning air was balmy, the far-off dunes dark silhouettes against the rising sunlight. That sunlight was distorted, a sickly shade of bruised purple and yellow thanks to the stormy clouds gathering in the distance. Storms that never cease. A streak of white lightning twisted from one of those clouds. A soft echo of thunder followed, and Cass suppressed a shudder. "I wonder what's taking them so long," she asked, glancing back toward the marketplace, where Zev, Laurent, and Nessa were in the process of bartering and trading for supplies, including the creatures that would carry them across the sands. "If I had to guess, I would say that Zev is busy eating and that Nessa is currently being dragged away from whatever stall had the most colorful, most unnecessary trinkets for her to buy." "We probably should have sent Laurent," Cass mused. "Probably." Rhea smiled. "But Nessa hasn't stopped talking about visiting Cavis since we first suggested it. And you know Zev would never miss an opportunity to gorge himself on the foods of our childhood. He's probably stuffed himself to the point of sickness, and now the others will have to work out a way to roll him back to us. That'll likely slow them down, too." Cass managed to mirror her smile despite the anxious fluttering in her stomach. She had considered going to that market herself. The aromas of spices, fresh fruit, and smoked floria fish, a Cavusian delicacy, were tantalizing even from this hilltop, and Cass had started to her feet to follow those siren smells more than once. But there were too many people in the bustling oasis city of Cavis, too many faces in its main market. Cass still didn't trust the magic inside of her, and she felt more in control of herself out here in the relative silence. Or she had, at least, before those storms in the distance had exploded in intensity, so that now they were impossible to ignore. Another clap of thunder sounded. This time it was loud enough that the ground beneath her seemed to rattle along with her breathing. Cass lowered her gaze to her boots and concentrated on each of her breaths. A moment later, she heard a whimper and she glanced up to see Silverfoot studying her. "Are you okay?" Rhea asked. "Yes." Cass got to her feet and paced, shaking out her hands that suddenly seemed determined to cramp up. "I mean, no, not really," she admitted. Silverfoot whined again, and Rhea tilted her head in Cass's direction, frowning. "How stupid, right?" said Cass. "I can summon lightning now, and yet I'm still terrified of storms. My chest still hurts, even though I knew these particular storms were going to be waiting for us." She massaged her cramping hand with more force than necessary. Kneading so deeply into the muscles was painful, but at least that meant she hadn't gone completely numb. "I'm sorry," she said. "I'll pull myself together before the others get back. I'm not going to slow us down." "Oh, Cass," said Rhea, shaking her head. "It isn't stupid, and you don't have to apologize for the things that hurt you." Cass sat back down. She laced her fingers through Rhea's and squeezed them tight. "You know, we aren't far from the Black Dunes of Murkrand," Rhea said after a moment. "Murkrand? Isn't that where this happened?" Rhea pointed to her blind eyes. "Yes. Though I never really told you the details, did I?" "No, but I understood why." "Well, it's not much of a story for starters. Just one of those sad little moments amongst a much bigger, much sadder war. The histories of all three empires are full of such minor tragedies." "Tell it anyway?" Cass encouraged, because it sounded as though Rhea wanted to tell it this time, and Rhea had always been an attentive listener. It was nice to be able to return the favor for once. Rhea slowly pulled her hand from Cass's and leaned back, resting on her palms. "I served the lord of this province we're currently in, employed in his army that was technically sworn to the service of the High Throne.
But Lord Maltus opposed the High King of Sundolia at the time, along with a handful of others. That king, Haben was his name, was a terrifying bastard that was doing everything he could to further consolidate his power.
His son eventually overthrew him, correct?
Around 5 or 6 years ago, Rhea confirmed. But this was well before all of that, when Haben was at the height of his power. I was stationed at the edge of the desert, just south of the Merkrand Dunes. And I was young, but already quite accomplished, and that's a dangerous combination, really. I got reckless.
How so?
It was actually after the battle at the dunes. We were victorious in that battle, and soon on our way back to the small grove we had set up camp in. And we had been camping there for a week at this point. We knew the way there by heart. The path forked at a large tree. I can still remember that tree, because it was strange. White bark, blood-red leaves. Usually we went right when we reached it, because it led to the longer but safer route. But for whatever reason, that day we went left. And left took us to a field where some of Haben's loyalists had retreated to. There was an earthkind among them. I didn't even see the boulders they launched at us, because I was too busy laughing and boasting about the people I'd killed. She paused, shook her head as if disgusted with herself. I woke up 3 days later with most of my memories gone, along with my sight. Most of the memories eventually returned. Most of the sight didn't. Cass's lips parted, but she couldn't think of anything worth saying, so she just kept quiet. Silver slipped into Rhea's lap. He pawed at her stomach until she sat up straight and wrapped her arms around him. I used to wake up wishing that earth magic had just finished me off completely, Rhea said, and wondering why any of it had happened at all. Why didn't I turn right instead of left? And then I would remind myself that there were some who didn't make it out of the dunes at all that day. In some cases because I had killed them. So who was I to complain about anything? And that kind of thinking would only make me feel worse, of course. Silver poked his head out from Rhea's arms, and Cass absently scratched his ears, still without saying a word. But I've realized something over these past years, Rhea continued. And I suppose I've never told this to you either. So listen very closely now. Pain is not a competition. Everyone has their own battles. They're different hells, different demons. And you don't have to apologize for the things that hurt you, as I said, or for what you have to do to survive these things. Not to me or to anyone else. The storms in the distance continued to rumble. Cass watched them for a moment, thinking. And then she lowered her gaze and stared at her hands, at her fingers twitching with the desire to tap and count against something, one of the many techniques she used to survive. Anyway, said Rhea, now you know the whole story. I'm glad you told me. Me too. Stories have a therapeutic quality about them sometimes. Cass nodded in agreement. They sat in companionable silence, while Cass continued to think over those things Rhea had said, committing this part of her friend's story to memory. It made it more devastating, she thought, that such a tiny, seemingly insignificant choice had changed the course of Rhea's future. But that was so often how it happened, wasn't it? Left instead of right, an arrow hitting its target, or missing it. A minute too late, a minute too early. Life was full of these tiny moments of profound impact, moments balanced on a blade that might twist one way or the other. And another thing, Rhea said suddenly. Don't forget that you've survived more demons than most.
Maybe. But how many more things can I survive? Cass wondered. It's gotten worse since Asra died. The obsessive thinking about this sort of thing.
I thought it might have,
said Rhea gently. So much of what I did was about her surviving, and it was a relatively small thing that I could focus on. Now we have bigger problems, and I feel like every tiny decision I make will have much bigger consequences, for far more people. And my mind won't stop cycling through all of those people, through all of the horrible things that might happen to them. It never quiets. Rhea took her hand and squeezed it again, but she didn't speak. It's getting hard to know which battle to focus on. Cass finished. Rhea considered this for a long moment, and then she said, "Let's just do our best to survive the battle in front of us at the moment, Cass managed a deep breath. "Pay attention to where your feet are," Asra used to tell her. A plea, really, for her ward to stay grounded. So Cass looked back to the desert, and she did her best to focus on the sand she would be walking on, instead of on the sky full of storms that she couldn't control. Good plan, she agreed. She reached into the pocket of her coat, found that metal charm that had once been part of Asra's wind chime, and she traced its edges with her thumb while her eyes slid in and out of focus. Another half-hour passed, and then the others returned with their supplies and the beasts that would carry those supplies. The sight of those magnificent beasts pulled Cass out of her anxious thoughts and brought her to her feet. They were not horses. Rhea referred to them as roan, and they mostly resembled creatures called antelope that Cass had seen in a book once. But they were not native to Kethra, and she had never seen one in real life. Surely they were not normally this large. They towered over her, so tall that she worried she wouldn't be able to hoist herself onto one's back without assistance. Their fur was reddish-brown, their eyes a shimmering shade of coal, as dark as the curved horns on their heads. They wore thin armor coated with a rubbery material that was meant to absorb lightning, and strangely shaped but functional-looking masks meant to protect against sand and bright flashes of light. They had sold their stolen pony to help pay for the use of these roan, of which there were 3 in total. Zev would carry his sister with him, and Laurent would carry Nessa, as her arm remained thickly bandaged and only partially functional. Nessa handed the 3rd beast off to Cass, along with a protective headscarf similar to the one that she herself already wore. There's an underground checkpoint established about 2 miles from the Storm Temple itself. The roans stop there, Laurent explained, motioning to the beast that Nessa still held. They're trained not to go any further, and there are handlers at that point that will tend to them until we're ready to trek back to town. The next mile or so can be crossed on foot, via the underground tunnels that lead away from the checkpoint. But after that... After that? To quote the man we loaned these beasts from, Zev interjected, if we continue on after that, we're out of our fucking minds.
So it's official, then,
Rhea muttered. Afraid so, said Zev cheerfully. Laurent shook his head, and he calmly continued his explanation. It's just that most people now stop after that first mile of tunnels. There's a makeshift shrine there, one that's been established in the past decades, and they just pray and give offerings to that instead of continuing to the temple, since that last stretch before the temple has turned dangerous of late. Much of that last mile is back above ground, too.
And that man in the marketplace told us that no one has made it across that last above-ground stretch in years,
said Nessa.
But I think he was exaggerating,
Laurent said.
That tends to be where the lightning beasts, the Asura, strike,
Nessa continued, undeterred by Lauren's pragmatic tone.
They can shoot bolts from a half-mile away with deadly accuracy, shift the sands with thunderous roars.
Again, Lawrence insisted. That man was probably just trying to sell us on the dangers of this desert, so that he could charge more for these creatures he loaned us.
There was a murmur of agreement from everyone but Nessa, who was now busy giving her roan an encouraging talk while slipping him bites of apple from one of the bags attached to his saddle. While the others finished with last-minute preparations, Laurent pulled Cass aside, claiming the two of them needed to walk the desert's edge and scope out the route they planned to take. Once they were out of hearing range of the others, he asked,
"No word from him?"
She shook her head. Elander had lied in the past, but they were lies of omission. He'd kept every promise he'd made to her, technically, and he had promised that he would meet her at Stormhaven in 2 days after he'd seen to some things in the north. So where was he? She had replayed their conversation from the lake over and over again during their trek to Cavus. Laurent was the only one she had told about that conversation, because he was the one she had most trusted to help her stay sensible about the whole matter. But even then she hadn't spilled all of the details. She didn't like keeping secrets from her friends, but she also didn't like the thought of burdening them with even more complicated things.
"Should we wait for him?"
Laurent asked. She could tell from his frown, he didn't want to wait. But he would have if she'd asked him to. All of her friends would have, though some would have grumbled about it more than the others. Cass looked back to the north, as if she might see Elander striding across the dunes, his hand raised in greeting toward her. But she saw nothing, though strange images started to flash in her mind as she stared into the blinding sand. The black towers of oblivion, crumbling, blood against white stone oozing, a shadow cast by a still body, a dark shape looming over that body.
"Cass?"
She escaped those horrific images in her mind with a sharp intake of breath, as though she had just resurfaced from a near drowning. Lauren's eyes were filled with concern. Cass stared at her reflection in those silvery green orbs without blinking, afraid even a blink's worth of darkness might be enough to allow those visions to reappear. Those images were not real. Not real. Not real. Wherever he is, he's fine. He's fine. He's fine. He said he would meet me at Stormhaven, she told Laurent. We're still a few miles from the actual temple itself. Perhaps he's already at that temple waiting for us? She could see disagreement settling into his expression, but she didn't want to hear his arguments this time, reasonable or not, so she continued before he could speak. We don't really have time to wait either way. And I'll drive myself crazy if I don't start moving again. Laurent studied her for another moment before nodding. He turned and walked back to the others, who were already seated on the backs of the roan and waiting.
"On to the other side,"
he said, swinging up into the saddle behind Nessa. The familiar rallying cry fortified her resolve. Cass managed to force her thoughts to slow down and to focus on the task directly before her. She pulled herself onto the roan's back, sank down into the saddle with a quiet sense of relief. There had been no horses to spare in the small villages on the wild's edge, so they had hiked to Cavus on foot, their stolen pony carrying most of their supplies. A relatively short trek, but still it was nice to be riding again, to feel the wind in her hair as the creature beneath her did most of the work. It moved with surprisingly fast, fluid strides for something so big. They galloped at an easy pace for the first several miles, and nothing eventful happened. Cass spent most of this time focusing on her breathing, on trying to hold on to that sense of relief. The roan needed little guidance. They knew where the checkpoint was, and they moved forward as if pulled to it by an invisible lead rope. Eventually, the checkpoint came into view, a structure buried under a hill of sand, its stony face a dark contrast against the pale desert around it. A large red door stood in its center. Lining the path to that door were several dozen receptacles that buzzed with blue electricity. Lightning catchers of some sort, perhaps? Beyond the checkpoint, the ground was littered with glistening objects that Cass thought might have been more of those receptacles. But she squinted and... no. They appeared to be crystalline structures of various shapes and sizes, giving off light only by reflecting the flashes in the sky. She forced her gaze back to the red door. Almost there. Lightning exploded in her peripheral vision. Cass lowered herself against the neck of the beast she rode and urged him faster. Thunder rumbled, and Cass shook with it, but she would not be deterred, would not take her eyes off that bright splash of red. A bolt struck the sand directly in front of her. Her mount reared, and suddenly she was hanging halfway out of the saddle. The roan tossed its head frantically about. Cass managed to reach up and snag one of its horns. It yanked upward, and she moved with the motion and swung onto the center of its back once more. She took the reins in one hand and jerked hard to the right, forcing the creature to circle, shifting its feet so it could no longer buck. After a few of these circular motions, it had calmed enough that she lifted her head and glanced around, searching for her friends. Zev and Rhea had nearly made it to that red door. They drew up just short of the electricity-lined path, and they turned and looked her way. Zev yelled something that was lost within a sudden roar of thunder. He pointed. Cass turned and saw Laurent and Nessa trailing far behind her. And then she saw the impossibly dark cloud looming over them. She watched as lightning bursted out of this cloud at an unnatural rate. 1, 2, 3 bolts that danced upon the ground for a long, surreal moment, fusing bits of sand into hard, shiny chunks that resembled the roots of a tree. This is what caused those crystalline structures up ahead, Cass realized. She watched the black cloud send more lightning spiraling down, watched it violently brand the ground with heat that fused more and more bits of sand together into those sharp, glistening chunks. Laurent kicked the horse they rode into a quicker gallop as another series of bolts came crashing down, 4 of them this time. With her heart in her throat, Cass watched those 4 bolts dance, waiting for more of those mesmerizing crystals to form at the strike points. But this time, the lightning continued to writhe against the ground for what must have been a full minute, and then it stretched taller, like trees made of lightning. No, not like trees. Like legs. And then, like a stomach, a chest, powerful shoulders and hindquarters that were already stalking after Laurent and Nessa, even as the head finished forming. A head that was large and round, with eyes as black as the clouds above and teeth as long as Cass's arm, and all of it wrapped in wires of lightning. Sand swirled up and filled in the empty spaces between that lightning frame, and then the beast was complete. A walking sandstorm in a shape that made Cass think of a tiger. One that bristled from head to tail with deadly electricity. Chapter 16. As she stared at the beast before her, lungs heaving for breath, Cass felt a storm rising in herself. Was it her own magic? Or was she feeling the beast's magic, same as she had felt that sky-kind spell back in Fallenbridge? Or was it both? She didn't know. She couldn't tell where one power ended and the other began, and she didn't know what to do with that power either way. But she had to do something. The creature she rode pranced nervously about. It tried to jerk its head toward the checkpoint. Cass kept forcing it back while she rubbed a hand between its shoulder blades, uselessly trying to calm it. Zev continued shouting behind her. Cass still could not make out what he was saying, and the harder she tried, the more distant his voice seemed to become. Other sounds seemed strangely distorted as well all of a sudden. The roar of the wind and the distant storms were nearly silent, while other things, the nervous grunts of the roan beneath her, The pounding of her own heart, the whisper of her breaths, became unbearably loud. That lightning beast was loping toward Laurent and Nessa, gaining speed. Its shadow overtook her friends just as two more beasts of similar shape and size materialized from the sands below and the clouds above. The three beasts moved in what appeared to be a coordinated effort, encircling her friends and cutting off any chance of them escaping. Cass took a deep breath, readjusted that scarf she wore to better protect her mouth and her eyes from the flying sand, took up the reins with both hands, and then she kicked the roan into a gallop. She raced across the desert. Her eyes stayed fixed on the stormy creatures ahead, her mind focused on that storm magic within her. She had used that magic to draw beasts after her in the in-between. Could she do it again? "I will do it again," she said under her breath. Sparks rose from her skin at the declaration. The roan veered wildly and tossed its head, but she guided it firmly forward while simultaneously guiding her magic upward, creating a beacon of lightning that rivaled any of the bolts the desert storms were sending down. She galloped to within 100 yards of Laurent and Nessa, and then one of the beasts finally stopped circling her friends and cocked its head toward her and that beacon she was sending up. Its lightning tail twitched. Its gaze followed her movements. It started to chase her. Cass turned around slowly, sweeping wide and making certain she had the attention of all three beasts before urging the roan into a harder gallop. She retraced her path across the sand until the checkpoint was in sight once more, and then she curved sharply to the right, leading those creatures away from it. She didn't have to look back to know they were still following her. They were nearly on top of her. Why didn't they overtake her? They were bigger, faster, but they were only loping after her. Just stalking her, or perhaps toying with her, until finally she threw her weight against the back of the saddle and brought the roan to a skidding stop. She twisted around, leveled her gaze at the closest lightning beast. Perhaps the goddess is testing me with them. At this thought, she breathed in deep and began to draw up more magic than she had ever attempted to use before. The beast crouched, preparing to pounce. The other two arrived seconds later. The roan panicked, and Cass was forced to leap from its back to avoid being thrown from it. She secured the reins in her hand, and she turned as that first stormy beast sprung for her as though fired from a cannon. It transformed into pure lightning for a breath of a moment, only to reform into its tiger-like shape just in time to raise its claws to strike. And then it stopped. It stopped so quickly that the other two collided with it. Cass scrambled backward as fast as she could, dragging the still panicking roan with her, her magic fleeing her control and her eyes wide and fixed on the three colliding beasts. For a moment, this collision was chaos. Tangles of lightning falling out of form, then rising back into the shapes of those beasts that snarled and snapped and sent sparks flying whenever they struck one another. The largest, the one that had been in front, emerged from the scuffle first. It swept after Cass with swift, graceful steps. She ceased backing up. There was no point. She couldn't outrun this beast while in a saddle, and she certainly wasn't going to do it on foot. So instead she steeled herself, lifted her gaze to meet the dark caverns where its eyes should have been, and then she stepped forward to meet it. It stopped again. It was so close to Cass that the hairs on her skin prickled with the electric current it was shedding. So close that she could hear nothing but the sizzle and hum of that current. They stood facing one another for what seemed like an eternity. Then the beast opened its mouth, and the sound of thunder rumbled out. The other two stopped their scuffling and followed its example, creating a booming chorus of thunder that echoed across the desert. The sands all around them began to shift at the noise. Cass frantically covered her ears to protect them from the deafening racket, and she tucked her head more fully into her scarf to keep bits of that shifting sand from flying into her eyes. Her magic tumbled and raged inside of her, eager to be summoned once more. The thunder grew louder,
and she pressed her hands harder against her ears until she was afraid her head might burst from the pressure and the noise. The awful, bone-shaking noise. "Stop!" she shouted. The noise stopped. And then she lifted her gaze and watched as the three beasts began to disintegrate. The electric frames of their bodies twisted and contorted at odd angles before disappearing with a vicious crack, like the sound of lightning striking a tree. The sand that had been tumbling within those frames cascaded down into lifeless piles. But the sands their roaring had stirred up continued to shift, like the waves of an ocean swaying in an earthquake. Cass stumbled and staggered across those moving sands for a minute before she finally managed to drag the roan onto a steady patch of ground. She watched until the waves had ceased before she climbed back into the saddle and scanned her surroundings. The ground beneath her remained steady, but in the distance, the desert ocean continued to move. Several sinkholes had formed, 5 that she could see. 5 whirlpools within that sea of sand, spinning and sucking up everything in reach. And one of them had formed dangerously close to Laurent and Nessa. Cass galloped toward them. The roan carrying them was struggling to outrun the pulling sand. Its hooves scrambled for purchase, its body thrashed about and made it difficult for either of them to safely dismount. Laurent finally managed to push Nessa from the saddle. He shoved her upward, placing her just high enough to grab hold of a small tree that was jutting out of the ground. With only one functioning arm, Nessa floundered for a moment, but eventually she was able to hoist herself away from the falling sand. Once she found her balance and a steady bit of ground, she immediately turned and reached her hand back toward Laurent. The sand continued to slide down into the swirling abyss beneath them. The edges of that abyss expanded, and the ground around those edges grew increasingly unstable. Nessa kept reaching. The roan finally found a bit of solid ground amongst the shifting. With shaking legs, it climbed away from its certain death, bringing Laurent with it. Nessa's hand clasped Laurent's, and Cass nearly shouted out loud in relief. Then the creature beneath Laurent slipped. Laurent slipped with it. His boot became entangled in the loose reins. He fought, twisted wildly, kicking and clawing at the waterfalls of sand falling around him, still reaching for that outstretched hand above him. But Nessa was too far away. That vortex of sand continued to spin and pull downward, pulling both roan and rider down and swiftly burying them. The seconds crawled by. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That sand finally stopped pulling, as though satisfied by this unintentional sacrifice. Everything turned eerily calm and still. Chapter 17. Nessa screamed. Cass reached her side in the next instant, and she flung herself down upon the sand and immediately started to dig. She clawed at the spot where she'd last seen Laurent, throwing handful after handful of sand aside until long after she could no longer feel her fingers. But it was pointless. No matter how deeply she dug, she only found more sand. No. She pressed her forehead to the ground and slammed her fist down beside her, over and over and over. No! I shouldn't have let him come with me. I shouldn't have let any of them come with me. Cass? Nessa's voice was quiet, weak with emotion, and at first this was the only thing she managed to say over and over. Cass, Cass, Cass. And somehow, Cass found the strength to lift up her head and then to reach and gather Nessa in her arms and hold her tightly. Everything remained strangely quiet and still. Even her roan, which Cass hadn't thought to secure, was standing calmly nearby, pawing at the sand as if the horrors of the past few minutes hadn't happened at all. Cass soon understood why. The air was warm, teeming softly with energy,
which meant it was Nessa's doing. She was using her magic to soothe others even as she herself teetered on the edge of collapse. But that magic had limits. It hadn't stopped either of their tears, and it didn't stop Nessa's body from shaking as she tried to hold the more violent sobs inside of her. "I slowed him down," she whispered. "I shouldn't have." "No." Cass leaned back, took Nessa's face in her hands. "This wasn't your fault." Nessa stared back, numbly, her eyes wet and shimmering. "This wasn't your fault," Cass repeated, more fiercely. Nessa gave a single miserable nod. Cass pulled her back against her chest. Their hearts pounded together. The scarf gathered at Cass's shoulder was soon damp with Nessa's tears, but Cass was not crying. Not yet. Because her mind had narrowed itself on one single thought. Survive. They had to survive. They had to keep going. It became an obsession, one that only became louder, more demanding as the desert started to darken once again. More storm clouds were gathering overhead. Lightning struck the sands less than 100 feet away, leaving another of those shining clumps of fused glass. As Cass stared at it, she felt more magic slipping into the air around her, prickling her skin for a moment before becoming heavier, more violent, far different from the mild warmth of Nessa's. It was the same kind of magic Cass had felt from those tiger-like creatures, that powerful rush of it that was somehow foreign and familiar at the same time. "I think another beast is coming. We have to go." She leapt to her feet, dragging Nessa up with her. She managed to pull Nessa to the roan, and she had nearly convinced her to start climbing into its saddle when Nessa snapped out of her stupor and started to fight back, trying to rip free and return to the spot where Laurent was buried. "I can't leave him. Thunder crackled and boomed, cutting Nessa off. The remnants of her warm, comforting magic scattered, and the roan scampered away with it. Cass let out a curse. "Looks like we're walking." More thunder boomed, this time accompanied by another surge of magic that Cass again sensed without trying to. It was stronger than before. Overwhelming, almost. She gazed frantically up at the sky, and her eyes were drawn immediately to the source of that power. She was right. The lightning had woven together into another beast. She watched in horror as the clear shape of wings unfurled against the dark sky. Wings that were attached to a large body with clawed feet and a head with a wickedly curved beak. It swooped toward them. "Get down!" she shouted, and when Nessa didn't listen, Cass threw her to the ground herself and wrapped a protective arm over her. The swooping beast did not strike them directly, but lightning cascaded down along the path it flew over. It circled their spot on the sand, enclosing them in walls of twisting white electricity. Then it swooped back over the two of them and began to hover there, sending more electricity sizzling through the air with every flap of its wings. Cass moved to better shield Nessa. She sensed the attack building, and then she felt the lightning strike her, the pain that jolted through her entire body. But after that, nothing. Nothing. She couldn't move, couldn't think, couldn't breathe, couldn't see. Was this death? This must be death. She was terrifyingly aware that everything had stopped. And then it all sparked back to life just as quickly. All of her senses, all at once. The heat, the sense of smoke, the gritty sand beneath her, the pounding of two hearts, hers and Nessa's. Her body was burning. The pain was blinding. But she was still alive. Slowly, the electricity crackled away from her, and the burning pain began to subside. Cass leaned back to survey the damage. She was unscathed somehow, even though the ground all around her was scorched. Had she imagined that pain? Nessa appeared to have fainted. Her skin was pale and clammy, her breaths shallow.
Cass trembled. She wanted to faint herself, but instead she carefully worked her arms underneath Nessa's limp body, braced herself, and stood. She was vaguely aware of the dark clouds gathering above them once more. She staggered perhaps a dozen steps, and then a voice floated down over her. "You're both still alive. Interesting. And how did you remain conscious through that?" Cass didn't know. She didn't care. Because Laurent was gone, and Nessa was not conscious, and all that mattered now was reaching a safe place where they could tend to all of their wounds. Survive. But as she trudged onward, that lightning that had encircled them earlier flashed once more in the corners of her vision. It was moving as though it was alive, she realized. It shrank toward her and Nessa so quickly that Cass stumbled back in shock. She tripped. With Nessa's weight throwing her off balance, she hit the ground, hard. She swept a glance around her and saw that lightning pressed in from all sides. A cage. It continued to contract. "Let us go," Cass hissed, fighting her way back to her feet. "Now!" "Is that an order?" "Yes." "Do you realize who you're talking to?" The voice had hardly lifted above a whisper, and yet it rattled through Cass as violently as any crash of thunder. She shifted Nessa's weight in her arms and turned around. A dark cloud descended before them. As it came closer, it seemed to shrink, collapsing and morphing into the elegant shape of a woman, though by the time her feet touched the sand, she still towered over Cass, much too tall to ever pass for a human woman. Her torso also seemed much too long, as did her arms and legs. Those legs were hidden beneath a dress that shimmered like a storm-tossed sea. Her eyes were a deep, captivating shade of indigo. Her hair was the color of lightning. Her skin was as dark as the clouds she had emerged from, and as Cass stared at it, it changed. It darkened further. Splashes of silvery gray tumbled across it, and sparks of white flashed and died against the ebony canvas, as if there was a storm contained within her very body, swirling and pressing and searching for a way out. So who else could this woman be, then, if not the goddess of storms herself? It was obvious, but Cass didn't answer. She couldn't seem to make herself speak, and her silence made the goddess's eyes narrow. "Never mind who I am, then." "What about you?" said that goddess. "First you call my beloved beasts, only to cruelly tame them. And then you survive my attack. Just who are you, little one?" A simple question. And yet Cass did not have a clear, simple answer to give, and so she still remained silent. "Come, child. I have other things to do besides play guessing games with you. Are you so afraid of me that you cannot answer a simple question?" Cass gently placed Nessa on the ground. Then she straightened up and stepped forward, ripping the scarf from her head and face as she did. Whoever she was, she would not hide or cower before this goddess. Not when the beasts of that goddess had put her friend in the ground. If that goddess demanded a name, then she would give her one. Fury and grief burned anew within her, and her words came out like a declaration, a threat. "My name is Casia Greythorne, though I was born Valori de Solacin, and I am the first heir and the true queen of Melech, the last kingdom of the Kethran Empire." The goddess studied her for a moment, gaze lingering on her pale head, as if searching it for a crown, before flickering toward the scar on Cass's jawline. Then she laughed. The sound reminded Cass of a startled bird. "Queen, you say? Is that supposed to mean something to me?" Cass glared. More of that bird laughter.
If you've come to demand a favor from me, little queen, then you should know that I do not deal in human politics. The last royal scourge that attempted to gain my favor met a very painful end.
Is that supposed to mean something to me? Cass snarled back. I don't care how many you've killed. I already survived your beasts and your magic, and I've survived far worse things in the past. You don't frighten me. The last of this was a lie, of course, and it made the goddess smile. It was not a friendly smile. I don't, she said. What a pity. And then her skin was changing once more, from swirled with silver to nothing but silver, and soon she was nothing more than bands of silver-white lightning in the vague shape of a woman. Those bands tumbled and crackled. Her arms stretched wide and became wings that lifted her up, and further up before they folded around her body, and then unfurled again to reveal that her transformation back to that lightning bird was complete. Cass turned and started to race back to Nessa, but there was no outrunning the beast above her. Lightning wrapped around Cass's body and lifted her off her feet, and then she was tumbling through the air, and she had to shut her eyes to protect them from the wind and the sparks and the swirling sand. And once her sight left her, everything else went with it. Chapter 18. Cass could not move. Her eyes were closed and would not open, and she saw only darkness. But she could still feel the vibrations of footsteps. She could sense other bodies moving around her, hands touching her, voices speaking over her. Those hushed voices spoke in an odd mixture of languages. She could only decipher every few words, and she could pin no meaning to any of it. She kept trying to move. Her muscles kept refusing. Every refusal brought a new flicker of panic with it. Soon her heart was beating dangerously fast with that panic, and so she tried instead to keep motionless for a moment, to calm herself down before she made her paralysis even more complete. She drifted in this hellish suspended state for what felt like hours. Then she felt something familiar, not a physical touch, but a cold shiver of magic winding through her. The crisp scent of winter came with it. And despite that cold, Cass felt herself beginning to thaw. Her muscles jerked. Her eyes twitched, still fighting to open, still determined to see. She finally managed to open them, and she found Elander sitting beside her, his elbows resting on his knees, his fingers steepled together in front of him, his head bowed in thought. Her throat still felt tight, her tongue oddly swollen. But she forced out a cough, and then words followed it. You came. His eyes flashed open, but he only stared at his hands as he said, Sorry I was late. I got held up by that business in the north, I'm afraid. Another cough. The words seemed to be sticking, piling up in the back of her throat. I thought something terrible had happened to you. I'm fine. Fine. But he didn't deny that something terrible had happened. Why not? Where had he been? What had held him up? She studied his face, searching for clues, and perhaps it was her imagination, but he looked tired, more exhausted than she had ever seen him look before. She sat up. The room tipped and swayed, and she might have crashed back into the pillows if not for the hand Elander slipped against her back. Easy, he commanded. The storm goddess used her magic to paralyze your muscles. I drained that magic, neutralized it essentially. But I am no healer. I can't undo whatever damage she might have caused.
A subdued but unmistakable hint of anger clung to the words. But Cass could not think about the damage that had been done to her, because now that Elander was back, those images she'd seen just before crossing the desert were flashing in her mind once more. "I had a vision," she said. "A vision?" She pressed her fingertips to her forehead and squinted, trying to remember it more clearly. "A vision of oblivion falling. And there was blood against white stone, and shadows, and a body on the floor. I thought it might have been yours." Erlander leaned back in his chair. If her vision concerned him in any way, he didn't show it.
"Oblivion still stands,"
he informed her.
"And so do I, obviously. I'd say I'm in better shape than you are at the moment."
He had a point, she supposed. She hugged her arms against herself and looked away from him, numbly taking in her surroundings. There wasn't much to take in. They were in a room with pale blue walls and no windows. The bed she sat upon hardly qualified as such. It was little more than slabs of wood wrapped in thin blankets. There was a metal door in front of her, partially ajar, with the symbol of storms in its center. Cass stared at that symbol for a long time, trying to make sense of all that she had seen since she'd sat at the desert's edge with Rhea.
"Casia, what happened to you precisely?"
It took her a long moment to find the strength to answer him. "This is all wrong. This is not how I was supposed to come to Stormhaven. We crossed the desert, but there were beasts, and their magic was strange. And the sands shifted, and now Laurent is gone." Her hand flew to her mouth and fisted against it, holding in the quiet, sudden sob that nearly tore its way from her throat. Elander moved to sit next to her on the bed.
"And what?"
he prompted. She shook her head. She couldn't speak, because it was precisely as she had told him that night at the lake. A void opening inside of her and swallowing up everything she started to say. She couldn't think, couldn't form words, couldn't move so long as that void was widening, pulling her toward its darkness. The room was swaying again, but again Elander's hands found her and held her steady. One against her side, the other weaving its way into hers, before her fingers could start nervously tapping the sheets. "I wasn't supposed to come here as a prisoner, I meant," she finally managed to say. "And I wasn't supposed to come here alone."
"What happened to the others?"
A rumble of thunder interrupted them before Cass could reply. A clamor of footsteps and voices followed it, and Elander slowly pulled his hand from hers. He rose to his feet and positioned himself between her and the doorway.
"The goddess is coming,"
he said. His exhaustion was even more evident now. She hadn't imagined it before.
"Prepare yourself,"
he muttered.
"This could get messy."
"Messier than it already is?"
"Yes, because I wasn't exactly invited into this haven myself. I kind of let myself in."
"You said that you and the storm goddess were friends."
"No, I said I knew her. Big difference. Although we were friends once upon a time."
"What happened?" He sighed. "If you say it's complicated to me one more time, I will stab you."
"With what?"
he inquired, his gaze jumping from her empty bedside table to her body, which had been stripped of armor and weapons alike. "Give me a moment and I promise you I can get creative." He looked like he might have been starting to smile, but he turned away before it fully formed.
because at that moment the goddess of storms stepped through the doorway, followed swiftly by two figures dressed in robes of white. The goddess seemed tamer in this interior space, but only marginally so. Her pale blue hair floated around her, and the many layers of her dress billowed violently about, as if it was all caught in her own personal windstorm. Her skin was now a normal human shade, though it was still the darkest shade of brown Cass had ever seen, and it still lit occasionally with cracks of pale blue energy. She took no notice of Cass. She stepped directly toward Elander and said only one word. "You."
"Hello, Nephil."
Elander flashed her a charming smile. The goddess did not appear charmed by it.
"You,"
she repeated, sweeping deeper into the room and stopping just short of Elander.
"I thought my servants were lying when they informed me that you were here, that it had to be some sort of foolish prank. And then I encountered two of those servants lying lifeless on the ground outside. They aren't actually dead, for what it's worth."
"No. But you admit that you had the audacity to come into my domain and use your magic within it, both to silence my guards and free my prisoner."
"I am nothing if not audacious."
"Why are you here?"
"Because I have a vested interest in this woman that you've taken as a prisoner."
His gaze finally flickered over Cass, and Cass fought off the urge to flinch.
"Of course you do,"
the goddess spat.
"Another troublemaking human with a flagrant disrespect for the divine. Did you learn nothing from the last time you showed an interest in such a creature?" "Apparently not,"
said Elander with a shrug. Cass wanted to ask for details about that last time, but there were too many other questions that she needed to ask this goddess first. She also had a feeling Elander might get them both struck by lightning if she let him keep talking, so she pushed through the lingering pain and dizziness she felt, and she got to her feet to intervene.
"Never mind him," she said loudly. "Why am I here? Why did you bring me to this place and try to imprison me?"
The goddess rounded on her, and Cass briefly regretted drawing her attention. She was terrifying, even in this more subdued form. Her skin darkened as she stepped toward Cass, and sparks of that whitish-blue energy leapt from her arms and crackled in the space between them.
"You sought an audience with the goddess of storms, did you not?" Or so I was told by my servants, who extracted this information directly from your nasty little friends."
Cass's heart skipped several beats.
"What have you done with them? Are they here?" "They are precisely where they deserve to be." "What the hell does that mean?" "It means I imprisoned them too, and it serves them right for attempting to break into my temple."
She turned to the two robed figures behind her, muttering once more about flagrant disrespect, and then she began speaking to those figures in what Cass assumed was Stormkind language.
"Tell me where they are,"
Cass said, shoving past Elander and grabbing the goddess's arm. Instantly, lightning exploded beneath her touch. Multiple crooked bolts of it leapt from Nephel's skin to hers. The bolts wrapped around Cass's arm and traveled the length of it before twisting away, only to gather in the air in front of her. With a wave of her hand, Nephel wrapped those bolts into a javelin that she aimed at Cass's chest. But instead of striking Cass's chest, it collided with Cass's magic, with storm magic that she had not even consciously summoned. It simply rose out of her to meet the power of the goddess, slamming into that power with a force that sent both of them stumbling back. The goddess glared at her for a moment, before she furiously started to close the space between them again.
"You little... She carries your magic, Nephil."
Elander's voice snapped through the room, louder even than that magic that still sizzled and crackled all around them.
The storm goddess stopped advancing. Her gaze shifted between Elander and Cass, still livid, but she eventually went back to ignoring Cass and looked to Elander once more.
You didn't imagine that just now. She has storm magic, more powerful than any human I've ever encountered.
Elander continued, calmer now.
And you know the laws of the divine. That magic means you two are bound to one another.
Oh, how funny, snarled the goddess. You, lecturing me about laws, when we both know that you have no respect for such things yourself.
What does it matter what I respect? We're talking about you, not me.
The storm goddess looked flustered for a fraction of a moment, and even once her composure returned, she still didn't seem to know what to say to this argument. He actually rendered this terrifying goddess speechless. Cass couldn't help but be impressed.
Show her again, Casia,
Elander said, glancing at her and speaking with a confidence that she wished she shared. The room, already cramped and small, seemed to tighten around her with every deep breath Cass took. But she looked at Elander, and she nodded. She could do this. It had all gone wrong. Terribly, terribly wrong, and not at all according to plan. But she was here, wasn't she? And now there was nothing to do except rise to meet the situation that was in front of her. So she held out her hand, and she focused on summoning more of that storm magic, on purpose this time. She was determined to show control, to prove to this goddess that she was capable of wielding her storm magic, even if she herself didn't quite believe that yet. Several tense seconds ticked past, and not even a spark appeared. But then it came, so sudden and so intense that it drew gasps from the robed figures behind the goddess, a brighter display than anything Cass had managed yet. She felt as if she was pulling in the energy of the haven, and perhaps of the goddess herself, along with the scraps of electricity still hovering after their earlier collision of magic. And all of it was twisting, tightening, strengthening into a massive column of sparking light that reached all the way to the ceiling. It grew wider, heavier. Cass struggled to stay on her feet, to not think of all the times this magic had jumped out of her control in the past. What am I going to destroy this time? Stop, the goddess ordered. Cass tried to, but she couldn't. Stop, Nefel thundered. Cass squeezed her hand into a fist and took a step back, hoping the magic would move with her. It didn't. Her arms shook. Her lungs burned. The room grew colder suddenly. Even as her own magic was crushing her, demanding nearly all of her focus, she still recognized the threads of Elander's power weaving through it. He was neutralizing it, killing it, just as he'd done to free her from Nefel's paralyzing spell. He'd used that power to stop her own magic in oblivion, too. It had frustrated her back then, but now she was grateful for it. Everything seemed to stop except for the goddess, who slowly stepped toward Cass. The train of her dress swished loudly in the silence. What are you? The goddess circled her, studying her, before jerking her head toward Elander. Some sort of demonic beast that he's somehow managed to conjure up. I already told you who I am, Cass growled. Oh yes, of course. The goddess gave a slight mocking curtsy. Forgive me, your royal highness. Cass swallowed down her retort. But I said what, not who. I don't know what I am, she admitted quietly. I came here hoping you could help me answer that. That is why I desired an audience with you. For the briefest of moments,
Cass thought she saw a flicker of humanity in those indigo eyes. She was human once, Cass thought, remembering the conversation she'd had with Elander that night at the lake. Maybe I can appeal to that humanity somehow. But then Nefel dismissed her with a snort, and turning back to her servants, she announced, "She carries my magic, perhaps, but it feels wrong. And she doesn't carry my mark. I gave her no blessing, and I am under no obligation to protect her or help her. If anything, her unnatural magic is dangerous, and I should have killed her in the desert." "Then what will it take to earn your blessing?" Cass blurted out. The room went very still once more. The goddess looked back at her. "Earn it? I'll do anything you ask. Anything. As long as you promise to let my friends go too." "Anything is a strong word. Maybe we should—" Elander began, but Nefel held up her hand. His gaze darted from the goddess to her servants, considering the odds perhaps, before he folded his arms over his chest and fell silent. "You are an intriguing thing, aren't you?" asked the goddess, stepping back to Cass. She came so close that Cass was forced to look up in order to keep meeting her eyes. There was nothing human flickering within those eyes now. They were wells of deep nothingness, and Cass couldn't help thinking again of that void that had nearly swallowed her earlier. But she did not flinch in the face of this darkness. She kept her chin lifted, her gaze locked with Nefel's. Finally, the goddess canted her head to the side and said, "Fine." She somehow managed to make her smile look like a threat. "I will take you to your friends, and you may have them back if you can prove yourself worthy of reaching them." There was no time to change her mind. In an instant, it was happening just as it had in the desert. A rope of lightning snaked its way around Cass's body and jerked her off her feet. And then she was hurtling through the air, weightless and directionless. Everything became swirls of color at first, and then darkness. She closed her eyes as her stomach heaved, and she opened them again only once she had jerked to a stop. She hovered briefly over a floor of polished stone before Nefel's magic released her and dropped her roughly against that stone. Cass broke the fall with her knees, and sharp pain shot through her legs. The two figures in white appeared seconds later, and Elander with them. They landed far more gracefully than she had. She watched those two figures for a moment while she massaged her sore knees. Were they lesser spirits that had sworn themselves to Nefel? She tried to recall which spirits served this goddess. There were so many divine beings that it was difficult to keep track, and the events of the past weeks had left her feeling even more ignorant about it all. For the moment, she redirected her attention to the battle in front of her. They were in a room so vast and drafty that at first Cass thought they had traveled to someplace outside. But no. There was a ceiling high above them, and eventually the room ended in walls glazed in translucent, amethyst-colored crystals. Far in the distance was an arch made of those same shimmering crystals, and beneath it was a large white door. Cass got to her feet, wincing a bit from the pain in her knees. "Can we please just walk to wherever we're going next time?" "You want to walk?" laughed the goddess. "Perfect, because it's only a short walk to your friends from here." The goddess nodded at something behind Cass, and Cass turned to see that the door beneath the arch was now open. Pale blue light filtered in through the opening. She moved slowly toward it. There was magic through that doorway. An enormous amount of it. She could sense it. Curiosity kept her moving, and on the other side she found a sweeping black sky above her and a steep hill below. The hill led down to an enormous canyon that she couldn't see the bottom of. Stretching across that dark abyss
was a bridge that appeared to be made entirely of that pale blue light.
"That is Osalithah," said Nefel, following closely behind her. "The Bridge of Storms. The silver towers of Stormhaven and your friends are on the other side of it."
Nefel lifted her hands, made a cage with her fingers. Electricity danced effortlessly to life within this cage, and then she hurled the entire ball of it toward the bridge. It struck the soaring support of the structure that was closest to where they stood. Cass watched as the goddess's power sank into the grooves on this support, creating a chain reaction that set the other supports alight with more electricity. The end result was so bright that it was momentarily blinding, even from the hilltop they stood on. And even as the brightness faded, storm magic continued to wind its way around the bridge. When the magic within it is charged and awake, none but myself can cross it. Not even other trespassing gods who happen upon this realm. Nefel paused and shot a nasty look at Elander before continuing. Even the mortal ones who actually carry my mark cannot set foot on it. But you called and tamed my beasts in the sand somehow, so let's see if you can tame this magic. If not, do mind the edges. It's quite a long way down if you tumble over the side. Cass took a few steps closer, until she could see that long way down more clearly for herself. She had many fears. Heights were not usually among them, but the longer she stared into that blackness, the more she began to reconsider her position on the matter. How high was this bridge precisely? "Well, are you still so eager to prove yourself?" the goddess taunted. "Yes," she said. "I am." The goddess did a poor job of concealing her shock. But of course she was shocked by Cass's quick answer. Because what person in their right mind would willingly walk across that death bridge? "My, how entertaining today is turning out to be," said Nefel, starting down the hill. Cass followed, intentionally avoiding Elander's worried gaze. And once they reached the bottom of that hill, she still didn't stop, and she still didn't look back at him. She let her momentum carry her all the way to the bridge, and she stepped onto it without hesitating. Chapter 19. Her first tentative step onto the structure sent a current of electricity shooting up her leg. She drew back. The electricity continued to hiss through her, lifting the hairs on the back of her neck and making her cringe. Rumbles of thunder echoed off the towers and vibrated through her body. She looked down, and she found that her hand had started tapping a nervous rhythm against her thigh. Her lips were moving, silently counting each tap. She had thought it before, and it was more true than ever now. This was a hell designed specifically for her. She hated storms, so of course fate would bring her to her own personal tempest and force her to find a way through it. The thunder briefly trailed off, and she could hear the goddess laughing behind her. Something about that laugh pushed Cass into motion. She clenched her fists together to keep her fingers from tapping, and she rushed forward, only to be immediately struck by a blast of lightning. She landed sideways on the bridge, rolled to a stop, and gasped for breath. The air hummed, crackled, threatened to strike her again. She forced her way to her knees and crawled as quickly as she could over the planks of the bridge, dragging herself to the relative safety at the end of those planks. Nefel was laughing again. Cass gritted her teeth and pushed back to her feet. The lightning continued to lash against the bridge, a continuous deluge of it that had essentially become a curtain blocking her way to the other side. There has to be another way across. Her gaze found those support towers that Nefel had sent magic crashing into. 6 in all. Only the 2 closest to her were still glowing from that infusion of storm magic.
and only the section of bridge between those two supports was currently suffering from a barrage of lightning. Which gave her an idea. To test it, Cass summoned a ball of her own electricity and sent it hurtling toward the third support tower. It sank into the grooved patterns on the face of that tower, and lightning appeared above the support a moment later. Throwing more storm magic into the recesses of that distant tower caused more lightning to erupt above it. After repeating this several times, the storm magic shifted as she thought it might, pulling and gathering toward that newest concentration of lightning she had created. And suddenly the path directly ahead of her was clear enough that she could weave her way through. She sprinted forward, her hands already aglow with more magic, ready to send it into another support further down the bridge. She could feel that magic pushing against her control, threatening to slip from her grasp, but she refused to let it. She could do this. She had figured out the trick. And she could do this. The loudest roar of thunder yet rumbled through the air. Lightning swiftly followed, flying from the goddess and striking all of the supports all at once. The entire bridge lit up with blinding, scorching bolts of pale blue magic. It knocked Cass off her feet, and it stunned her, briefly paralyzed her, which made it impossible to land with any sort of control. She hit the bridge with feet that were useless, and then she was flailing, stumbling, pitching over the side. Her hand caught the very edge of the bridge. Only 4 fingers kept her from slipping into the darkness below. Her other hand still felt numb, but she managed to reach up and take a more secure grip on that bridge. She hung there, trying to find the strength to swing herself back up. Above her, the storm raged on. The lightning grew brighter and hotter, and so blindingly bright that she had to close her eyes to keep them from watering. Her head was spinning. And her arms, oh, how they ached. If she let go, it would all be over. It could all be over. That dark abyss could swallow her up, and that would be that. Did she even want to cross this bridge? Asra was already gone. Laurent was gone. Nessa might be gone too. And how much longer before this foolish journey that she'd set out on claimed Rhea and Zev too? And all for what? So that she could go to war with her brother, and then with a deity even more terrible than the goddess currently torturing her? She was not a warrior. Not a queen. Why was she even here? Her head dipped toward her chest, unbearably heavy all of a sudden. No, she was none of those things. What she was heavy and tired. But she was also a survivor. She had walked through countless storms before, and she would walk through this one too. She heaved herself back onto the bridge, clumsily, and she rolled as far away from the edge as she could manage. She ended up on her back, trying to catch her breath as the space above her filled with more and more electricity. I'm going to survive this, she thought stubbornly. And she did. Because this time, that building storm magic did not touch her. It struck for her, and it instead hit an invisible shield of magic that reflected it back into the static-filled air. Cass tottered onto her hands and knees, crawled a few dozen feet, until she found the strength to stand, and then to stagger, and finally to jog. The storm around her did not cease, but it continued to ricochet away from that shield of magic that had wrapped itself around her. She felt every strike against that shield, like a wooden club slamming into her side, bruising her skin. It hurt. But she could feel that shield's power cracking, and she had no idea how she would restore it if it broke, considering she didn't know how she had summoned it in the first place. But it kept the paralyzing effects of the storm magic at bay, which meant that she could keep moving through whatever pain she felt. And so this is precisely what she did. She was sprinting by the time she reached the other side. She could hardly see through the pain blurring her vision, but she could sense the moment she stepped off that bridge, the air changing, the storm settling behind her. She had made it across. Euphoria swelled through her,
and she felt like laughing in spite of her pain. She turned and looked back at the path she'd taken. She briefly considered making a rude gesture toward that goddess who was still standing, no doubt speechlessly, on the other side. It would serve her right for taunting me, Cass thought. But she restrained herself and turned instead to the silver towers where her friends were waiting. The goddess appeared in front of her in the next instant, her arrival heralded by a clap of thunder. Her voice echoed with the same ferocity as that thunder. "That was not storm-kind magic you used back there." Cass took a step back, wishing that she knew how to summon that protective magic, whatever it was, so that she might wall herself off from this terrifying goddess. "You want my blessing," snapped Nefel. "And yet you fight with magic that clearly isn't mine." Elander and the two white-clad servants, along with two more similarly dressed people, caught up to them as well. But the goddess ignored all of these new arrivals, her gaze still fixed on Cass. "I don't know what you are, but you are not storm-kind. I stand by what I said before. You are something unnatural." Cass swallowed hard, trying to clear the lump forming in her throat. Several terrifying seconds ticked by. Nefel's voice was quiet, the first time Cass felt she could describe it as such, when she finally continued. "But I am not a liar," she said. "I promised you could have your friends if you could reach them, and I will not keep you from them." Relief started to flood through Cass, until she realized what the goddess hadn't promised. "Wait, so what about this magic? I need you to help me understand. Escort her to the other trespassers," Nefel said to her servants. "You may free those other trespassers as well, but I want nothing more to do with the matter." And with that, she turned and swiftly walked away. Cass started after her, but two of those figures in white wordlessly moved to block her path. She glared at each of the beings around her, demanding an explanation, any explanation, and her gaze ended up locked with Elander's. "Where is she going?"
"Who knows?"
he replied, frowning. Cass stared at the bridge as Nefel stormed her way across it. Its magic was docile at the moment, but what if the goddess changed her mind and reactivated it? And even if they all managed to cross it once more, how would they get out of this place? Would that goddess truly let them get out? She's going to leave us all here to die, isn't she?
"There's a decent chance of it."
Elander sighed.
"I'll talk to her. You go to your friends."
Cass felt a strange pull in her chest at the suggestion. She didn't want to go her separate way again. She wanted him to stay by her side. But she was too stubborn to admit it. So she nodded, braced herself, and then turned to follow the white-clad servants. Those servants didn't speak. They communicated only with each other, and only by way of gestures and pointed glances as they led Cass up a winding path that brought them to an unassuming wooden door. They both placed a hand on either side of this door. Pale blue magic fused into indentations that Cass had not noticed right away, and the door swung open with a creak. The servants immediately walked inside. Cass hesitated, because she was afraid. More afraid than she had been to step onto the Bridge of Storms, maybe. Because stepping inside this tower, and then into whatever room her friends were being held in, it would force her to count. 1, 2, 3. 3 of her friends remaining when it had once been 5. And that was assuming that Nessa had made it out of the desert alive. Perhaps it was only 2 left now. How could she face Rhea and Zev if that were so?
"This way, please,"
came the soft voice of one of the servants, speaking in the Kethrin common tongue. Cass swallowed hard. She was being ridiculous. If she could walk across the bridge of storms, she could step through a doorway. Inside, she immediately found herself at the top of a staircase. It was poorly lit, and Cass was wary of losing sight of her guides, so she didn't hesitate anymore. She followed them down, 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 past walls that were made of some sort of white stone. Images were painted and chiseled against those walls, grand, sweeping murals that depicted the storm goddess, her countless beasts made of lightning, and various other not-quite-human-looking beings that Cass assumed were Nefel's spirit servants. That staircase stretched on and on, deeper and deeper. Cass had just started to suspect that it might never end when, finally, it did. It opened into a small circular room. She heard the people inside of this room before her eyes adjusted to the lighting, and then she finally saw them. Her gaze found Nessa first, alive. They were mirror images as they caught sight of one another, both of them freezing in mid-step, staring, hands covering their mouths in disbelief. Cass blinked away tears and swept a look around the room. 1, 2, 3, 4. She didn't realize she had said the number out loud until Zev repeated it.
4? That's kind of a strange greeting, but hello to you too.
It was strange, but Cass couldn't offer a better one at the moment, as she was currently speechless, because Laurent was standing there, staring back at her.
Hello, Cass.
She threw her arms around his neck and buried her face against his chest, cutting him off. Her head stayed against him for a long time. She couldn't seem to drag herself away from the feel of his chest rising and falling with his breaths, or from the sound of his pounding heartbeat. His heart was still beating.
Are you all right?
He asked. You were buried, she said, voice quiet and thick with emotion and disbelief. I watched you sink.
Yes.
He stepped back, smiling softly at her as he pushed a strand of hair from her face.
And luckily I sank into one of those tunnels that leads away from that checkpoint we were attempting to reach. Though, for the record, I don't recommend accessing those tunnels in such a manner. The caretakers of that path were not thrilled with the way I came crashing down, bringing half the ceiling with me.
They were still nice enough to help treat our injuries, though,
Nessa said. What about you? Rhea asked her, her hand massaging the ruff of fur around Silverfoot's neck, calming him as he glared and growled at the servants still standing at the foot of the stairs. How did you survive that nastiness in the desert? And how did you find us here? Cass took a deep breath. She didn't want to relive any of the past day. She only wanted to keep embracing her friends and testing to make certain they were truly real, solid, alive. But all of their curious gazes soon became too much to endure. So she summarized those most recent events as quickly and clearly as she could, which admittedly was not very quick, nor clear, given the way her body still ached and her head still spun whenever she started to think about it all. But somehow she got it all out. And when she had finished, Nessa was the first to reply.
I vote we track that goddess down and demand she offer more help to you,
she said.
What else could you possibly do to prove your worth to her?
I would prefer it if we just got out of this place alive,
Zev countered, and worried about the rest once we're outside.
Alive. And far away from this place, and just to reiterate, alive. I would like to stay alive.
Cass gave him a wistful smile. Me too, she agreed. But I can't leave here without at least trying to win her over one more time. Otherwise, this whole excursion will have been for nothing. There were mumbles of both agreement and disagreement. Before they could decide one way or the other, the sound of footsteps reached them. A third servant, and then a fourth, descended to join the two already at the bottom of the stairs. Those cloaked servants spoke in whispers amongst each other.
Cass didn't recognize the language they were speaking in, but the topic seemed to be causing tension between them. She exchanged a worried glance with her friends. Zev subtly brought his hand up, glanced at it, and summoned the beginning of a spell. The servant closest to them eyed this summoned flame for a moment before dismissing it with a snort. Then she stepped away from the others, lifted her gaze to Cass, smiled, and spoke in a tight voice.
My goddess sent me to inform you that you may stay the night in her temple, so long as you promise to leave without any trouble in the morning.
Chapter 20. Several hours later, Cass sat alone on a terrace atop the main temple of Stormhaven. Her friends were scattered in the rooms down below, asleep, she assumed, because it must have been after midnight by now. The keeper of the haven had not made an appearance since that business at the bridge, but she had ordered her servants to provide food and drink, in addition to lodging, and those servants had thus been perfectly accommodating. The food had been delicious, and none of it seemed to have been poisoned, at least as far as Cass could tell. Small victories, she thought, swirling the contents of her wineglass around as she reclined in a stiff wooden chair, one of several scattered across the rooftop. The carafe on the table beside her was empty. That glass in her hand was well on its way to being empty too, and it was the third one she'd drunk thus far. She sipped it slowly while watching the night sky flash with lightning. Every bolt in that sky reminded her of the larger victories that she had yet to accomplish. She lifted a hand in front of her, summoned a bit of her own lightning, watched it lift from the lines of her palm and twist into a small current of power. It was easy enough, controlling little sparks like this. But the instant she tried to build it into something bigger, she immediately felt the strain beginning. Her hand cramped, and her skin itched, like it was being stretched out. Because this magic is too much for you and your weak body, your weak mind. You're weak, you're weak, you're weak. There were large bluish-gray orbs positioned in each corner of this deck she sat upon. All four of them were alight with tiny individual lightning storms. Frustrated, she flung her summoned magic at one of those orbs. It caused a short-lived explosion of sparks as it collided, and then it was gone. She took another long sip from the glass in her hand.
"Wine and magic," came a sudden voice. "That seems like a disaster waiting to happen."
She turned as Elander finished pulling himself up the ladder that led from the large room below. "I seem to be disaster-prone with or without wine," she said with a shrug. "I figured I might as well indulge. Besides, how often does one get a chance to be served wine courtesy of a goddess?" His gaze caught briefly on the empty carafe, but he offered no further commentary. He walked to the edge of the roof and stared out at the dark ridges of desert for a long moment before coming back to sit in the chair opposite of her. Her eyes followed his every movement. They always seemed to do that, she was noticing, unless she consciously fought against it. "So," she began, feeling a need to fill the silence. "You talked her into not kicking us out, at least."
"I suspect her hospitality isn't going to hold for long. I'd be prepared for an early start tomorrow."
Cass frowned.
"And it wasn't really me that talked her into it, by the way."
"It wasn't?"
"She was impressed by you. She just doesn't want to admit it."
"Impressed?"
"Why wouldn't she be?"
His gaze lifted to hers, and there was an obvious glimmer of admiration in his eyes. Her cheeks burned. Too much wine, perhaps. She lowered her gaze and pretended to wipe at a non-existent smudge on that glass she held as she said, "Anyway, I'm glad you're here. We didn't have much of a chance to talk earlier."
About that business that held you up in the north, I mean.
No, we didn't.
What news is there from Kethra?
Well,
He leaned back in his chair, stretching his legs out as he went. They were so long that his boot tapped against hers, despite all the space in between them.
your brother is still a bastard and a tyrant.
Not helpful.
But he's been subdued for the moment. He ran into a proper resistance in the city of Silverbank. Not just the sort of rebels you and I have associated ourselves with, but an actual foreign army. The soldiers claimed allegiance to the former kingdom of Sidira.
Darkhand mentioned a rumor about myself and the new ruler of that fallen kingdom, Crown Princess Soren, or Queen Soren now, it seems. Elander's jaw clenched at the mention of Darkhand. He rubbed his hand against it for a moment before he managed to loosen it and continue in a calm voice.
Viren has stopped most of his demonstrations against the magic users of the Empire for the time being, but likely only so that he could focus on assessing the threat that might come from Sidira.
I wonder how many soldiers Soren actually has under her command at this point. Enough to wage a full-scale war against Varen?
Doubtful. Unless Sidira has done a very good job of hiding their army's true strength over the past years. That fallen kingdom is too divided to mount any real offensive attack, I'd think. This will more likely prove only a minor detour for Varen. He'll crush Sidira back down and then move on.
Cass felt restless just thinking about it. She stood, gripping the back of the chair to steady herself. Alcohol was much easier to handle when one was sitting down. Getting to her feet might have been a mistake.
Are you okay?
I'm fine. She waved a dismissive hand, which only threw off her balance even more. Elander sat up a little straighter, as if preparing to catch her. She repositioned her hands on the chair, and she continued before he could stand and move to her side. I was thinking earlier about when you used your magic to drain my spells, and also against Nefel's paralysis. Is there really no chance that you couldn't also drain whatever sort of magic protects Varen?
I've tried, obviously. No such luck.
I figured as much. That would have been too easy, I suppose. She pushed away from the chair and made her way to the edge of the roof, stumbling only once, and only slightly, as she went. I have no idea how I'm going to deal with that magic, either. If Nefel won't see me again, or help me, then we're no closer to figuring out how to stop Varen. And now he's going to wage war against Soren and what's left of her kingdom as well. A servant interrupted them then, bringing another carafe of that bittersweet wine, and Cass accepted it without a second thought. Elander eyed it warily, but said nothing. It's been a long day, Cass muttered, explaining herself anyway. A long month, really. He offered a sympathetic nod, and then he rose to his feet as well, and walked over and leaned against the stone railing that ran along the roof's edge. He was close. Close enough to catch her if she stumbled again, though at the moment he kept his hands to himself. She had a feeling she might regret it, but she didn't move out of his reach. They leaned next to each other for so long that Cass finished her drink and lost herself in thought. And then he moved, brushed her elbow, and said,
Speaking of this long month, I'm sorry.
She glanced over at him. Sorry?
About everything. I don't think I ever really said it.
He's sorry.
What?
He said.
Why are you looking at me so suspiciously?
Because I'm suspicious. He lifted his gaze to the sky, laughing softly and shaking his head.
And drunk.
A little, she admitted with a shrug. But I'm sober enough to tell you that you're wrong.
Pardon?
You did say it before. You told me you were sorry when we were in Oblivion. The memory of that place caused a slight shiver to ripple through her. She leaned away from the wall, intending to hug her arms against herself, and her balance swayed. His movement was quick, subtle. A steadying hand against one hip, and then a gentle touch against the other. And suddenly they were facing one another with only inches between them. And I replied that I hated you, she reminded him, her voice softer than she'd meant for it to be.
Right.
He slid one hand around to the small of her back, steadying her further.
Well, then we're making progress, I suppose. You don't hate me. You're just suspicious of me.
Very suspicious. He grinned.
I can't imagine why.
She traced the hand he had against her hip. Because I assume you're just trying to get me to sleep with you again for starters. And that's why you're sorry. Admit it. You're still disappointed that I cut you off at the lake the other night, aren't you? Is that the real reason you came back to see me?
Don't be ridiculous.
It's a little true, though, isn't it? He sighed. Well, I'm sorry, too, she said after a pause.
About
your sexual frustrations. He massaged the space between his eyes. When you were the god of death,
I'm still the god of death.
And you couldn't, get any. Did it negatively affect your work? Did you go on killing sprees to work through your unmet desires?
How much have you actually had to drink tonight?
That, she snatched her empty glass from the railing and held it up between them, is not relevant.
You shouldn't be so willingly gulping down everything the fell serves you. I'm still not convinced she doesn't mean to kill us all before morning.
She doesn't frighten me.
She should.
But I have a flagrant disrespect for the divine, if you'll recall.
How could I possibly forget?
His hand was still against the small of her back. His fingers tapped absently, and his gaze focused on something behind her as he said,
But yes, to answer your question, being with you in the water the other night was frustrating. For more reasons than one.
She tried to look away from him. Failed. She shouldn't have responded, but she couldn't help herself. We could do something about that frustration. His gaze moved back to hers. Her knees suddenly felt weak.
No, we can't,
he said.
Because you are, as I already stated, drunk.
She snorted.
If that were not the case, rest assured that I would work out all of my frustrations with you.
Right here? In the middle of this sacred place? She pretended to look scandalized by the thought. The slightly crooked smile he gave in response was even more dangerous than his gaze. He leaned closer, and his next words were a whisper against her skin.
We could desecrate this temple,
he said.
And I wouldn't even care.
A dizziness that had nothing to do with the wine overtook her. His lips bumped against hers. Not quite a kiss, just enough of a touch to return the frustration she had apparently caused him. Then he placed a firm grip on her arm and said,
Now, come sit back down before you topple drunkenly off the roof, and then I'm forced to try and convince your friends that I did not, in fact, push you off.
They'd never believe you.
My point exactly,
he muttered. She allowed herself to be led back to the circle of chairs, then lowered into one, and she didn't object when he pulled his chair right up next to hers. Her head was swimming too much to object. She closed her eyes, trying to make it stop. A minute later, she felt him extracting the stem of the wine glass from her grip and sliding a metal cup into her hand instead. She took a drink from it without opening her eyes and immediately made a face. "What is this?"
It's cold water.
You've tricked me again.
Yes, but for your own good.
Well, it tastes terrible compared to the wine.
Just drink it, you ridiculous human.
She sipped it begrudgingly. Elander watched one of those electric orbs sizzling and popping in the corner of the roof, and Cass watched him, until she finally couldn't take the silence anymore. "What happened between you and the goddess of storms, anyway?" she asked. "Are you ever going to tell me?" No reply. "Is she your ex-lover or something?" She meant for it to sound like a joke, but it came out sounding like an accusation. "I have officially had too much to drink." Elander's lips quirked on one side.
Is that jealousy I hear in your voice, Thorn?
Hardly. The back of her neck burned. She gripped her glass of water more tightly and made a point of avoiding his gaze. He laughed.
Wine makes it difficult to hide your true feelings, doesn't it?
"I hate you," she grumbled.
No, you just want to,
he reminded her. And she returned the smile he gave her in spite of herself. And then they fell into a quiet truce as easily as they'd fallen into their argument. It was several minutes before Elander spoke again.
I asked for her help with something. Coerced her into doing it, really. We were friends, as I said, and I took advantage of that in a way that I shouldn't have.
You aren't going to tell me the details, are you?
You're too drunk to remember them anyway,
he insisted. All the more reason you should just go ahead and tell me. It's not like I'm going to remember this conversation in the morning. He rolled his eyes.
Never mind the details,
he said.
And it's my turn to ask you a question anyway. So where will you go from here?
You're always asking me that, it seems.
But you do have a plan, don't you? Or are you too drunk to remember it?
I'm not that drunk. He lifted a brow. Rykara isn't far from here, she said, taking care to speak clearly. Another 2 days' ride at most.
You're going to see the High King and Queen.
She took another long sip of water and turned the cup around and around in her hands, trying to gather her thoughts. If Varen insists on going to war with me, we may need allies. And more than just what the fallen kingdom of Sidira and the other rebels of Kethra can give us. And I know the High Court of Sandolia has already been watching Varen closely. I was at the palace when they sent an emissary to accost him a few weeks ago. Varen told me they had been pressuring him about the fading sickness and other matters. She shrugged. It just seems like a good idea to introduce myself to that high court, I suppose.
You believe they'll be receptive to an alliance with you?
An exiled queen with dangerous, unpredictable powers and her ragtag gang of friends, being hunted by an unstable king-emperor and a vengeful upper god. I mean, I can't think of a reason why they wouldn't want to welcome us with open arms. He smiled at the dry tone of her voice. We've been over this, she said with a sigh. I'm an optimist, remember?
No, you're delusional.
Same difference, she reminded him. He chuckled softly at this echo of his own words, from that conversation they'd had when they first met. I'm also hoping that there might be more answers about me, my magic, my strangeness, or whatever. That capital city is famous for its various libraries and scholarly institutions, and the Queen herself is said to have some interesting ways with magic and connections to the divine. Elander nodded, but he didn't speak. His brow was furrowed in thought, thinking about where he was heading next, perhaps. She was going to Rykara, but what about him? If he went his separate way again, would it trigger more visions like the one she'd had at the edge of the desert? The thought made Cass reach for him before she realized she was doing it. The armrests of their chairs were so close they nearly touched, so it was too easy, finding his hand and slipping her fingers through his. He didn't resist, but it was a long moment before he finally let his arm relax against hers. Hey. The word slipped from her lips, soft and sleepy from the wine. He glanced over at her. Thank you for apologizing earlier, she said.
Is that the Wayne talking?
Not this time. He held her hand more tightly, shifted his body so that her head rested more completely in the crook of his arm, and he gently kissed the top of her head. She closed her eyes and breathed in his scent. Also, He lifted her hand, absently traced the lines of her palm.
You would?
I don't want you to go. She was tired of pretending otherwise. And yes, perhaps a bit drunk, too. So she told him the truth. I want you to go with me to Rykara. He didn't reply right away, so Cass moved, craned her neck so she could better see his face. But she couldn't read the expression on it. Was it fear, regret, longing? Whatever it was, he soon covered it up with a slow grin.
That must be the Wayne talking,
he said. It isn't, she insisted. She kept her gaze locked with his, until suddenly they were leaning into one another, their noses bumping, their lips brushing in a slow kiss that left her with an ache in her chest when he pulled away a moment later. He cupped the curve of her jaw, kissed her again, pulled back and studied her for a moment before he said,
I'll stay with you as long as I can.
Cass nodded, and she settled back into her place against him. But she was troubled by the way his eyes had looked away from hers as he'd spoken. I'll stay with you as long as I can. What did that mean? At some point, Cass fell asleep, curled up in that uncomfortable wooden chair on the roof. She woke up stiff and aching, with Elander's coat draped over her, and to the sight of a blood-red sun hanging low in the sky. Only a few scattered dark clouds hindered that sun's light. Elander was gone, but the goddess of storms stood at the roof's edge, stared out over the desert. She heard Cass stirring, and she glanced over her shoulder. You may be strong, mused the goddess, but not strong enough to withstand that much Marisage wine, it seems. Cass sat up, rubbing her eyes. Her head throbbed. How much of that wine had she ended up drinking? And what had been in it? What day is it? She asked groggily. Only the next. Nefel pursed her lips. I didn't poison you, if that's what you're insinuating. Cass still eyed her warily as she stood up.
She left Elander's coat folded in the chair, and she walked to the goddess's side, peering out across the sands for herself. She didn't feel poisoned, at least, just hungover, and anxious about what that sunrise and the new day it signified would bring with it.
"You look troubled, little one,"
Nefel commented after a moment.
"Because I am."
The goddess snorted at this. Cass wasn't sure what to say next, or how to bridge the uncomfortable tension rippling between them. She wanted to beg Nefel for help with her magic without wasting another second. But it was that unexplainable magic that had frustrated and infuriated the goddess so intensely yesterday, and to bring it up so quickly felt reckless. Perhaps she could find a way to ease into it. For the moment, Cass settled on the other thing they had in common.
"Is Elander still here?"
"You're worried he's already up and left you,
Cass kept her eyes on the red-splashed sands and didn't reply. Nefel laughed softly.
"He has his tendencies, doesn't he?"
For some reason, Cass's skin burned hot at the suggestion.
"It's complicated."
He wouldn't leave if he didn't have to. He answers to a higher power, same as you.
I assumed you would understand that.
I wonder. Nefel turned and leaned her back against the stone wall that ran along the roof's edge. She folded her arm across her chest and fixed her stormy purple eyes on Cass. How much do you actually understand about that higher power and the situation that Elander has found himself in? Cass shuffled uncomfortably beneath the goddess's gaze, hating the uncertainty that knotted up her stomach more and more tightly with each breath she took. Nefel seemed to enjoy watching her squirm. Her tone was almost gleeful as she said,
"He hasn't told you the truth about what landed him in this situation, has he?"
Her smile was conspiratorial, and Cass felt almost guilty for not turning away from her in that instant. It was far too obvious that this goddess intended to create trouble, and Cass hardly needed more trouble between herself and Elander. But she also tired of not having answers. So she met that stormy gaze and asked, "Do you know the truth?"
"Of course I know the truth, child."
"Stop calling me a child," Cass wanted to snap. But she was smart enough to hold her tongue when it meant she might get something out of it. She kept her voice as polite as possible as she asked, "Will you tell me?" Nefel arched an eyebrow. Cass held her breath as the seconds passed under the goddess's scrutinizing gaze. 10 seconds, 20 seconds, a full minute at least, long enough that she started to consider a way to change the subject. But then Nefel looked back to the desert and said, "I do indeed serve a higher power. The sun goddess who is the creator of all life. And her power of creation is one that the Rook God has long coveted. Coveted? So much so that he has tried to steal that power many times in the past. Which brings us to the matter of Erithor, or Casia, or Elander, or whatever he's going by now." She glanced over at Cass expectantly and waited for her to fill in the gaps for herself. Cass turned the information over in her head for a moment before she started to puzzle it out. He serves the Rook God. Did that god ask Elander to steal Solitus's life-giving power?
"You're not as dim-witted as you appear, it seems,"
said Nefel with a yawn. You could have just said yes or no.
"Very well, then, yes.
He was sent by Malafar, this is the Rook God's true name, to steal from Solitus. And he succeeded in taking a piece of that power, at least. Enough that it could have been devastating in the possession of the Rook God.
So was it Solitus that stripped Elander of his divinity?
But I thought he— "Let me finish," said Nefel, somewhat testily. "The sun goddess did not have to intervene because Elander ultimately failed his own upper god."
How so?
"By failing to deliver that which he successfully stole."
Nefel was quiet for a moment. Her lips curled with disgust.
"There was a human woman, and that idiot thought he was in love with her."
Cass frowned.
"What happened? That woman had a sister who was dying, and the god of death has no control over who lives. He can only cause death, or occasionally stall it at best. He could have taken away her suffering by ending her life, but he wanted to give her a renewed life in this world instead, for the sake of that woman he loved."
Elander's words from earlier echoed through her head suddenly.
"I am no healer."
So he gave the power he stole to that woman. The storm goddess nodded.
"That power became tainted once the mortals got a hold of it, of course. And when Malafar found out, he killed them both, the lover and the sister, and then stripped the death god of his divinity and much of his power. He might have killed Elander, too, but the belief among most of the divine courts is that the other two Morokai stepped in and prevented him from doing so. It's always a tumultuous affair, the death and replacement of a middle god. So they would likely have done everything they could to avoid it."
The sun goddess, too, even though he'd stolen from her.
"Solitus is a benevolent being, and she has her reasons for things."
Reverence smoothed Nefel's usually sharp voice.
How interesting, Cass thought. All of these divine beings and all of their relationships. And how confusing.
Her mind tried to sort through all the different snippets of the divine that she'd collected over the past weeks, to weave them into what Nefel had just told her. Her heart briefly wilted at the thought of Elander having such a profound, devastating relationship with that other human woman. It bothered her for reasons she couldn't explain. Or reasons she didn't want to explain, maybe.
So much trouble to save one life, she thought aloud.
It didn't seem to fit with the Elander that she knew. But then again,
a life that was taken in the end anyway, Nefel said with a huff. But he was the orchestrator of his own tragedy. He was weak, and he paid the price for it. He is still paying the price for it.
Cass's reply was quick. Love is not weakness.
I think you're mistaken, little mortal.
And I think you're kind of a bitch, middle goddess.
About which I am unapologetic.
Nefel smirked.
Also, aren't we quick to defend him once more?
Cass bristled. So what if I am? The goddess only laughed.
I think I understand why he's so fond of you.
He doesn't. He isn't that fond of me. Nefel scoffed.
Fond enough to risk the wrath of his master god for a second time?
Cass thought of those tired lines on Elander's face, the exhausted dullness in his eyes, the way he'd been late to arrive, and those last words he'd said to her last night. I'll stay with you as long as I can. Her throat closed up. She couldn't speak.
Oh, did it not occur to you that he might be suffering for the sake of being by your side?
Nefel shook her head.
If so, then I retract my compliment from before. You really are dim-witted.
Firstly, Cass ground out, that was a terrible excuse for a compliment. And secondly, of course that's occurred to me. He's told me as much.
Not everything is a secret between us.
Perhaps not everything. The goddess's voice was annoyingly smug.
He also told me you two were friends once, Cass fired back, and that you stopped being friends because he asked a favor of you that he shouldn't have. You are closer to the sun goddess than he is. That power of hers, did you help him steal it?
Nefel's jaw clenched. An obvious enough answer.
So I am not the only dim-witted one on this roof, Cass wanted to say. But again she held her tongue, and she simply waited for Nefel to speak.
He has a persuasiveness about him, the goddess finally muttered.
You must have been very good friends, to have gone against that goddess you serve for his sake. Nefel dismissed this with an irritable little wave. She was quiet for a long time, pressing her fingertips together, summoning spark after spark of magic. Finally, she spoke again, her eyes still on those sparks.
What I was to him is far less interesting to me than what you are to him.
Why do you care what I am? That conspiratorial gleam flashed in her eyes once more.
I love being in the middle of a good, messy storm. What can I say?
Cass looked away, determined not to indulge her this time.
You're in love with him, aren't you?
Nefel asked.
No.
Cass gripped the stone railing before her tightly enough that her knuckles turned white. She could feel the goddess staring at her. She fought off the urge to stare back for as long as she could, but eventually she glanced over and saw that almost sadistic glee lighting up Nefel's expression once more.
I won't tell, said the goddess with a wink.
There's nothing to tell, Cass growled.
And do you know what else?
Nefel continued after another long pause.
I think I actually like you myself, little one. So I am going to give you some free advice, in addition to my blessing. Step away while you still can. Guard your heart, because it won't end happily with him.
You're wrong, Cass wanted to say. But she couldn't speak, because suddenly her mind was full of those horrible images she'd seen on the desert's edge. And more visions joined it this time, too. The same visions that had haunted her nightmares for years. That wolf made of shadows, swallowing up everything in sight, and the sun goddess watching her with an agonized look upon her light-drenched face.
It won't end happily.
There were signs of this everywhere Cass looked, and yet she gave her head a little shake. She couldn't think about that now. She didn't want to think about it at all, or to appear any more vulnerable than she already had before the storm goddess. So instead, she focused on other parts of what that goddess had said. You said in addition to my blessing.
Indeed, I did.
Cass turned to her fully now, and she watched as Nefel turned those sparks at her fingertips into a twisting rope of electricity. That rope weaved around and around the goddess's arm as she continued to speak.
Because I've been thinking on the matter all night, she said, and I am still not sure who or what you are. But I will say this. I have yet to sense any malice in you. You faced death for your friends. You embraced the magic inside of you, even though it makes no sense to you or anyone else. And now you refuse to call love a weakness, even when it so very clearly weakened someone you obviously care about. You are intriguing, and I sense that there is something important about you, even though I myself cannot say whether that feeling is good or bad. But my benevolent upper goddess would want me to aid you, I feel, in hopes that it might tilt you toward the good.
That band of electricity around the goddess's arm brightened. It twisted away from the sleeve of her dress and into the air,
lengthened and then wrapped around Cass's arms instead. It tickled, lifted all of the little hairs along Cass's skin, but it was not painful. She could sense the enormous potential power in every spark, but that power only hovered against her, awaiting Nefel's command. Such incredible control, Cass thought. Could the blessing of this goddess really give her that same level of control? So, the goddess said, extending her hand, at least for my part, I will not send you back out into your wars without whatever help I can give. Cass was speechless. She could hardly believe what she was hearing. Was this some sort of trick? Another test? Your hand, Nefel ordered, unless you've changed your mind about wanting my help. Moving slowly from shock, Cass lifted her hand and placed it within Nefel's. The bands of electricity the goddess had wrapped around Cass's arm abruptly disappeared. I don't offer this lightly, said the goddess. Remember that. Cass managed a nod. It began with a flicker, and then another. Small but bright. They made Cass think of steel striking flint. Spark, spark, spark. And then those bands of electricity were back, circling Cass's hands, her arms, her entire body. Around and around they went, wrapping her in a storm that lifted her hair straight up, that tousled her clothing and made her feel as if her body was lifting from the ground. She looked down and saw that the toes of her boots barely touched that ground. When this storm around her finally settled, she didn't feel much different, aside from a heaviness in her right hand and a faint buzzing that lingered over her skin. But Nefel was smiling, looking very pleased with herself. There you are, little queen. Consider yourself storm-kind, and wield that mark and magic well. Cass turned her heavy hand over and over, studying the jagged symbol that now cut through the middle of her right wrist. She kept expecting it to disappear whenever she flipped her hand over and then back again, but it stayed. Nefel reached out and turned her palm toward the sky once more. 2 pillars of electricity rose upward and then twisted together until they had formed a single point, like a sword. Together? She suggested, glancing at Cass. So Cass followed her lead, lifting her palm and forging her own blade of lightning. It required a precise touch, a level of control that she had never managed before this moment, but suddenly it came so easily to her. She forged it, and she rose it alongside the blade of the goddess, and it felt light, as easy as picking up one of the actual swords that she had spent years training with. When the goddess sent lightning flying out from the tip of that sword, Cass did the same. Not bad, Nefel said, with another of those pleased smiles. And then, with a twist of her wrist, the sword of magic collapsed and flickered out of existence. Cass did the same with her own magic. So easy. She stared at her hand, at the mark that still glowed with a pale blue tint. A strange feeling overtook her, something between excitement and trepidation that she couldn't quite name. Can this shatter the shield that protects my brother? The goddess looked confused, so Cass elaborated, doing her best to describe that shield of apparent magic that always appeared whenever she fought with Varen. After she'd finished, Nefel regarded her thoughtfully for a long moment before she said, The storm magic inside of you is strong, and so are you. But if it's shield magic you're facing, you would be wise to seek out my sister too, before you go to battle with that King Emperor. Your sister? Aendrir, goddess of sky. I believe most of the humans in this empire call her Indre. Cass had not realized they were related. Yet another new fact about the divine. She was going to have to start writing all of these things down. I've considered seeking her out, Cass said, but I haven't been able to find any information about where she might be found.
Yes, she enjoys her privacy, even on the rare occasions that she graces her mortal haven with her presence.
But you know where that haven is, I'm sure. The goddess smiled.
I do.
And you aren't going to tell me, are you?
Go and earn it, my little queen. Same as you earned my mark.
Why are all divine beings such assholes? Cass lamented.
Why are all humans such entitled, needy little terrors?
Cass pursed her lips together. This argument was getting her nowhere. A minute passed, and then Nefel said,
You are heading to Rykara, are you not?
Yes, but...
You'll find what you need there.
But is that the fastest route to what I need? It's 2 days there at least, and then... The goddess rolled her eyes as she cut her off.
You humans are always so obsessed with how quickly you can accomplish things.
Cass took a deep breath and tried to speak calmly. There are lives at stake. The longer my brother goes unchallenged by me, the more secure his hold on the Catherine Empire becomes. And that hold is already proving deadly. Another few weeks could lead to all-out war, and then...
Well, feel free to pack up and leave immediately if you're in such a rush. You got what you came for, didn't you?
Cass snapped her mouth shut. Her fingers traced that mark Nefel had given her, and guilt flickered through her.
I'm sorry, she mumbled.
The goddess said nothing to this apology. She folded her arms in front of her and stared off at something far in the distance as she said,
That magic you used on my bridge. I am still trying to figure out what it was. I thought it was sky magic protecting you. But that sort of magic doesn't typically reflect power as you somehow did.
I've used that reflecting magic before, too, Cass told her. Though I don't really know how.
So many different combinations of magic,
Nefel began, more to herself than Cass. Her face looked troubled, annoyed, maybe, at her inability to figure things out. Which makes two of us, Cass thought. And then she said, That isn't normal, is it?
No, not at all.
So what does it mean? Nefel considered her for a long moment.
I think, she finally began, that it means you should leave as soon as possible.
She offered no more of an explanation than that.
My servants can see to any supplies you need. The humans around this desert are always offering sacrifices for us to collect. I dare say you and your company will get more use out of them than I would.
Cass sighed. She wanted more answers, and it was clear that Nefel did not intend to give them. But that goddess had helped in other ways, at least. And so, as Nefel turned to leave, Cass swallowed down her pride, and she called out, Goddess? Nefel slowed to a stop, and angled her face back toward Cass. Thank you for your help.
Ah, so it does have manners,
Nefel mused, before walking away and leaving Cass alone once more with her troubled thoughts. Chapter 21. It took 4 days, not 2, before the cobblestone streets and colorful huts of Rykara finally came into view. Most of this capital city of the Sundolian kingdom of Valen sat in a shallow valley, while the palace itself overlooked things from a hill in the distance. That palace was massive. Cass was far away from that hill, but she could already see the palace's various flags whipping about in the wind, along with the many flickering torches upon its face. The flames of those torches were faintly visible even at the late afternoon hour, due to an overcast sky that had long been threatening rain. That dreary sky, coupled with a longer-than-expected trip, had not boosted moods or morale amongst Cass and her group. A tension that she was not used to feeling with her friends had slowly been weaving its way in between all of them, and it only seemed to thicken as they rode deeper into the city. They approached a public stable and dismounted from the horses that Nefel had gifted them before leaving Stormhaven. With as few words as possible, they saw to their business. Zev and Rhea spoke the common Sandolian tongue the most fluently, so they dealt with the stable hands while Cass, Nessa, and Laurent wandered a short distance down the street. Every house they passed seemed to have a different pattern painted against its sides that were made mostly of dark clay bricks. Nessa's eyes were wide, taking in the colorful shapes and swirls against those bricks, but she kept her usual constant stream of chatter to herself. And Laurent, who would normally be boring them all with any and every fact he knew about their surroundings, also stayed silent. His gaze shifted up and down the street, watching for any potential threats. Across that street was a small shop with a window display full of bread boxes and pastry stands. Those boxes and stands were empty, and the sign in the window said closed, in the common tongue of this empire, Cass thought. It caught her eye only because of the wind chime hanging near the front door, clanging in the humid breeze. The chime was made up of 5 different bells, a larger one that displayed the symbol of the rook god, and 4 smaller ones that were stamped with the emblems of those middle gods and goddesses who served him. Her gaze caught on the symbol of the death god, and before she realized what she was doing, she was crossing the street. She leaned against the wall of that shop, subtly lifted her wrist, sliding her coat sleeve down far enough that she was able to see her own mark, newly given to her by the storm goddess. And she was grateful for the sight of it, thrilled at the way it seemed to have settled at least one facet of her strange magic. But there was no denying that something had shifted since those events at Stormhaven. How could they not? It had been far from a routine mission, even for her seasoned crew. One did not walk through the halls of immortal beings and come out the other side unchanged. And now Cass had done it twice. Her meetings with Nefel, her dealings with Elander and Oblivion, so much of it had been faced by her alone. And though Cass had filled the others in on those moments as best she could still see all the unspoken questions in their eyes whenever they glanced her way now. What was she becoming? What if this path she was on took her to a place where her friends couldn't follow her? It had already come so close to that. She didn't want to do this alone, but she already felt strangely alone as she stood on this foreign street, even as countless people passed her, and even when Nessa occasionally offered her a small, encouraging smile. That loneliness only got worse when Rhea and Zev caught up to them. Cass quickly slid that storm mark back out of sight, but Zev had already seen her staring at it, and as he approached her, his eyes trailed up to that symbol of death she was standing beneath.
"Wasn't he supposed to meet us in this city?"
he asked. He didn't have to elaborate on who the he in his question was. Elander had left their company on the 3rd day of traveling, both for the restorative energy of his personal godhaven and to see to those other tasks his upper god had bestowed upon him. They were to meet once more in this city. He had been to Rykara plenty of times in the past, most recently on behalf of Varen. During one of those recent visits, he had established a point of his magic that he could transport himself to. It was one of the few divine powers that he still carried in some capacity, that ability to transport. Cass wasn't sure she completely understood it, but it would make it easy for him to catch up with her, he'd insisted. And what could she do except believe him and hope for the best? She had other things to worry about either way. But in the meantime, his disappearance had only added to that uneasiness that seemed to be seeking every opportunity to arise between her and her friends.
Cass pushed away from the wall without replying to Zev. She shoved her hands into her pockets, found that piece of Asra's old wind chime, and ran her thumb along it as she started down the street.
"He'll show up,"
Nessa answered for her, following Cass and wrapping an arm through hers.
I'm still not convinced we should want him to show up,
Zev said, following closely behind.
I don't like the way he comes and goes and leaves you in the dark about so many things. Have you forgotten all of those things he neglected to tell you while we were staying in Varen's palace?
I haven't forgotten anything, Cass replied evenly. And we said we'd meet at the Riverkeep Inn. We're not technically there yet. Zev appeared to be forming an argument against this as well, but Cass continued before he could speak. We still have a common enemy at the moment, she reminded him. And if he's helping to keep Varen in check while we're away from Kethra, then how can you honestly be complaining?
"Because he's an expert at complaining,"
Nessa put in. Zev ignored the quip.
I still don't trust him,
he said flatly.
And there's more than a common enemy between you two.
Her face flushed hot.
I'm only telling you to be careful. No one else seems to want to say it out loud, but we're all thinking it.
I am being careful.
Give it a rest, both of you,
Rhea sighed.
But you agree with me, don't you?
Zev asked his sister. Rhea didn't reply, which essentially meant yes. Cass couldn't help but notice the way Laurent was purposefully avoiding her gaze as well. Nessa was still squeezing her arm, but Cass suspected it was more out of empathy than agreement. Nessa would probably still embrace her even if Cass had been accused of murdering half of the population of this city they were walking through.
That inn is just around the corner up ahead,
Laurent said pointedly.
Let's just go settle in and focus on our next move, please.
They fell silent. Cass hated that silence. And there was no escaping the awkwardness, no matter where she directed her attention. The unrest between them all was mirrored within the city itself. There were countless soldiers patrolling the streets, and more shops were closed than opened. The people who were out and about moved hastily along, and mumbles and uneasy stares seemed to follow Cass's every movement.
There have been whispers of trouble coming from the north,
Zev informed them, once they had enough space around them to not be overheard.
The stable hands were talking about it.
Soren is related to the High King, Rhea added quietly. They're cousins, I believe. And if tensions are growing between her fallen kingdom and Varen's rule, as Cass told us, then it makes sense that some of that tension is rippling toward anyone who might be an ally of Soren and Sidera.
There's a chance Varen found out we were heading south too, which will likely invite more of that trouble from the north,
Zev said.
"We've been careful about covering our tracks,"
Nessa insisted.
Maybe not careful enough,
Zev said with a shrug.
We're going to have to be mindful about how we approach the High King and Queen either way,
Laurent said.
Considering the amount of trouble we're potentially bringing to their doorstep, they may not even let us in.
The conversation trailed off as they approached their destination, as they found it too crowded to safely continue speaking about such topics. But once they were in their more private rooms, the talk of how precisely they were going to gain an audience with that High Court of Sundolia continued. The arguments circled around and around, and Cass soon grew irritated and restless. She excused herself, announcing that she was going for a walk. There were more arguments about her going alone, but ultimately everyone proved too tired to stop her. So she donned her hooded cloak and set off, alone, into the dreariness outside. A fine mist had started to fall, which had thinned the already scarce crowds even further. She passed few people, but the ones she did pass could not seem to keep from staring at her hair, even as she kept her hood wrapped tightly around her head. And so her aimless walk gained a purpose, to find a shop that sold magic crystals. Mimic kind in particular, so that she could blend in better with the people of this city. Miles of walking led her to no such shop. But this was not entirely a surprise. Rhea had spent much of their journey filling Cass and the others in on the broader aspects of Sandolian culture. So Cass knew that magic itself was not feared or frowned upon in this empire. Quite the opposite. But that people here were expected to use the divine blessing that they had been born with, if any. To otherwise experiment, with crystals for example, was generally frowned upon. Sandolia had historically divided itself into separate ruling clans even, based upon those markings that so many of its people carried. Those divine markings were present on almost every hand or wrist that Cass caught sight of. Many of the people she passed wore special gloves that were cut out in such a way as to frame those marks. Rhea had mentioned that the once rigid hierarchy of clans that existed here had been responsible, directly or otherwise, for countless wars throughout Sandolia's history. That practice of ranking based on marks had supposedly loosened up somewhat since the young High King had taken the throne, or that young ruler was trying to loosen things up anyway. But the way some of these Rykarians seemed determined to flaunt their divine connections suggested there was still much work to be done. Nearly all of the shops and houses she passed displayed some sort of divine emblem as well, and the wealthier-looking establishments, she noticed, usually carried the symbol of the Rook God, or one of the Mar that directly served him. What would they think of the marking Nefel had given her? Of her strange magic? Cass frowned, and shoved her hands into her pockets, reaching once more for that piece of Asra's chime, only to remember that she'd left it in her other coat. She withdrew her hand and massaged the Stormkind mark on it instead. It caused an odd rush of loneliness to carry a mark that outwardly made her look as if she could belong in this magic-embracing empire, while knowing inwardly that there was nothing normal about this particular mark or the magic it signified. Separate from her friends, separate from other magic users. She was beginning to feel as if she didn't quite fit in anywhere. And she was growing tired of people staring at her. She was considering turning around and heading back for the inn, until she caught sight of a towering black building in the distance. Her eyes were drawn to the top of it, to the diagonal spires that tapered like ravens' wings, stretched wide against the gray sky. Her curiosity overcame her annoyance with the people staring at her. She walked on, rounding a corner and stepping onto a street paved in white stones and lined with spiraling bushes. That black building sat at the terminus of the street, its polished face shimmering from the thin misting of rain. A sweeping staircase led up to its entrance. The street before her was nearly deserted, meaning no one was there to gawk at her. So she ventured further down and climbed that staircase, pausing to study the metal sign at its peak. The sign was written in a Sandolian script that she didn't recognize. She pulled her cloak more tightly about herself and stepped closer, studying it, before lifting her gaze to the building's front entrance. There were 2 towering doors, and in between them was a sculpted figure that appeared to be made of bronze, but which had been darkened, either by the hands of time or an artist, resulting in streaks of black. The statue was immense, 3 times the size of an actual man. It stood amongst a sea of feathers that shared that marbled bronze and black finish. One of those feathers had been fashioned into a quill that the sculpted figure clutched in his right hand, while in his other hand he held what appeared to be a fruit of some sort, a fig. A shield upon his back was etched with a divine symbol that Cass was getting tired of seeing. This was not a man, but a god. The Rook God. Her heart raced at the realization. But of course they would have statues of him. The High King of Sandolia carried the mark of that upper god, and it was the Rook clan that had long ago established this powerful kingdom as their own. Yet another potential point of contention between Cass and the ruler she intended to have an audience with.
How enthusiastically did the king worship that destructive god that wanted her dead? The longer she stared at the hollow eyes of that sculpted god, the more she felt herself drifting, her anxieties rising, her mind racing. The terrible, familiar by now images began to assault her thoughts. A tower crumbling, blood against white stone. And then a new addition to this vision. A vortex of black feathers spinning up, stretching out, falling away to reveal a gleaming sword.
"The Black Feather Institute,"
came a sudden voice, speaking in the common language of this empire. Cass jumped at the sound. She turned and found herself face to face with a handsome man with dark hair and brilliant green eyes. Her expression must have been one of confusion, because he frowned and said,
"Oh, sorry. Do you not speak Sandolian?"
I only speak a little." He tilted his head to the side, as if considering her accent.
"Catherine."
She remembered that conversation from earlier, about the rumors of trouble from the north. But this man had guessed her accent so quickly, and something about the clever gleam in his gaze and the thoughtful part of his lips made her think that she wouldn't be able to fool him with a lie. At least not about this particular topic. So she nodded. He gestured to that building behind her, and when he spoke again, it was in a somewhat rough but perfectly understandable version of the Catherine common tongue.
"Impressive, isn't it? The name, of course, comes from the legend of the rook god gifting mankind with knowledge."
He looked away from her, those bright eyes shining as they took in the building looming above them. She had already studied that building herself, so she studied him instead. His coat was simple, but finely made, and he hadn't bothered with its various buttons and fastenings. Its color was a vibrant shade of cobalt. Bold, rich colors seemed to be the norm for the clothing in this city, and her own coat felt particularly drab next to his. His hands were wrapped in gloves, hiding any mark he might have carried. Those gloves were free of dirt, but like his coat, the buttons upon the cuffs remained unfastened. There was a small smudge of what looked like ink on his left glove, and a matching smudge against his clean-shaven jaw. Clean yet messy, well-spoken, yet already distracted from their conversation by the building and its elegant features. Above the doors were more shields similar to the one on the back of that sculpted statue of the rook god. This is where the man's gaze remained fixed, even as she asked, "Are you one of the scholars that studies there?" The question seemed to amuse him.
"Only part-time, and only when the higher masters will have me. I could probably convince them to let us in and take a tour, though, if you'd like."
She hesitated, but it seemed safer than wandering the streets, and safer than going back to more arguments with her friends, perhaps. And she couldn't deny the curiosity burning inside of her. She wanted to see the inside of this grand building. The rain chose that moment to pick up in intensity as well, so when the stranger suggested again that they make their way inside, Cass agreed. Her escort knocked on the left door, using a ring held by a sculpted black bird with piercing eyes. A man dressed in a floor-sweeping gray robe opened the door. Her escort greeted him, and after a brief conversation in a language Cass did not recognize, they were permitted entry. They strolled together down a short hallway that eventually opened into a circular room edged with crisscrossing staircases. Those stairs reached all the way up to the top of the tower, past stained glass windows and colorful tapestries, and they led to more doorways than she could count. The bottom floor they stood on contained only another statue similar to the one outside. Gazing up from the center of this floor, Cass could see a ceiling made of glass far, far above them, shadowed by those black protrusions that had reminded her of wings. The dark-haired man started up the closest set of stairs, beckoning her to follow. Curiosity moved her once more, carrying her to the first floor, and then the second, where an open door led to a hallway that was bustling with people.
"What is your name?"
the man asked, back to the language of her own empire now. She thought again of that conversation Rhea and Zev had had with the stable hands, and she came up with a quick lie. Mari Blackburn.
"Lovely."
His gaze lingered over her, as if he expected her to say more. To come clean about her lie, maybe. Cass tensed. But she was clearly just being paranoid. Before she could even ask for his name in return, he had wandered away. He had spotted someone he needed to speak with, apparently, and he no longer seemed concerned about who she was. He seemed to have forgotten she was there at all. And nobody else seemed to notice that she was there either. Even her odd hair and eyes failed to attract much attention, at least compared to the stares she had attracted on the streets outside. The scholars here had seen, or at least read about, stranger things, she reasoned, and there seemed to be no shortage of more interesting things than herself contained within this tower. She wandered the hallways with her hands in her pockets, taking in the sights. Some of the doors were closed, but far more were open and spilling warm light into the hall. This tower appeared to be equal parts a research facility and a gathering place. In some rooms, men and women paced restlessly while reading, or stood hunched over tables studying, or before small audiences lecturing. In other rooms, groups of people were engaged in boisterous conversation over cups of tea or shared pipes. The aromas of spiced tea and pipe smoke mingled with the scent of old books and ink in the warm air, wrapping her up in a way that was heavenly. Cass briefly regretted leaving her friends behind, only because she wished they were here to see this place with her. Laurent would have been fascinated by the books. Nessa would have insisted they partake in those shared pipes. Rhea likely would have settled for the tea, and even Zev would have been rendered speechless, she thought. He would have loved the architectural features of this place, the details that were carved even in the most obscure places, from banisters that had been made to resemble twisting feathers, to the doorknobs with intricate designs engraved on their faces, to those stained glass windows that sparkled brilliantly even in the overcast daylight. The stranger who had shown her in briefly reappeared, just long enough to apologize and tell her that she was welcome to explore while he took care of a few things. She needed no more encouragement than that. She wandered more freely up and down the hall, and then climbed her way to the higher floors. She passed other wanderers who seemed equally free, lost in whatever individual pursuits they were here for. All around her, these people were piling books into their arms, picking up strange instruments, mumbling thoughts as they sorted through shelves lined with artifacts and oddities. At first, she was afraid to touch anything for herself. Everything looked so expensive and old, and she made it all the way to the 5th floor before she finally spotted something on a shelf that she couldn't resist picking up. A small marble statue of a winged goddess that looked vaguely familiar. She turned it over and around in her hands, noting every tiny detail. The goddess carried a sword that was marked with the storm symbol, and a shield that was marked with the sky symbol. She wore a helm that carried the star symbol, and upon her breastplate was a mark not unlike the crescent-shaped scar on Cass's jaw. She was still holding that statue when the man from before found her once again.
"Sorry about that," he said. "I told you I would give you a tour, and then I got distracted with a bit of business that I needed to tie up."
"It's fine. I took a self-guided one."
"You've found something interesting?"
He nodded at that goddess she clutched. "This is Solitus, isn't it?"
"Yes."
He took it from her and studied it for a moment before handing it back.
"I believe that particular piece was a gift from the Lumerian kingdom, from the Sun Queen Eliana."
Cass let her fingers trace the symbols upon Solitus's armor and weapons once more. Storm, sky, star, moon. All the separate kinds of magic that Cass had shown, at least in some form or fashion. And all of them ultimately derived from the sun goddess's magic. She'd had this realization before, but hadn't thought much of it. Or hadn't let herself think much of it, to be precise. She had been focused mainly on the storm magic, on dealing with things one step, and one type of magic at a time. But now that storm magic had settled into place within her, and seeing all of these symbols together like this, carried by this single upper goddess, made her curious. Had the sun goddess herself chosen to give her all of these different magics? And if so, then why?
Stormkind, I see,
the man commented. He was looking at that new mark on her wrist. She subtly moved her arm until that mark was out of sight. Yes.
So no wonder you're interested in this particular statue. Solitus is the one you ultimately pray to, I presume?
It was what one would expect of a normal stormkind, so she lied and said, yes. He considered her for a long moment.
We don't see many of the Storm Clan around here. Is this your first time in Rykara?
She nodded.
There's a room on the floor above that houses a great deal of things dealing with the history of that clan. Would you like to see it?
He seemed thrilled by the prospect of delving into this history. Whether for her benefit or his own interests, she wasn't sure. Not wanting to be rude, Cass agreed, and she placed the statue back on the shelf and followed the man. It was only her imagination, no doubt, but she couldn't shake the feeling that the goddess was watching her leave. They walked to a small room whose walls displayed various maps of the city throughout its history, along with charts of local flora and fauna, and artworks that depicted pivotal moments from the area's past. There were no windows, but bright lanterns hung in the corners, and a pair of flickering candles on a desk in the corner provided additional light. That desk appeared recently used. In addition to the candles, there were scraps of parchment, opened books, and a messy assortment of other odds and ends. Her companion went straight to it, as though this mess belonged to him. Cass wondered if this room also served as an office for this part-time scholar. After a moment of shifting through papers on that desk, he seemed to remember that he had promised her a history lesson. He walked to a nearby shelf, gathered up several StormClan-related books and scrolls, and offered them to her. While he went back to that desk, Cass took the most interesting-looking book and made herself comfortable on the settee against the back wall. It felt so nice, and normal, to curl up with a book. It was precisely the remedy she needed after feeling so strange and disconnected during her walk through the city. Books had always made her feel less lonely, no matter what was happening around her. Minutes later, a knock startled her from her reading. A nervous-looking boy wearing a robe that appeared to be 3 sizes too big for him stood in the doorway, his arms overflowing with more books.
The items you requested, Your Majesty.
Thank you, Owen.
Cass stared at the dark-haired man still bent over his desk, writing something with a black feather quill. Your Majesty? Without looking at her, he stood. He went to the delivery boy, and after repeatedly insisting that he didn't need anything else from this clearly eager-to-please young man, he took those books, along with a small leather bag, and dismissed the boy. He carried the delivered items over to his desk and started to sift through the contents of that bag without comment. Cass was still glaring at him when he finally looked up at her. Your Majesty? She repeated.
Imris Calder-Valen, servant of the second upper god, king of rooks and keeper of the high throne of the Sandolian Empire, he muttered. And yes, Your Majesty for short. They insist on using that title, even though I've asked them not to bother with it.
Realization flooded through her, and her skin prickled with alarm.
Do you know who I am?
Your reputation and certain rumors precede you.
He looked perfectly unapologetic about having misled her.
The master stable hand your company spoke with is an old friend of mine, he said, by way of explanation, and very little happens in this city without my knowledge.
He went back to that bag and finally withdrew what appeared to be a gold-plated stamp of some kind. He reached for his feather quill, wrote a few more words on the note he'd started earlier, and then folded that note in half. "I'm not here to cause any trouble," Cass said quickly. "I don't know what that stable hand told you, or what rumors you've heard, but—"
"Oh, I've heard some interesting ones."
He glanced up at her once more. His expression was difficult to read, neither fully hostile nor particularly warm.
"But we won't discuss them here. I trust the ones employed in this place well enough, but they are a gossipy bunch. And my wife will want to be present for this conversation besides."
He reached for one of the flickering candles, dripped a dot of wax onto the folded parchment, and then sealed it with the stamp he'd taken from the bag.
"Let's see. I believe this should get you through the gates of the palace without any trouble. I'll let the guards know you'll be arriving, say, for dinner this evening."
He handed her that sealed note. She took it reflexively, but she couldn't find the words to reply.
"I'll take your speechlessness as a yes. Either way, consider that an official summons, and do not leave this city until we've spoken again. Do I make myself clear?"
She bristled at the commanding edge his tone had taken on, but she managed a stiff nod. He gathered up his things and turned toward the door.
"You're welcome to continue exploring this tower in the meantime, but don't be too late."
She felt as if she should ask more questions, but then again, that note in her hands felt fragile somehow, as if questioning it too much might make the High King change his mind. So she only said, "I won't be. Thank you." She watched him go, and then she looked down at that letter clenched in her hand, at the wax stamp that featured a bird with outstretched wings. They had been trying to figure out how they might gain an audience with the High Court of Sandolia, and here it was. Lucky coincidence, she thought. And yet something in her gut told her that it was not a coincidence that he had found her. It felt more like he had been expecting her, tracking her, perhaps waiting for the moment when she was alone. But why? And who else knew she was here? Chapter 22. Elander kept his promise. He was waiting for Cass on the veranda of that agreed-upon inn when she returned, sitting on a wooden bench with his arms folded across his chest and his head bowed in thought. At the sight of him, Cass momentarily forgot about her strange encounter with the High King and about the impending meeting at the palace. All she could focus on was Elander, on studying him before he had a chance to wall off his expression and hide whatever horrors he might have faced during their brief time apart. He looked less tired this time, she decided, after a moment of watching him. His eyes were their usual bright, arresting shade of blue, and when they caught sight of her, they seemed to brighten even further. He stood without hesitation, too, apparently unhindered by the invisible weight of all those horrors pressing in around them, at least for the moment.
"Did you miss me?"
he asked, stretching. Yes. She wanted to throw her arms around him and tell him, "Yes, you idiot." And then she wanted to bury her face in his chest, in his wintry scent, and just stay there for a while. But she only shrugged and said, "A bit." She pulled the damp hood from her head and raked a hand through her messy hair. His gaze followed her movements, studying her as she had done to him. She could feel a blush burning up the back of her neck,
threatening to spread to her cheeks, so she didn't let the conversation linger on how much she had missed him. "The Northern Empire?" she inquired.
"Still intact."
He took her hand, gently squeezed it, and then ran his thumb over her palm in a way that felt far too intimate for such a simple touch.
"And the exiled queen of that empire?"
he asked. "Mostly intact," she replied. He didn't let go of her hand.
"Mostly?"
"It's been an odd day." She stepped away from him, and away from the two other people lingering near them, who might have been listening to their conversation. She walked around to the side of the porch and settled down on the steps there. He followed. "An odd day, full of arguments with the others," she continued, quietly, as he fixed her with an expectant stare. "But hopefully their moods will improve when I show them this." She took out the letter the High King had given her and held it up between her fingers, twisting it so he could see the royal seal holding it closed. But he seemed more concerned with her frown than with that letter in her hand.
"Your friends are upset with you?"
"Not upset, just—" She trailed off, searching for words that would make the arguments from earlier sound better. She found none. Well, maybe upset. Worried, mostly. And they have a lot of questions.
"They won't be thrilled to see me,"
he guessed. "Some of them won't." She frowned. "They're suspicious of you. The way you come and go, the secrets you've kept."
"They should be suspicious."
She cut him a sideways glance. He shrugged.
"Wouldn't they be terrible friends if they weren't at least a bit concerned about you striking up a relationship with the God of Death?"
Cass didn't reply. She was momentarily distracted by his use of the word relationship.
"Whether he's a fallen god or not is beside the point,"
he added dryly. She almost smiled.
"And they don't strike me as terrible friends."
"No," she agreed quickly. "They aren't."
"Also, I believe we established that you are suspicious of me too."
"And rightly so." She stretched her legs beyond the overhang of roof protecting them, and watched the raindrops splattering her boots for a moment before she continued. "Which brings me to my questions. Where have you been, precisely? Kethra is intact, but beyond seeing to that, you went to Oblivion, didn't you?"
"Yes."
"Tara and Caden are also intact, I assume?"
"Yes."
"Was he there?" Elander did not reply. Cass kept her eyes on the splattering raindrops as she spoke. "You told me that the last time Malafar actually materialized before you, it was in Oblivion, and that his magic is particularly strong there."
"I'm fine."
"That isn't what I asked." She tilted her head toward him. A weary smile curved his lips.
"He wasn't there. My time in Oblivion was brief, and it was nothing except replenishing, so you can stop worrying."
She nodded slowly, uncertainly. Would he tell her if he had been subjected to any more torture at the hands of that upper god? Nefel's sharp, mocking voice was in Cass's head suddenly. "Did it not occur to you that he might be suffering for the sake of being by your side?" He took that letter from her and studied it, his long fingers tracing the seal the king had stamped.
"This is impressive,"
he said.
"You've only been in the city for a few hours, and you've already managed to find the way into the palace."
Changing the subject? Of course he was. She hugged her knees to herself and said, "What can I say?
I'm good at what I do.
And perhaps a bit lucky,
he mused. She shook her head, that uneasy feeling from earlier twisting through her gut once more. Honestly, I don't think it was me or luck. It felt like the king had been expecting me. He mentioned that he'd heard rumors about me, so I've been wondering about what else his informants might have told him. Elander frowned, looking as worried as she felt. He was soon lost in his own thoughts, and Cass found his silence frustrating. But still, she preferred this uncertain silence to resuming her arguments with her friends. So she didn't budge from her spot on the stairs. She lifted her gaze to the gray sky. No thunder or lightning this time, just the gentle pitter-patter of rain against the inn's tin roof. It was soothing. It made her more relaxed than she had any right to be, given the obstacles looming over her. And it was comforting, too, being next to Elander once more, even with all of the questions between them. She edged closer to him. His arm slipped around her waist without comment or hesitation, and she felt herself sinking into him, her eyes closing as she buried her face in the folds of his coat, his scent, his strength. Why? Why did it still feel as if she fit so perfectly against him? After everything that had happened, and despite every attempt she made to fight against it, she still fell so easily and completely into him whenever they got too close to one another. She had been drunk that night on the Stormhaven roof, but now she was perfectly aware of what she was doing. She inwardly cursed herself, but she still didn't move. It was rare for her to feel peace like this, and she decided she would take it when she could get it, even if it didn't make sense. Time passed. She wasn't sure how much. And then the sound of footsteps disrupted that peace.
There you are.
Lauren's sudden voice made Cass jump. Her grip on Elander tightened with the movement, and her arms stayed latched around his as she glanced back to find both Laurent and Zev peering down at her.
We were worried about where you'd gone,
Laurent said, frowning. Zev's gaze slid to the hand that Elander had against Cass's side, and it stayed there while a muscle in his jaw worked, and then, as he said,
"Is this where you've been the whole time?"
Cass's eyes narrowed at the insinuating tone of his voice. She leaned away from Elander, straightened the creases from her tunic, picked up that letter from the king, and then got to her feet. Her gaze locked onto Zev's. It felt childish, staring each other down like this, like the hundreds of times they'd done it as teenagers, arguing over assigned chores or stolen desserts, or a multitude of other equally stupid things. Asra had always said they fought like siblings. After everything else that had changed, here was one thing it seemed that hadn't. If you were worried, you could have come looking for me earlier, Cass snapped. Though you wouldn't have found me, because no, I wasn't here the whole time. I was busy meeting the High King of Sundolia and gaining a personal invitation to his palace. She shoved that letter from the king into Zev's hands. The shocked look that briefly crossed over his face was entirely too satisfying. She didn't give him a chance to reply. And now I'm going to go get cleaned up for that visit, she said as she stormed away. And I suggest you do the same. Hours later, Cass and her company, after making themselves as presentable as possible, approached the black iron gates of the High Palace. The rain had turned into a proper storm. Zev and Cass were no longer speaking, and the prevailing attitude amongst them all remained grim. But the king had prepared a way, as he'd promised, at least. The guards were expecting them, and after Cass presented the sealed letter, those guards let them through without protest. More armed servants greeted them as they followed a winding path to the front of the palace, and then they were quickly ushered out of the storm and into a receiving hall lined with potted plants. A set of double doors awaited them at the end of this hall.
The left door, predictably, featured the symbol of the Rook clan. Facing that black bird, and taking up the majority of the opposite door, was the engraved image of a serpentine dragon, the symbol carried by the High Queen. Before they could step through these doors, they were thoroughly searched, and their weapons were confiscated. Cass felt momentarily anxious at the loss of the dagger against her back and the death knife hooked to her belt, until she remembered that she didn't need daggers or magic knives. She had magic that they could not take away. She still was not used to that storm mark on her hand, or to the new settled version of that powerful magic sleeping within her, just waiting for her to command it. They passed from the entry hall into a large space lined with columns. Spiraling staircases wound up from either side of it, while ahead of them were 2 more towering wooden doors that opened to the throne room, they were informed, before swiftly being led through. On the other side, a grand room swept out before them, its pale walls and marble floors lit by the warm glow of dozens of chandeliers. More columns like the ones outside were planted evenly throughout the space. Silent guards lined the walls, dozens of them at least. Half of them had their gazes fixed upon Cass and her group. The others faced the back of the room, where a raised platform contained 2 thrones that were flanked on either side by several other ornate-looking chairs. Sitting on one of those 2 thrones was a strikingly beautiful woman. Waves of dark hair cascaded over her shoulders. Her bronze skin contrasted deeply with the soft ivory folds of her dress. She reclined casually, her chin propped on her hand and her head canted with interest. A crown of twisted silver sat upon that head, the diamonds in its center sparkling in the flickering light of the chandeliers. The Dragon Queen. The stories of her powerful magic, and the wars she had fought with it, were well known, even in the far reaches of Kethra. She seemed to exude power even now, even when all she was doing was silently watching Cass approach her. Another woman sat directly to her right, one whose dark red hair and strangely scarred skin Cass recognized after a moment of staring. This was the same woman that she had witnessed flying away on the back of a dragon at the palace in Cyrodiil. She had forgotten her name in the weeks since that incident, but she had not forgotten that fierce gaze. This woman had looked angry in Cyrodiil, and she looked angry now, as if that scowl was a permanent feature of her face. Cass led the way across the room. The Queen's eyes narrowed on her as they approached. She gestured for them to stop, rose to her feet. Those guards along the walls shifted until all of them faced Cass. Several stepped closer, and their hands moved to the swords at their hips.
"I thought we were invited guests,"
Zev muttered.
"Just be quiet,"
Rhea whispered.
"And lower your hand,"
Laurent added. Zev started to protest, but a swift kick from Nessa silenced him. He reluctantly lowered his hand, and the fire-kind mark on it, which had started to glow with a potential spell. The red-haired woman got to her feet as well, and she spoke briefly to her queen in a strange language that seemed to be more pops and clicks than actual words. Her fierce gaze leveled on Cass, flickered to Elander, and then went back to Cass. "The Queen doesn't trust your energy," she informed them. Cass shifted her weight from one foot to the other, uncertain of what to say. Where was the king? Had he invited her here so that his queen could read Cass's magic for herself? And then what? Order their execution if she did not like what she saw?
"So it's true?"
Laurent asked, breaking the tension-filled silence.
"She can see such things?"
The red-haired woman kept her gaze on Cass as she answered, in a somewhat bored tone. "Every object, living or otherwise, has an aura. Serpent-kind magic involves controlling those auras. And yes,
The Queen sees these energies in a way that most do not. So is she trying to figure out a way to control us? Zev demanded. The Queen's brows lifted at the accusation, in a way that made it obvious that she had both heard and understood his words. But instead of answering him directly, she glanced at her companion and said something under her breath, and in that same strange language as before. Red Hair's lips quirked, then pressed together, as if she and the Queen had just exchanged some private joke that she was trying not to laugh at. Her gaze fluttered over Zev. She has no desire to control you, Fireboy. The Queen tilted her head toward the guard closest to her, and this time she spoke in what sounded like the common tongue of Sundolian. The man nodded, signaled, and the rest of the guards stepped back to their positions against the wall. The Queen herself stepped forward. The train of her dress swished over the platform's steps. The many golden bangles on her wrists jingled together, and the sounds echoed throughout the vast room and made the hairs along Cass's arm stand on end. The Queen paused at Elander first. A chill raced down Cass's spine, numbing her to the spot. What did Elander look like through this Queen's gaze? What sort of energy would a fallen god give off? It had to have been strange. Strange enough to potentially get them all thrown out of this palace, or worse. They had decided beforehand not to reveal any more of Elander's true powers or identity than was necessary. But they had been fools not to assume that this Queen and her odd magic might be able to discern such things for herself. Cass could sense the rest of her group tensing as well. But the Queen kept moving, clearly more intrigued by whatever energy Cass herself was radiating. Her golden eyes met Cass's. She spoke slowly, and in the Catherine language. What are you? What, not who. It might have been her unfamiliarity with the Catherine language that made her phrase it as such, but something told Cass that wasn't the case. It was the same question that the goddess of storms had posed, and even now, after gaining that goddess's blessing and the greater control that had come with it, Cass still did not know how to reply to this query. The Queen continued to stare, expectant. I'm not sure, Cass answered truthfully. I know that I have multiple kinds of magic, which is not normal. No, it is not. Cass fumbled for a better explanation. And then they were interrupted by the sound of the doors behind them creaking open, followed by the rattling and clanking of weapons and armor as the guards turned toward those doors. Cass turned as well, her body still tense, expecting the worst. She would not have been surprised by anything she saw at this point. A monster, a god, more soldiers ready to drag her away. But what she saw was a child. A young boy who must have been no older than 3 slipped into the room with a quick, nervous step, his eyes wide as they took in all of the people staring at him. He shrank at the sight of Cass and the other strangers in the throne room, and then he slipped behind one of the columns to hide. His gaze darted toward the doors, and Cass got the impression that he was running from someone. My son, Enzo, said the Queen. Her accent was still heavy, a bit difficult to understand, but the warmth in her voice transcended the language barrier between them. That warmth melted away some of the tension in the air. She beckoned the shy boy forward. He crept out from behind the column and moved to hide within the folds of his mother's dress. Cass started to ask who he was running from when a squeal answered her. The guards shifted uncertainly, the red-haired woman laughed, and a corner of the Queen's mouth inched up a bit. And that would be my daughter Lyra, said the Queen. The squeal was swiftly followed by the sound of running feet.
And then a small blur of a second child raced into the throne room, dark curls bouncing out behind her. She had a small wooden sword clenched in her tiny fist. Her brother scrambled to hide behind his mother's throne. The girl only ran faster, and when she reached the platform that those thrones stood upon, she still didn't stop. She landed on one of the chairs beside the thrones with a flying leap. The rebound propelled her through the air, and she held that sword above her head, preparing to fall with a downward swing. But before she could collide with her cowering brother, the Dragon Queen calmly reached out a hand, beckoned, and the girl stopped. Her body was suspended in the air, the coils of her dark hair bobbing around her head. The queen looked as if she had done this many times before. Her daughter giggled as she hovered within the hold of the queen's magic, as though this had been the outcome the child had ultimately hoped for. The king entered the room a moment later, striding toward them and looking equally unconcerned about the floating girl. He plucked his daughter from the air and sat her upright on one of the thrones before extracting the sword from her hand. He knelt in front of her and asked a question in Sandolian. Where she had gotten the sword from, Cass guessed, judging by the way the child grinned toothily in response, her green eyes sparkling as she pointed a finger at the culprit and happily declared,
Oda said?
Oda was the Sandolian word for aunt. And that red-haired woman to the queen's left, Aunt Sade, apparently, sighed. She was only supposed to use it against the practice dummy in her room, she grumbled. She still spoke in Kethrin, presumably for the benefit of Cass and the other confused guests of the court. Another woman stormed into the middle of that confusion a moment later, emerald skirts fluttering behind her. She looked older than anyone present, elegant but careworn and perhaps old enough to be the grandmother of these children, though she moved with the swiftness of someone much younger. She fixed a stern look on the two children, and this was all it took for Lyra to stop her giggling and at least attempt to look rueful.
Amapas Isoni,
the king said, chuckling. Cass thought she recognized this Sandolian phrase, too. Peace? Don't worry? Something along those lines. Whatever it meant, the woman named Isoni snorted at it. She held out her hands. Both children obediently trudged toward her. Lyra tried swiping for her sword as she passed her father, but the king held it up and out of her reach. Isoni said something in Sandolian that drew a loud protest from Lyra, and the child's trudge turned into a slow, dramatic crawl across the throne room floor. Isoni rolled her eyes at this, but kept her hand extended, and the girl eventually took it. Her brother took the other. Once the children were safely restrained, Isoni finally turned her attention to the visitors standing before her. And Cass did not miss the way this woman tensed as her eyes fell upon Elander, or the way she subtly angled her body in front of the children, as if she felt the need to protect them from whatever danger she sensed. Cass watched Isoni's hand moving, still trying to better secure the pouting, wiggling child at her feet, and she thought she caught a glimpse of a divine mark upon her dark skin, a familiar symbol of skull and shadows. Bonekind. What did she feel when she looked at Elander? Did she realize that the very god her magic derived from was standing right next to her? Or were Elander's powers too diluted to give away his true identity, even to this woman who carried his mark? Cass was terribly curious about it all, but she didn't dare bring it up at the moment. Isoni finally pulled her stare away from Elander and met the king's gaze instead. An unspoken understanding seemed to pass between them, and the king excused himself and escorted her and the children back to the door. He stayed at that door for a moment, deep in conversation with the death-marked woman. Cass watched them out of the corner of her eye, until someone cleared their throat, and then the conversation right next to her continued.
Twins?
Nessa asked, smiling.
Not quite, the Queen replied. Lyra is older by a year.
They're identical terrors, though, said Sade with an unmistakable note of affection in her voice. That scowl she'd worn earlier was apparently not permanent. A look of dry amusement had overtaken it.
But we manage, said the Queen.
Barely,
added the King, grinning as he returned to them.
And many apologies for that. Terribly unprofessional in this court, aren't we?
Cass hardly minded it, and she told him as much. It had been a welcome interruption to the tension, even though some of that tension had worked its way back into her muscles as soon as she had caught sight of the death mark on that woman's wrist.
But back to the matter we were discussing,
Laurent prompted.
Yes, of course.
The Queen watched the closed door for a moment longer, as if expecting her children to burst back through it for an encore performance. Then her golden eyes fixed once more upon Cass.
As I started to say, your energy is incredibly strange. But that is not the most pressing matter surrounding you, is it?
The King looked as though he wanted to expand on those matters, but he was distracted by all of the people standing behind Cass. His gaze swept over all of them in turn, a wry smile spreading across his face, as though he'd just noticed them all for the first time.
You've brought plenty of company, haven't you?
You didn't specify who the invitation was for, Cass said, somewhat stiffly. You have your court, and I have mine. Even though some of mine aren't currently speaking to me.
They're welcome, of course, said the King. Dinner is being prepared, but Lady Valori—
Cass nearly flinched at the use of her real name, but somehow managed to steel herself and keep still.
My wife and I would like to speak privately with you about several matters first.
Chapter 23. The Dragon Queen led Cass to a smaller space attached to the throne room. She paused just inside this space, glancing back toward her husband, who still lingered beside the thrones. Sade had led the rest of Cass's court away, but Elander stayed behind after insisting on having a brief private conversation of his own with the King. What were they talking about?
The blue-eyed man,
the Queen began, nodding back toward that conversation.
He was once a captain of the King Emperor's army, wasn't he? I recall him and his strange energy visiting once before, though we didn't have a chance to speak on that occasion.
He was a captain, Cass emphasized. He no longer serves Varen. The Queen considered this, and then, as much to herself as Cass, she said,
Who does he serve, I wonder?
Cass was not certain of the safest answer to this, or if there even was a safe answer, so she didn't reply.
You have an interesting court indeed, don't you?
Cass swallowed hard. It did not seem to be a question, even though the Queen had phrased it as such, but she still felt as if she should reply, as if she should say something, anything to keep the silence from settling between her and this powerful woman. But the King caught up with them before she could find her voice, and he ushered her deeper into the smaller room, closed the door, and gestured for her to sit down. There were countless chairs to choose from, all arranged around a table that sat in the middle of the room. Compartments beneath that table contained multiple rolled scraps of parchment, one of which was unfurled enough that Cass was able to tell that it was a map. There were several statues of deities upon the shelves that circled the room. Cass recognized one by the spiral horns upon its head, Asura, the divine being most sacred to the blade kind, and a lesser spirit that represented courage. Cass had once read that the ones blessed by his magic had unmatched vision on the battlefield, a supernatural ability to read their enemies and plot their way to victory during times of war. War. This was a war room.
Cass felt the gravity of the situation sinking over her as she settled into one of the chairs. The king and queen sat across from her, and the king did not waste any time before speaking.
"Earlier today, I mentioned that rumors preceded your arrival," he said. "And one of them, perhaps the most concerning, is that we invited you here. That the High Court of Sandolia has offered asylum to the true queen of Melech."
Cass's heart skipped several beats. "And considering you have been accused of treason against King Emperor Varen," the queen added in a grave voice,
"our supposed harboring of you is technically an act of war. Just 3 days ago, a company of Catherine soldiers used this exact technicality to justify an attack on a fleet of our ships in the Gulf of Nyrus."
"I'm sorry." Cass kept very still, her fingers tightly gripping the seat cushion. "I didn't intend for any of that to happen."
"Perhaps not."
The king leaned back in his chair, folded his arms across his chest.
"But, as one of royal blood, you do understand that everything you do, even the unintentional things, have far-reaching consequences."
Royal blood that I never wanted. Cass kept this bitter thought to herself. It wouldn't do any good. She had that blood whether she wanted it or not. So instead of complaining, she breathed in deep and said, "Well, if you are going to be accused of such things anyway, you might as well actually harbor me and help me, right?" The king appeared to be holding back a laugh at this brazen statement. The queen seemed less amused.
"And what help would you ask of us?" she demanded.
"What is your goal precisely?" Cass's thoughts were a chaotic, tangled mess, but she had rehearsed this potential conversation enough to pluck the proper lines out of that chaos. "My brother is growing steadily mad with his power, and he is determined to build that power by destroying the marked and spreading fear throughout our empire. He must be stopped, first and foremost."
"So you will stop him?"
"Yes."
"And then what?"
And then things get decidedly more blurry, Cass thought. But this was clearly not the answer the two before her were looking for, so she didn't say it out loud.
"You lied about your identity when we met," the king said. "Understandable and smart, given the circumstances. But you don't seem eager to embrace your true identity now, either."
Had he noticed the way her real name made her flinch? Could he read the uncertainty in her silence? She had boldly declared herself a true queen when she'd confronted Nefel in the desert, but she had been filled with fury at the time, and desperate to protect Nessa. It was harder to think of herself as a queen in quiet moments like this for some reason. And she didn't think she could make a lie sound convincing just then. So she quietly said, "Why would I be eager to embrace the rule of an empire that is on the verge of collapse? And one being targeted by a vengeful god, no less." She kept this last thought to herself as well. It was the only way she could keep herself from being overwhelmed. She was making a list of problems in her head, and things had to be dealt with in order. Deal with Varen and fortify the Empire first. And then the Empire can stand together against whatever god would see it destroyed.
"Why, indeed," said the queen. "We wondered the same thing." "Which brings us to the crux of the matter," the king said. "Which is this. You cannot kill Varen without a plan to take his place. I know the Solacing court well enough. There are several among it who would be more dangerous on the throne than Varen is."
"There are other leaders in Kethra that could rise up in his place," Cass insisted. "Or who could at least work to put someone more suitable in that place."
"What leaders do you think Kethra has?"
the king asked, frowning. Cass shifted where she sat, suddenly realizing how little she actually did know about those various leaders. She'd had no use for politics until recently, aside from knowing enough to land occasional jobs from the more affluent noblemen and women of the Empire.
The king and queen of what was once the kingdom of Alnor have been missing for years, the Rook King continued. And the queens of the former kingdom of Ethswyn are embroiled in their own inner conflicts with the elves of Morith and Mistwild, last I heard.
The young queen of Sidira is your cousin, is she not?
Yes. And Sorin will be a fine enough leader if given the time. But she is scarcely a day over 16, newly orphaned, and Sidira itself is in shambles, and has been for some time now.
And the kingdom of Melech cannot remain rudderless regardless, added the queen. Someone will have to steer it. I don't want to steer it. The room grew silent and still. Cass almost wished she could swallow the words back. She hadn't meant to say them out loud, really, even though they were the honest truth. She had kept that truth buried so deeply over the past days, so that she could avoid tripping over it as she kept pressing forward. But now it had embedded itself between them, like a wall that was too high to climb over.
Then I don't believe we can help you,
the queen said quietly. I want to help stop my brother. Isn't that enough? I didn't ask for the rest,
And we did not ask to be pulled into a potential war with the Kethrin Empire, said the king. And yet here we are.
More of that dreadful silence. Cass gripped the chair beneath her, willing her fingers to be still, to not tap, to not betray the panic she was beginning to feel. She could not give in to that panic here. She could not. There was a knock on the door. Neither the king nor the queen paid it any mind for several moments, their gazes still fixed on Cass, until finally it grew too loud and too insistent to ignore. The king rose, walked to that door and opened it. After a brief conversation with the servant on the other side, he returned to his wife's side. He spoke briefly to her in Sindolian, kissed her forehead, and then excused himself from the room. But his eyes found Cass's one final time before he left.
You have decisions to think about, he said. Perhaps we can try this conversation again after dinner.
As he left, the queen stood as well.
Walk with me.
Cass didn't see how she could safely refuse. So they strolled together, back into the throne room and then beyond, through hallways lined with flickering torches and grand displays of art. No typical portraits of dead kings and queens, she noted. Mostly they were paintings of landmarks from every corner of the empire, only with the occasional tapestry or bust or vase featuring various gods and goddesses. The heavy guard presence in the throne room spilled into the rest of the palace as well. Cass thought of the countless soldiers they'd seen in the city, too. Was the threat to the city really so great? And how much of the unrest was directly related to those rumors of her, the exiled, reluctant queen of Melech, taking refuge here? Your Highness, Cass ventured after several minutes of walking.
You may call me Alea.
Where are we going?
Nowhere in particular.
Cass felt as though the queen was trying to study her as they moved silently along. It was not a feeling she particularly cared for, so she attempted to focus the conversation away from herself. You speak Kethrin much more fluently than I thought at first, she said.
Better, when it becomes one-on-one.
Alea glanced back toward that throne room they'd left behind.
The crowds, and all the guards, and the pomp and circumstance of the throne room and such, fluster me. And Lady Sade is more fluent, and more fond of talking than I am.
so I often let her speak on my behalf. The two of you seem close. We grew up in the same village, far and away from the luxuries and—" She paused, as if searching for the proper Catherine word. "Trappings of this palace, for better or worse." Trapped. That was precisely the word Cass had thought of earlier, when the king had called her by her true name. She followed the queen into a room that was lined with windows on one side, while the other featured several long tables. Those tables were stacked high with bouquets of flowers, baskets of food, and wrapped gifts of all shapes and sizes. 2 guards were sorting through the enormous stack, searching it, perhaps, for anything that might have posed a threat. They bowed low as the queen approached, and then they shifted their work to the room next door, where still more gifts were collected. "What are all of these for?" "Anniversary gifts. Next week will mark 5 years since Imris, the king, and I were married." The queen lifted a small box wrapped in silver paper and traced the intricate bow attached to it, a distant look in her golden brown eyes. "These things keep arriving, from the people of the city and beyond. Your subjects adore you, it seems." The queen laughed softly. "Some. Some? I am, how to say, not the queen that most of them expected. The Serpent clan is historically not particularly well regarded in this empire." She held up her hand, and Cass watched as a coiled dragon appeared against her skin, like the embers of a fire glowing to life. She had never seen a divine mark quite like this, invisible one moment, bright as flames the next. "Our magic has long been feared," said the queen. "And the former High King actually attempted to eradicate all of us. A very long, painful story, that." "I know parts of that story. People speak of you even where I come from, you know." "I know." The queen narrowed her eyes at that small box in her hands, as if part of her felt it wasn't real, that none of her story was real, perhaps. "It's strange to think that what I have done, and what I might do, could echo throughout history and throughout empires, isn't it?" "Yes," Cass replied. "And I don't know that I want to embrace any sort of crown for that exact reason." The queen nodded, and an understanding seemed to pass between them. A spark of kinship, even. She looked up at Cass and said, "How can I help?" Cass thought for a moment. "Tell me what you saw earlier when you looked at me. The energy that you didn't trust. What did it look like?" She placed the gift back on the pile and turned her full attention to Cass, studied her for several beats. And then she said, "There are many different threads of color surrounding you. Some I recognize, because I have seen them before. The energy of sun, moon, star, storm, and sky kind. But there is a 6th thread that I do not recognize." "This is the one you don't trust?" Alea nodded. "But it is also, as you said, multiple magics. I've never seen this occurring without unnatural forces being at work." Cass looked at the queen's hand. The serpent goddess's symbol had disappeared from it once more. "Your magic is different from most as well, isn't it? Or so I've heard." "Yes." "But not different, like mine?" The queen frowned. "What surrounds you feels like nothing I have ever felt before. Another dead end in the search for answers."
Cass tilted her face away, trying to hide her frustration. The Queen saw it anyway.
You look disappointed. I thought we might have had something in common, that's all.
Common? Ever since all of this magic started awakening inside of me, I suppose I've just been looking for someone else like me. I am not afraid of magic itself, like my brother or like others in my empire. I simply want it to be normal magic that I can understand. Cass hesitated. She had planned to be more careful with her words while inside this palace, but something about this woman made her want to keep talking. I went to the lightning dunes in the Kobos Desert. I spoke to the goddess of storms herself, and I received her blessing. She held up that stormkind mark. The Queen's eyes widened a bit. It has been decades since that goddess has granted an audience to a mortal. Yes. But even though she helped settle that storm magic I carry, she still could not tell me where that magic came from, or why I have it. And she did not think I was normal either.
And you would prefer to fit in somewhere, to be common.
Cass could not deny this. The Queen nodded again, in that same thoughtful, understanding sort of way as before. They left the gifts behind and wove deeper into the palace halls, and after several minutes the Queen said,
I suppose I wanted that too, once upon a time.
But you changed your mind?
Yes. Why?
She stopped walking. Her gaze drifted toward the end of the hall they stood in, toward a portrait of herself and the king, each of them holding one of their children. Then she glanced back at Cass, and she arched a brow and said,
Because common girls do not get to become queens.
A tingling sensation shot down Cass's spine, and she couldn't decide whether the feeling that overtook her was good or bad.
At some point, you will have to decide for yourself who you are going to become, said the Sandolian Queen. Now, if you'll excuse me, I need to go make sure my children are not harassing the cooks, or otherwise upending the dinner that's being prepared. You'll find your way to the main banquet hall if you continue down this hallway.
She offered a polite nod before departing and disappearing down a darker, more narrow hallway to the right. Cass went to that banquet hall, but she stayed only long enough to accept a glass of water from a helpful servant. Then her restlessness carried her back out to explore more of this palace that seemed to consist of an endless number of staircases and rooms. She encountered the Queen again a short time later. After a bit of her aimless wandering, she happened upon a stretch of hallway that overlooked an inner courtyard. The Queen had found her children, and the trio of them were strolling through this courtyard. Or the Queen was strolling, rather. The children were racing, tumbling, knocking one another from the path, and laughing about it.
They look happy, don't they?
Came a sudden voice, and Cass glanced up to find Nessa walking toward her, clutching a drink of her own. Yes, they do. Cass smiled wistfully. She didn't mean to stare, but her eyes were drawn back to those children below her again and again. She couldn't help but wonder if she had ever laughed that way with Varen. Probably not.
You're thinking of your own brother?
Nessa guessed. Cass shrugged, but Nessa knew her well enough to know that this meant yes.
I've been thinking of my family, too,
Nessa said. She leaned over the railing, watched the children with a little smile on her face for a moment, before she continued.
Not because I want to, you know, but because there's a part of me that is forever expectant. The part that knows that my parents are still out there somewhere. And in this empire, no less. At least as far as I know.
She turned away from the scene below, and her gaze tracked toward a glass-paned door in the distance, one that appeared to lead to a balcony. "Fresh air?" Cass suggested. Nessa agreed. Once they stepped out onto that balcony, they found themselves overlooking a forest steeped in fog. The rain had stopped, and flashes of moonlight occasionally sliced through what remained of the swift-moving clouds. The edge of the city was only just visible in the distance, its lantern-lined streets glowing eerily in the hazy night. They stood in silence, listening to the sounds of the forest for several minutes, and then Nessa picked up their conversation from before.
"My family didn't reject me quite as violently as your brother and such rejected you, I know. But I don't know. I guess I just thought they would have sent for me at some point, once they settled into wherever they'd fled to."
She shrugged and took a sip from her glass.
"It's like they were happy to be rid of me."
"I'm sorry," Cass said. She hadn't given it any thought lately, but she knew that Nessa's parents had fled into this southern empire years ago. "I should have asked about them earlier. I didn't realize you hadn't talked to them since you separated." Nessa waved a dismissive hand.
"It's not like we haven't had other things to focus on. Speaking of which, what did the king and queen have to say that they couldn't say in front of your friends?"
Cass released a slow breath, trying to decide where to begin. In the end, she kept circling back to the same point over and over, the point at which everything seemed to begin and end. "They wanted to remind me that I am of royal blood." Nessa snorted.
"As though you could forget at this point?"
"Yes, but they also wanted me to commit to the title of queen." Cass squinted at a house in the distant city, tried to pick the trailing smoke of its chimney apart from the fog. "Which is another reason I was thinking about my brother earlier. Because I did not sign up for this sibling rivalry. And Varen is—" She trailed off, shaking her head, and it took her another long moment to find the words for what she meant to say. "All these years, I wondered if I had any blood relatives left. And now, this. I would rather go back to believing they were all dead, I think." Nessa's gaze shimmered with sympathy. "You're thinking that that's a terrible thing to have said, aren't you?"
"No,"
said Nessa.
"I was just thinking that it's strange how you can mourn people who are still alive. Different than mourning the dead. But it still hurts."
"And yet I feel as though it shouldn't hurt. I didn't even know he was my brother until a few weeks ago. Who cares if I have to fight him? It should be just another mission, right? Bigger than our usual missions, sure, but—" Nessa remained unconvinced.
"You can mourn for things that could have been, too."
Cass sighed. "Maybe." They trailed into silence once more, until Nessa smiled and shook her head.
"Gods, this was a depressing conversation. We should just throw a general mourning party instead, shouldn't we?"
Cass mirrored that smile. "I suspect you're just looking for an excuse to throw a party."
"It's not a bad idea, is it?"
She lifted that glass she held, and Cass caught the scent of berries and alcohol.
"Especially if said party involves more of this wine."
They shared another smile, and then went back to keeping their quiet company with one another, watching the dark trees swaying in the slight breeze. Several minutes later, two familiar figures strolled past on the lawn far below them. Elander and Laurent were walking together, their expressions serious, both of them seemingly oblivious to the soldiers they passed and the two women watching from above.
"I imagine that's a tense conversation,"
Nessa commented.
Yes, Cass agreed, frowning.
But at least it's Laurent,
Nessa said.
and not Zev.
So it probably won't lead to an actual fight, Cass mused.
And nothing will be set on fire.
Thank goodness.
Laurent is more the silent, slit his throat while he's sleeping type.
Cass sighed. Nessa laughed.
Sorry, I was joking, of course. I don't think Laurent is planning anything of the sort. Not yet, anyway.
Very reassuring. Nessa grinned. She watched Laurent for another moment, and then she added,
But in all seriousness, you essentially already have 2 brothers prepared to threaten and kill on your behalf. So who cares about Varen? Family is not always blood, and blood is not always family.
Cass lifted her cup to the glass Nessa held. Cheers to that. She turned and leaned her back against the balcony railing. The longer she stared at Elander and Laurent, the more she wondered what they were talking about, and the more anxious she became about that conversation she couldn't hear. Where is Zev anyway? She asked.
He and Rhea, along with some of the palace servants, went to gather our things from that inn, as we've been invited to stay here instead.
Nessa frowned.
They should have been back by now. Not like him to be late when dinner's close to being served.
Another frown started to cross Cass's face as well, but she fought it off and pressed it into a reassuring smile instead. I'm sure they'll be back soon. But an anxious fluttering started through her, even as she said the words. It grew steadily stronger as the minutes passed, and then worse still as the calming noises around them, the soft breeze, the murmur of distant conversations, the chirping of forest insects, were drowned in a growing rush of new, louder sounds. Doors slammed open and shut, feet pounded through the halls inside, while outside shouts of alarm and cries for help were rising.
What is going on?
Nessa asked. Cass finally worked up the courage to turn and look back out over the palace lawn, and then beyond it. She could only just make out the blurry figures of people in the distant streets. An enormous amount of crowding, rushing people. Something's happening in the city, I think.
They're out in that city somewhere,
Nessa breathed. She started to run. Cass followed quickly behind her. They raced back inside, past other scurrying people, and they twisted and turned until they finally found the main entry hall. They sprinted through the front door and immediately found themselves surrounded by a swarm of gathering soldiers. Nessa turned and started to speak. A blood-chilling roar cut her off. Chapter 24. The roar belonged to a dragon. At first, Cass thought her eyes were playing tricks on her, that it was only the clouds shifting, casting shadows that resembled wings and a long, dark, and twisting body. But then came a flood of light, the torches all along the top of the palace being simultaneously ignited, and those beacons of light hit what were clearly pearl-colored scales. It was a dragon, and there was a person upon its back. A memory flashed in Cass's mind, that memory of Lady Sade in the courtyard of the Cyrodian Palace. This was the same dragon she had taken flight on back then, with its same curved horns and the same lithe, powerful body that seemed to dive and swerve at Sade's command. So at least it's on our side. The tolling of bells filled the air. It was swiftly followed by the thunder of more soldiers making their way across the palace grounds, climbing the walls that circled those grounds, shouting to one another as they established a protective perimeter. Cass started to grab the arm of a passing soldier, planning to demand an explanation. An explosion of sound came from the distant city. She and Nessa both whipped their heads toward it, to the sight of a massive cloud of black smoke unfurling against the evening sky. The smoke was terrible enough, the way it brought back memories of burning houses, both Cass's own house and the one she had accidentally set ablaze.
But then that smoke began to change. It swirled, and it pressed together and expanded, pressed and expanded, until finally a true form emerged. Another dragon-like creature to challenge their own. Except this one was larger, its body more mountainous than serpentine, its wings wider. Its eyes burned like two red-hot coals. Even after most of the smoke had solidified into the shape of this beast, clouds still puffed from its shining scales, and it seemed as if those clouds of smoke were occasionally settling and solidifying, and making the beast larger still, and more armored. The dragon above them, the one ridden by the figure that Cass assumed was Sade, let out another roar. It circled the palace once more, and then shot toward that monster in the distance. Cold chills swept over Cass as she watched it go, and as she thought of what Elander had told her days ago. He has no shortage of similar monsters that he could send. What had they done? What had they brought into this city? She shook off those chills and quickly turned to Nessa. "You're still injured," she told her. "You need to go back inside and find somewhere safe to hide." "I want to help." "Then go inside," she roared. Nessa drew back, shocked. But all Cass could think of was that moment in the desert, the sands sliding down, pulling Nessa and Laurent down with them. It took every ounce of composure she could summon to make her voice quieter, kinder as she said, "Go inside and use your magic to keep people calm. That is how you can help." Nessa's eyes were still wide, her lips still parted with the start of a protest. But then she nodded. Cass sprinted away before the argument could go any further. She shoved her way through the mass of soldiers at the front gate. Once she made it to the other side, she caught sight of Elander and Laurent in the distance, both of them staring at the rising monster with the same horrified look she and Nessa had shared. She grabbed Elander by the arm. "What is that thing?" she demanded. "Does it answer to the Rook God?" He didn't reply, his gaze still fixed on the beast. "Elander, what is that?"
"A night valve."
He glanced down at her, and then at all of the soldiers around them.
"And all of these swords and arrows they're preparing are not going to do a damn thing against it. They'll probably make it worse, actually."
She felt that paralyzing cold threatening again. "What about magic?"
"Maybe."
"My magic?"
"I don't know if it will be enough."
"I have the Storm Goddess's blessing, don't I?"
"Yes, but..."
But Cass had not had much of an opportunity to test that blessing. She knew this. But Elander had said maybe. So here was something to grab onto at least. A chance. She could fight if she could just get to that beast. Her eyes casted about for some quick way of doing that. They landed on a group of horses loosely tied to a post outside of the main gatehouse.
"We could put them to better use than any of these scrambling soldiers,"
said Laurent, reading her thoughts exactly. Agreed. They were swinging into the saddles and setting off at a fast trot a moment later. "Rhea and Zev are somewhere in the city," Cass said, drawing up beside Laurent.
"I know."
"Go find them." "What about that thing is almost certainly here because of us," said Cass, jabbing a finger toward the shadowy beast. "I have to stop it somehow." Laurent still hesitated, and Cass thought of her fear from earlier. What if this path I'm on takes me to a place where my friends can't follow me? It was happening again. But what choice did she have but to let it? "You heard what Elander said." Her voice threatened to crack, but she swallowed and kept talking. "You don't have the magic to fight this beast. Find the others, make sure they're okay." His horse tossed its head anxiously and attempted to bolt. He settled it long enough to turn back and say,
"Be careful."
She nodded. "See you on the other side." He left, and Cass caught her breath and pulled her horse toward Elander. "What about you?" she asked. "Are you with me?" As the question rolled off her lips,
A terrifying thought rose with it. How easily he could have said no. He could have disappeared, returned to his palace, to all those other wars that he was dealing with. They were not supposed to be fighting together, and she could still see no way that they would still be standing side by side at the end of all these things. So why should he stay with her now? But he had not left her to die at the hands of the last beast the Rook God had sent, or at Varen's palace. He had not left her in Oblivion, or in the In-Between, or in Stormhaven. And he did not leave her now. He nodded, and together they raced into the city, past hordes of screaming people, through narrow and winding streets, until they rounded a corner, and then there it was, rising like a wall of impenetrable darkness before them. The Night Vanth had looked big from a distance. Up close, it was so massive that the houses around it appeared tiny in comparison. It hovered just above the street. Every flap of its wings brought down more objects. Trees, fences, entire sides of buildings, and any people that had not managed to flee from those buildings. Nothing withstood even this lazy force the Night Vanth exerted. That was the correct word for it, too. Lazy. It was not actively attacking anything, and Cass was struck with the horrible realization that the chaos around them was only the beginning, and things were going to get much worse once this beast fully awoke. Soldiers surrounded the Night Vanth, firing arrows and managing the occasional swipe with their blade. Every time one of those weapons hit the monster, it siphoned off a shadow that twisted into the shape of another, smaller beast that immediately started wreaking havoc. Dozens of these smaller Night Vanths were already darting about, terrorizing everything in their paths. They would open their mouths, puffs of shadows would appear, and those shadows would turn to teeth that ripped through flesh and buildings alike. Those shadow teeth cut through things easier than any blade Cass had ever witnessed. The streets were soon filled with bleeding, stumbling bodies, and with structures that had turned to splintered, broken heaps of wood and clay and stone. All just from the mere scraping of those teeth. There were a few magic users amongst the soldiers, and their spells, fire and ice mostly, had some impact at least. The more powerful blasts could fell the smaller Night Vanths in a single shot. Cass aided them with her own magic, conjuring up cage after cage of electricity to wrap up these smaller, siphoned-off monsters and crushing them before they could manage too much damage. One hit, that was all they had. Because if that first strike did not kill these beasts, then they would shatter into more beasts that possessed the same supernaturally sharp teeth as the larger ones. The largest Night Vanth started lurching wildly about, clearly growing annoyed by the blades and arrows. It hurtled from one side of the street to the next, occasionally taking flight and twisting a low, violent path through houses and people alike. It destroyed entire swaths of the city as it rampaged through it. And it moved frighteningly fast, too fast for her to keep up with on foot. So Cass was forced to stay on horseback so that she could catch up with it whenever a straight stretch of road presented itself. But it was difficult to balance on that horse and summon and aim her magic at the same time. Frustratingly difficult. Curses flew from her mouth as quickly as that monster flew through the streets, but she kept pressing after it, picking off countless smaller beasts as she went. Other soldiers chased the Mother Night Vanth alongside her, most of them firing spells, but a few using arrows or spears or other projectiles to assault the creature. The dragon's Sade Road remained overhead, occasionally diving and snapping, or else lashing toward the Night Vanth and whipping its long, barbed tail at the beast's head. They were trying to drive it out of the city, Cass thought. And they were having some success with this, but the only way they could make it move in the direction they desired was to strike it, and striking it continued to unleash more and more of those miniature but deadly versions of it. This was a dangerous cycle, and Cass wasn't sure how to end it, and what would they do once it was outside the city? She caught sight of one of these fragmented Night Vanths just before it leapt from the balcony of a house she was passing under. Its jaws unhinged, the shadows gathered in its mouth.
Cass's horse reared, and she was forced to choose between summoning magic to counter the beast or taking a violent spill from the saddle. She chose to grab the horn of that saddle and hold on. She ducked and pulled hard on the right rein, trying to jerk her horse out of the path of the night vanth. She looked up just in time to see another horse breaking into her path, and Elander reaching a hand toward that night vanth and stopping it in midair. His magic only seemed to stun the monster. It hit the ground, but once there it continued to writhe against the dusty street. He hadn't killed it, and this frightened Cass worse than anything yet. His magic was usually terrifyingly effortless, but he hadn't killed it, and worse still was the wound she saw when he turned back to face her. A set of those shadow teeth had gotten a hold of his left arm. His sleeve was in tatters, soaked through with blood. He was holding onto the reins of his horse with only one hand, while that bleeding arm hung uselessly at his side.
"We need to destroy the source,"
he said, with a calmness that sounded almost ridiculous given the situation, and the blood. So much blood.
"But my magic doesn't seem to be having much effect on that larger beast for some reason,"
Elander continued.
"And none of these soldiers are going to be able to kill it either. Their magic is certainly too weak. Most of them are barely managing to finish off even the severed pieces of it."
Cass somehow forced a nod. She understood what he was saying, as terrified as she was to hear it. She was going to have to be the one to finish this beast off. She curled her horse back toward the sounds of that larger beast. She could do this, couldn't she? Yes, she thought stubbornly. But her mind was still filled with images of smoke. She had practiced that new version of her magic she had obtained in Stormhaven, of course, but not nearly enough. She hadn't had time, and so she didn't know the depths of it. What if it was still too much for her? If she unleashed the full power of this magic, what would she destroy this time? What innocent lives would she accidentally set aflame? Even as she debated with herself, she was still moving, and suddenly she looked up and found herself once more on the same street as the night vanth. More soldiers were pouring onto this street. They charged forward and desperately hacked at the beast's legs and fired at its wings. It stood its ground this time, flared those wings, dug its claws into the street, and plowed it up into chunks of dirt and stone. It had stopped retreating, and so now these soldiers were only making the situation worse. Could they not see that? Cass shouted for them to stop, but her words were drowned out by the screams and roars, the breaking ground, the crashing, shattering sounds of damaged buildings caving in. She circled back, frantically searching for Elander. She finally spotted him as he emerged from a side street and immediately found her gaze. "We need to keep drawing it away from the city," she called. "Away from all the people I might accidentally kill." Elander nodded, and then he turned and raced away again. Cass was confused for a moment. That was all the time she could spare to be confused. A trio of night vanth fragments lunged for her, and she only just managed to catch the first of them within a storm of her magic. The other two caught the edge of this attack, and Cass summoned more magic as quickly as she could, killing them before any more beasts could peel off from those minor wounds. A deafening roar shook her bones, and Cass spun around to the sight of a body flying through the air and striking the house closest to her. The night vanth had started to fight back. It was fully awake, fully emerged, and as terrible as she feared it would be. It struck out with claws that cut through everything they touched without any resistance. Soldiers retreated to her left and right. Several of them nearly collided with her horse as they scrambled to put space between themselves and the monster. Cass held her ground. The people running away were a comfort, really, because it meant less bodies for her to hit with her magic. But there were still too many of them. She anxiously clenched and unclenched her fist. She couldn't wait forever. At some point, she had to strike, regardless of who she might hit while bringing this creature down. Its rampage had to stop. She unclenched her fist again, and this time fought the urge to close it back. A bit of concentration, And then the storm mark on her hand flashed to a bright shade of white. Sparks flashed in the air before her. She was nearly prepared to unleash it, and then she caught sight of 2 women, both wounded, hobbling away from the night vanth. Blood stained their faces. They tripped and stumbled over the cracked ground and piles of fallen debris. They were moving too slow. It would take far too long for them to get out of range of Cass and her magic. "Hurry!" Cass meant to shout it, but her throat was too dry, and nothing but a hoarse, wheezing sound came out. "Hurry!" The night vanth rose onto 2 legs and arched its back, pressed its wings against its sides, narrowed its burning red eyes in Cass's direction, flexed its claws, and opened its mouth wide to reveal pillars of shadows sharpening into the shape of fangs. Then it lunged and collided with another mass of shadows that sent it tumbling backward. These shadows settled swiftly into the shape of a wolf, which crouched before the night vanth with its hackles raised and its teeth bared. Elander's shifted form was large. The night vanth was still massive in comparison. It would likely still overpower him as soon as it found its balance again. But Elander wasn't trying to overpower it. He only circled it, snapped at it, tried to keep its attention, which he succeeded in doing. Those burning red eyes followed every movement of the wolf, and soon the larger beast was twisting, furiously slamming about and attempting to catch the smaller, more agile creature within its claws. Elander bounced from one pile of wreckage to the next. Shadows rose and fell in his wake as he went, peeled from his fur and further ensnared his target. The night vanth seemed far more interested in these creatures of dark magic than in the sparks still dancing before Cass. And when Elander turned and raced down the street, the night vanth's gaze followed, just as those lightning beasts had followed Cass's own magic in the desert. Like called to like. With another roar, the night vanth took to the skies and gave chase. Cass kicked her horse into a gallop and followed it. Elander raced on, a blur of black at the very edge of Cass's vision. He led them to the outskirts of the city, across a wide bridge and into a field that stretched beyond where Cass could see. Perfect. She raced across that field, circling the night vanth, trying to determine the best place to direct her magic. One hit. That was all she had. The thought threatened to paralyze her, but she wouldn't let it. She kept moving, kept pulling more and more storm energy into her command. The horse she rode grew more panicked with every new surge of that energy. It bucked wildly, forcing her to dismount so that she could focus. It shot off into the night, a streak of white that was gone in seconds. And now Cass had to turn and face the night vanth on her own 2 feet. The night vanth caught sight of that fleeing horse, and it stopped chasing Elander. Its blazing gaze drifted from that streak of white to the rider that it had left behind. It seemed to be calculating something, realizing that Cass now had no chance of outrunning it, that she was easy prey. And she was cloaked in energy, in tumbling electricity that essentially forced it to come deal with her. It lifted from the ground. The grass beneath it rippled from the gales driven by its wings, and dirt and grass alike ripped up and flew aside as the beast tore after Cass. Elander cut it off once more, but it was as he'd said. His magic did nothing except enrage the beast. Those shadowy tendrils of power he gave off only seemed to build into that beast, making it larger and more formidable. And every physical collision of claws and teeth scraped off new monsters, just as the blades and arrows had done earlier, and soon the field was overrun with those monsters. Elander realized he was making it worse, and he stopped attacking and backed away, snarling and snapping, and once more attempting to get the night vanth to give chase. But the night vanth had grown tired of playing with the wolf. It had decided on Cass. It charged relentlessly after her once more, knocking Elander aside with a vicious swipe of its claws as it came. Panic sent one last surge of stormy energy rising through Cass, and the magic exploded out from her with such force that she was thrown backwards. Her head slammed into the ground, throwing up a whirlwind of dust. She lay on her side, one eye swollen shut from that dust, as she watched her storm magic rattle the creature and paralyze it in mid-step. The bulk of her power had hit its chest. Electricity still shimmered and popped around the scales there, disrupting its center of balance. Its legs crumbled. It hit the ground, heaved for breath, and twitched violently for a moment before going still. Cass crawled up to her hands and knees, hung her head low as she caught her breath, and tried to stop the field from spinning. When she looked up again, the creature still hadn't moved. She started to smile, but then its legs twitched again. It rolled over, and Cass saw the gaping hole her magic had left in its chest. That hole caved and then flared wide again with each breath the Night Vanth inhaled and exhaled. Fluttering, quick breaths at first, but soon they were deeper, calmer, replenished enough to allow it to give a low, throaty growl. She hadn't killed it. She had only wounded it, and now shadows poured out of that burned chest alongside blood from the wound, like currents of black water that quickly pooled into sections that became individual beasts with glistening teeth. So many of them. They joined the small army of beasts already swarming around the field. Cass might have panicked again, but then she heard a familiar voice calling her name, and then came fire. She recognized that voice, and that fire, the color of it, the way it fell in the arc of a swinging staff. Rhea. And she was almost certain that was Zev beside her, creating a vortex of fire around them both. Dozens more magic users had arrived with them. They poured onto the battlefield and immediately started picking off the smaller beasts. The Mother Night Vanth leapt back to its feet and loped toward these latest attackers. Cass ran after it. But she was painstakingly small and slow compared to this beast, even though its wounds had slowed it. And she couldn't summon more magic and sprint at the same time. She was still trembling from that last blast of magic she'd called forth. Her lungs still burned. Her body still ached. She kept running. She got close enough to that line of magic wielders just in time to see the Night Vanth strike them. With horrible clarity, she saw the claws cutting through multiple people in one swipe. Caught a glimpse of Rhea's body soaring through the air as though it was made of straw. But before Cass could even scream Rhea's name, her attention was ripped away by something striking her. It was one of the smaller Night Vanths. It looked as if it was made entirely of shadows, but it was solid and surprisingly heavy. Heavy enough to knock her to the ground. They rolled through the dirt and the grass. Claws met the side of Cass's head, ripped off hair and skin alike. The heat of her blood mingled with the chill of the night air, and the effect was dizzying. The creature arched its neck, preparing to bite, but Cass caught it by the throat. She squeezed. Lightning shot through her palm and fused into the beast, burning it from the inside out. All around her, the same thing was happening. People were distracted by the Mother Night Vanth's attacks, and they were being struck just as often by the smaller minions of that beast. Some people were able to fight those smaller ones off, as she had. Too many others were already dead, splayed out in the grass, their bodies peeled apart by the impossibly sharp teeth and claws. Cass felt the magic in her shifting, the panic pushing it up again, her anxious heart pounding, begging her to fight. Fight, fight, fight! Her brain screamed uselessly. But she couldn't afford another one of those frantic attacks like before. She needed something that could finish the Night Vanth in one paralyzing strike, fast enough to knock it down, strong enough to keep it there. Nefel's voice fell into her head suddenly. You cooled my beasts and tamed them. And then she had an idea. She staggered to her feet one more time, positioned herself behind what looked to be the most formidable line of magic users that she could quickly find. She tried to avoid glancing in the direction Rhea had flown in, tried not to think about what had become of her or where Zev was. All around her, chaos ruled. Her gaze dropped to that mark Nefel had given her. She had been afraid of that stormy power inside of her, even after the goddess had given her blessing. Always, always afraid of all of the storms in her life, past and present. In these past few minutes even, it had been fear slowing her down, telling her that she could not summon her storm magic without it destroying more than it would save. And it had been panic that had driven that power out of her before it was ready. But not this time. This time she would call a living, breathing storm to her side, and it would not be reflex or fear that made her move for her. She would call that storm, and she would control it. Her eyes lifted to the sky. Her lips moved with words that were ancient, passed to her by that goddess's blessing. The skies darkened. The dark clouds crackled with lightning, but Cass was not afraid. She would not be afraid of any tempest within her or outside of her. Lightning struck the earth. 1, 2, 3, 4 bolts of it. Legs first, as in the desert, and then a powerful body, a head, a twitching tail, a complete tiger-like beast that reared onto its hind legs, flexing its claws and tossing its head. An image of the Solacing crest flickered in Cass's mind. It was impossible not to think of it when she stared at this powerful beast she had conjured. And she could not control the things that had been done in the name of that crest, or the family that she had been born into. But oh, she could control this. She had only to picture it in her mind, to imagine that lightning beast striking the shadowy one before her. And then it did precisely that. Her summoned beast hurled itself at the Nightvanth, claws outstretched. It wrapped itself around the shadow beast and crushed it against the ground. Cass imagined the lightning from her beast infusing the Nightvanth's body, just as she'd done with the smaller one moments before, and in a breath this had happened too. The outline of the Nightvanth became indistinguishable as electricity swallowed it up. She waited until there was nothing visible of that dark monster beneath her summoned beast. Then she lifted her hands toward the electric mass of them both, as if conducting a symphony. The storm mark on her hand flared brightly, and thunder rumbled and shook the ground beneath her. And then her summoned beast dissipated with a crack. The Nightvanth shattered with it. But instead of disappearing, it splintered into a swarm of separate shadows that promptly shifted into those smaller Nightvanth beasts. Hundreds of them. They moved over what was left of the stunned magic users, a dark wave that slammed into those people and knocked most of them over. Too many? Screams filled the air. Goddess blessed or not, Cass was still mortal, and she felt every bit of that mortality now as she tried to catch her breath and tried to get to her feet, to summon more magic, any magic, to keep fighting. Her body was too weak. She could not get up. She could barely crawl, and she had no choice but to watch as those other magic users struggled to get the fragment beasts under control. Then she heard a roar. The same roar she'd first heard at the start of all of this. And she lifted her weary gaze up to the sky. That moon-colored dragon was above her again. Sade was still upon its back, but she was not alone this time. A second woman crouched there, her dark hair whipping out behind her as the dragon swooped down and landed precisely within a ring of burned grass. The queen. She leapt from the dragon's back, landed softly against that scorched ground, strode forward without trepidation or a single wasted second. A group of Nightvanths turned their attention her way, and they circled her and launched themselves with bloodthirsty snarls tearing from their throats. Her hands lifted toward them, and Cass caught a glimpse of the Serpent Clan mark glowing to life against the queen's skin. A surge of power rippled through the air, so immense that Cass felt the need to tuck her head down and shield herself from it. It lasted several seconds. When she looked up once more, she saw that the horde of beasts surrounding the queen had stopped. All of them had stopped. The queen twisted her hands, and the Nightvanths twisted where they'd fallen. Terrible choking noises soon followed, as though the queen was controlling the very breath in their lungs. One by one, those monsters dropped to the ground, and they did not move again. The ones that survived this attack were quickly finished off by magic-wielding soldiers who stepped forward to aid their queen. Soon everything was calm. The people still standing seemed to take a collective deep breath and to hold it. They were all waiting, watching for more monsters, perhaps. None came. Little by little, normal movement and sound returned. Cass managed to sit up and look around. She heard Zev talking. He was always so loud. And her gaze found him a short distance away, helping Rhea get to her feet. She needed to get up and go to them. She needed to check on Rhea's wounds herself. She needed to find Elander, and then Laurent and Nessa. The queen was walking toward her. Her eyes surveyed the field as she came, and Cass braced herself. Who would that queen blame this disaster on? Would her magic steal Cass's breath next? She arrived at Cass's side. Her golden eyes seemed to burn as they looked down, a fiery combination of fury and grief at the mess surrounding her. But she said nothing. Her gaze raked over the blood matting Cass's hair. And then she reached out her hand. Cass slowly reached back, allowed herself to be pulled to her feet. They exchanged no words, only more of those grieving, furious looks. They turned back toward the city, and for a long time, she and the Dragon Queen stood side by side, silently staring at the wreckage before them. Chapter 25. 6 days passed. Cass and her friends spent most of those days helping to clean up the mess the Night Vanth had left behind. Dozens upon dozens were dead, hundreds more injured, and countless buildings and homes had been destroyed. And this, the Dragon Queen had told her, is only a taste of what war looks like. That queen and her king had seen their share of wars, she'd learned, and Cass soon came to suspect this was part of the reason the queen had extended a hand to her on the battlefield, rather than trying to start yet another war with her. Cass's magic had impressed them, too, and because of this, and because of night after night of long conversations revolving around gods and politics, Cass was fairly certain that she had convinced them to be her ally and not her enemy. They insisted she stay with them at least, though they also made no secret of what they expected in the end. She needed to embrace her crown. And she needed to embrace it quickly. Because Varen's attacks against Sidira and its young queen, and anyone else questioning his latest exploits, were becoming more brutal and more blatant every day. The High King of Sundolia had likened the situation to a rolling stone gathering momentum. The longer Varen went unopposed, the harder it would be to stop him, to undo the damage he'd caused. Which meant they were running out of time. Cass knew this. She believed this. But she still could not picture a crown upon her head. She prepared for war all the same. She spent her days practicing her magic, discussing battle tactics, and poring over every map and chart and book related to Kethrin politics that she could find. Meanwhile, Elander came and went. He returned to Oblivion often, first to heal the wounds he had suffered during their latest battle, and then to check in with the ones serving him. She suspected there was more happening that he wasn't telling her. Things he was shielding her from. Things that involved that vengeful god he served. He would not speak of that upper god to her, except to tell her that said god had been responsible for the Night Vanth, and that he was doing everything within his power to buy them more time before that upper god lashed out once more. It made her furious to think about him suffering for the sake of buying that time, and suffering in silence, and alone, no less. But she did not know how to make him confess to anything. He was even more stubborn than she was. So there was nothing to do except wait, and hope that he would come back in one piece, and try to get that constant, anxious thought out of her head.
We are running out of time.
Cass still did not entirely know why he kept coming back to her either, but she was selfishly glad he did. As much as he infuriated her, she missed him when he was gone. She missed him and she felt incomplete, and there was no sense in denying that anymore. At least not to herself. And she worried too, and in no small part because those terrible visions always seemed to be worse whenever he was away. At first, they mostly came at night, when she was alone and short on things to distract herself with. The vision of blood against white stone always came first. The image as clear as it would be if she was standing upon those stones herself. And the visions always seemed to end with the sight of a sword wrapped in black feathers. On the third night after that battle with the Rook God's shadowy beast, she moved into Nessa's room, at Nessa's insistence. Nessa's magic did not keep the visions away, but it helped Cass stay calm through them, and Cass's presence helped Nessa with her own nightmares. Nightmares of the Kepler dragging her through the in-between had already been haunting her. Now memories of their latest monster battle, of huddling in the palace, listening to the screams and cries outside, had joined them. Cass was almost always still up whenever Nessa bolted awake from these nightmares. Sometimes she woke Nessa herself, when her friend's usually smiling face contorted with fear and soft whimpers. Cass was glad to be able to comfort her, at least. She had always been better at dealing with other people's anxieties than with her own. By the 6th day, those supernatural visions of Cass's had started to bleed into her days as well. She didn't even have to close her eyes. It didn't always require a trigger either. Often the images were just suddenly there, making her dizzy as they ripped her away from whatever she had been trying to focus on. Blood against white stone. A body on the ground. A crumbling tower, a swirl of black feathers becoming a sword. Sometimes there were other images flickering in between, but these 4 were her near-constant, torturous companions. The Queen had named this power for her. She had told her that threads of star-kind energy circled her. Cass had hoped that this might help her get better control over these visions, because to name a fear was the first step in mastering it. And the Queen had also given her access to countless books related to that star goddess and her clairvoyant magic to help her master it. But this magic was not at all like the storm power that she had at least managed some minimal control over, even before her visit with Nefel. It was entirely unpredictable. It made her feel weak instead of strong, and anxious to the point that she didn't want to master it. She just wanted to get rid of it. She had enough trouble dealing with the immediate horrors around her. She hardly needed to see all the potential ones in her future, and she could imagine them terribly enough without magic's help besides. As the sun rose on that 6th day, Cass made her way to the room Rhea was sleeping in, preparing to face one of those more immediate horrors, the injuries that Rhea had sustained in the battle with the Night Vanth. Cass could still see the moment of injury with nauseating clarity. The way Rhea's body had bent as the Night Vanth's claws had slammed into her, the way she had been lifted, tossed through the air. It had left her with deep claw wounds all down her back, and those wounds were not healing as well as anyone had hoped. Despite the care of the palace doctors, infection had set in during the past day or so, and Rhea's fever had been difficult to keep under control. She'd spent most of yesterday lost to the world around her, delirious from that fever. As Cass climbed the steps to the hall where Rhea rested, she said a silent prayer to Namu. Namu was also known as the Oak Goddess, because of the tree-like symbol her blessed followers wielded, and she was the middle goddess of health and healing. Rhea had once kept a small carved statue of Namu on her windowsill, and Cass had several clear memories of Rhea praying to that statue as the sun rose behind it, her body a glowing silhouette as it faced the deity and the new day. It occurred to her now that it had been several years since she'd seen Rhea pray. And now that statue was presumably gone, turned to ashes along with anything else that had been tucked away in their former home. Cass had never been much for praying herself, even before she'd witnessed firsthand what messy, flawed beings the gods and goddesses could be. She was feeling a bit desperate at the moment, though, so she figured it was worth a try. But the healing goddess was apparently not in an answering mood, because when Cass reached her destination, she found Rhea's condition unchanged. Zev and Laurent were both in the room as well, along with Silverfoot. The fox had curled himself up at Rhea's feet, where he watched his owner with both of his shimmering eyes, letting out a soft whine every time one of her breaths grew too labored or too shaky. Laurent relaxed in a chair in the corner. There was an unkempt pile of blankets and pillows next to the bed, which likely meant that Zev had spent the night camped beside his sister again. Zev was standing by the window now, his head resting heavily against the frame. He looked as though he might be close to falling asleep standing up. But when he caught sight of Cass, he stood up straighter. He mumbled something about needing breakfast, and then he quickly excused himself from the room. Laurent was more cordial, at least. He greeted Cass, and he stayed with her while she kept her vigil at Rhea's bedside, amusing himself with a Sundolian card game he'd picked up from one of the servants. Cass smiled a bit every time she glanced over and saw him still concentrating on those cards. It was precisely like him to be able to calmly play a game of cards in the midst of everything. She envied him for it. Her gaze soon tracked toward the door, wondering when Zev planned to return, if things would ever be calm between them again.
"How long do you think you two will keep up this not speaking to each other act?"
Laurent asked suddenly. Was it really so obvious that she was thinking about such things?
"Well?"
Laurent prompted. "Our record is just over 2 weeks." Laurent chuckled and shook his head. Cass's gaze drifted back to Rhea's still body. "He thinks I'm to blame for all of this mess, doesn't he?" Laurent stopped shifting through the cards on the ottoman before him. "And he's not entirely wrong," said Cass.
"He is, actually."
Laurent went back to his game, flipped a few more cards, moved a few more, then marked something on the paper beside him. He'd just won, judging by the brief smirk that crossed his face before he stacked those cards back together.
"And he knows he's wrong, I believe,"
he told Cass.
"He is only looking for someone to blame for the way he feels. He's worried about his sister, angry about the things we've already lost, the things being asked of us, the uncertainty. We're all angry, really."
"But you don't blame me for these things?"
"Are you asking me if I believe that the impending war in Kethra, the tyranny of Varen, the vengeance being planned by a powerful, unpredictable upper god, if all of these things were intentionally caused by you?"
Her eyes had started to look toward the door once more, but she pulled them back to his. "Well, I suppose it sounds ridiculous when you say it out loud like that." A corner of his mouth lifted.
"Yes, it does."
She sighed, and then managed a small smile. "Well, thanks for saying it out loud."
"We all decided to go with you, in case you'd forgotten."
"I haven't."
"Also, the world is perfectly capable of falling apart with no help from you."
"That's terribly cynical," she informed him.
"It is, isn't it? But the world's fallen state is something I was reminded of often while I was growing up."
She reached for Rhea's clammy hand and gave it a long squeeze. Considered another prayer to the oak goddess, but then changed her mind and walked over to Laurent instead. She pulled up a chair and sat down across from him. "Are all elves so cynical?" she asked.
Of course not.
He shuffled the cards, shifting them between his hands with quick, expert motions.
Just the house I hailed from. Although even the more optimistic houses in that sheltered realm I grew up in tend to have a rather negative view of the world outside. And it certainly isn't common to be so involved in the messes of those outside places.
Cass held back a laugh. Mess was an understatement.
But I left my home specifically to see that fallen world for myself, he told her. And it would be my luck that I ended up finding you. And now I've gotten far more of a mess than I could ever have hoped for.
She gave him a rueful smile. Sorry about that.
It's all right. There are worse ways I could spend my days, I've decided. Far less meaningful ways.
I hope you're right. He dealt her a hand, and she absently sorted her cards as she said, "Oh, it's hard to see the meaning when you're stuck in the middle with everything going to hell around you, isn't it?"
Yes,
he agreed.
But then you come out on the other side and things look different.
On to the other side. It was Asra who had come up with this mantra, and it was her old mentor's voice in her head now, reminding her that she could be afraid, that she was allowed to feel stuck. She just couldn't stay there.
You have to keep going until you see what's on the other side of that fear.
She slipped her hand into the pocket of her cloak, where the familiar piece of Asra's chime rested. She squeezed that piece and took a deep breath. Then she laid her cards down. And lost. Another hand was dealt. Another hand was lost.
You're absolute garbage at cards,
Laurent eventually concluded, after his fourth victory.
Has anyone ever told you that?
Yes. I think you've told me it more than anyone else. He returned the smile she'd given him.
Honesty does tend to be my policy.
And I appreciate that honesty. He dealt another hand. They played game after game. He insisted he was going to teach her every card game he knew, until they found one that she could win. He was unsuccessful. 30 minutes later, he was still chuckling at how impossibly bad she was at all of these different games. Whether they involved luck or skill, it didn't seem to matter.
You might be better off getting lessons from Zev, he said. He can teach you how to cheat. That might be your only hope.
I'll keep that in mind once we decide to start talking to each other again. They exchanged a grin and went back to playing, chatting and enjoying each other's company. Bits of laughter occasionally wove into their conversation, but it never lasted long before trailing off. How could it, when Rhea still had not woken from her feverish slumber? As hard as Cass tried to focus on the cards in her hands and on the calming tone of Laurent's voice, she couldn't resist the urge to constantly go check on Rhea. But eventually a doctor arrived, and after examining his patient, he determined that the fever had actually subsided somewhat, and the infection was showing other signs of clearing. Some good news, finally. It felt like it had been weeks since they'd heard anything resembling good news. After he'd left, Cass stared at Rhea's bed for a long time before she looked back to Laurent. "I need your honesty," she said. "But I also kind of want you to tell me that it's all going to be okay on the other side of all this."
It will be. And I actually believe that.
Honestly?
Yes. It just might be hell getting to that other side.
We can handle that, I think. She nodded, affirming it to herself, her gaze slowly falling to the ottoman between them. They both laid out their cards. I think we can too.
He studied the cards she'd laid down, and a crooked smile crossed his face.
You lose again, by the way.
Hours later, Cass stood in front of the mirror in her borrowed room. She wore a green silk dress with long sleeves and a delicate gold pattern embroidered along the bodice. It looked like the sort of dress one should pair with a crown, she thought, the way it shimmered and draped elegantly from her shoulders. And yet, no matter how she tilted her head in front of that mirror, she still could not picture it with a crown upon it. She was expected in the private dining room of the king and queen within the hour. Another meal and meeting with the High Court of Sandolia, and with several of their key allies who were visiting. They liked to discuss things over food in this empire, she'd noticed. She had no idea how they could stomach eating anything when they were discussing war and politics. But they'd had more practice at it, she supposed. She steeled herself through the ordeal well enough, eating just enough to be polite, and following just enough of the conversation to not get herself laughed at. Lady Sade sat to her right, and she translated when necessary, which was often. But there were also several noblemen and women from the northeast coast who spoke Catherine fluently, and who were eager to pull Cass aside after the main discussion and meal had concluded. They were under the impression, she quickly realized, that she knew far more about the politics of the North than she actually did. She could bluff her way through a conversation well enough, better than she could bluff her way through a game of cards at least. But she still felt overwhelmed, out of place, and she was exhausted by the time she finally managed to escape that dining room. From there, she fully intended to return to her own room, to slip out of the regal dress she wore and into something that she could more comfortably go practice magic in. But then she caught sight of Elander in the distance, speaking to one of the palace servants, and she promptly forgot about her room and her magic. He saw her too, and he appeared to step away from the servant in mid-conversation, leaving that servant with a rather confused look on his face.
Hello again,
he said as he approached her. Hi. She couldn't help the smile that curved her lips, or the way she automatically took another step closer to him as he smiled back. His smile was short-lived, fading away as he brushed a hand across her cheek and took in the full sight of her face.
You look like you haven't slept since I left.
She started to shrug at this assessment, because she never slept well. Oftentimes she didn't sleep at all. This was nothing new. So why worry about it? But there was more to it this time, perhaps. So she told him the truth. The meetings and plannings and preparations have been endless. And I've also had more visions. They've been getting worse at night, that's all. She started to walk, intending to get out of sight of the servant he'd just been speaking with. Elander followed her. She could feel him watching her, could almost sense the concern building between them. I'm fine, she said, and it was a lie as it rolled off of her tongue. But it became more true as the seconds passed. She was calmer when he was around, for reasons she suspected she would never understand. His footsteps echoing behind hers, the touch of his fingertips against her arm, the gentle, confident way he slipped his hand around hers. It didn't make her fine, but it certainly didn't make her feel any worse. You weren't gone as long this time, she commented.
Perhaps I missed you.
His mischievous tone made it impossible to know whether he was telling the truth or not.
And so I had to come back sooner.
She rolled her eyes. Keep your secrets, then.
Secrets?
He laughed.
You don't think I'm being truthful?
No, she answered flatly, which only made his eyes sparkle with more of that mischief. She sighed and said, But I'm glad you're back.
Ah, and now the question is, are you being truthful?
Guess we'll never know. He laughed again, and he pulled her to a stop, took hold of both of her hands, and drew her close. She thought he was going to kiss her. Her heart fluttered hopefully at the thought, but he stopped as their noses just barely bumped one another's, and he simply held her there, breathing in the same air for a moment before taking a step back. But he didn't take his eyes off her. "Why are you looking at me like that?" One corner of his mouth lifted, back to that mischievous look that was going to be the end of her yet.
I have another question,
he said, turning and starting to walk again. Oh?
Did you have a vision of me returning?
No. Why do you ask?
I thought perhaps you had seen me coming and then purposefully set out to torture me.
What do you mean? His gaze slipped over her as she caught up to him.
That dress.
Her entire body felt warmer suddenly, and she became intimately aware of every brush of that silk dress against her skin. Just something one of the servants found for me.
It looks like it was made for you.
It's comfortable, at least.
Easy to get on and off?
He inquired, pressing that roguish grin into an attempt at something more innocent. She moved to elbow him in the side, even though she couldn't help grinning back. He caught her and held off her attack by wrapping her up in his arms. She put up a pretend struggle that lasted only a few seconds before she gave in and let her forehead rest against his chest. His fingers traced up and down the V-shaped dip in the dress's back, occasionally brushing skin and reigniting that fire within it. When she leaned away a moment later, he was no longer smiling.
I did miss you,
he told her, softer. She pressed her face back against his chest, because she didn't want to see that more serious look on his face. I missed you too, idiot, she mumbled. His body shook with a brief, silent laugh. He held her tighter, so tightly that it frightened her, and she had to lean back and search for his gaze again, for some sort of reassurance in the blue depths of his eyes. But he looked haunted, almost. You only just arrived and you're already thinking of leaving again. I can tell. For once, he didn't try to deny it.
Things are messy, Thorne.
The words sent a tingling over her scalp. White stone, red blood, black feathers, swords. She cleared her throat and fixed her eyes back on his. But you're here now, aren't you? So let's go for a walk.
Where to?
She didn't care, she realized. She just wanted to be with him. She wasn't ready to think about him leaving again. It was in her head once more, that awful, seemingly constant thought. We are running out of time. And it felt as if there was not enough time to fix everything she needed to fix, or to save everyone she needed to save. But there was this time, this moment, and that way he was suddenly looking at her as though she was every question and every answer he had ever had. Let's just see where we end up, she suggested. I haven't seen much of this city at night, aside from that first night we spent in it, and I suspect it's much nicer when monsters are not tearing it apart.
I suspect you're right.
I'm going to change first. Less torture for you that way.
Very thoughtful.
I am, aren't I?
Do you need any help?
If you come upstairs with me to help me change, I have a feeling I'll end up seeing approximately nothing of the city tonight.
I have no idea what you're insinuating.
He leaned against the wall and folded his arms across his chest, a faint smile flirting with his lips.
But if you insist, I suppose I'll just stay here and think about how I could help you instead.
Heat trailed over her skin once more, most of it pooling low in her stomach this time. She was suddenly too flustered to speak, so she simply dismissed herself and hurried up to her room. After changing, she hurried back downstairs to find Elander precisely where she'd left him. His eyes were closed, his brow furrowed in concentration. She walked up and nudged him. "Thinking good thoughts?" she asked.
That depends entirely on what you mean by good.
Well, you can no longer blame my dress for whatever sinful things are playing out in your head. He opened his eyes and looked her over.
My thoughts remain unchanged,
he informed her.
And ever as sinful as before.
She blushed.
To the city,
he suggested, offering his arm. Outside, the night air was cold enough to take her breath away. She wrapped the soft fur-lined coat the Queen had given her more tightly around herself, huddled closer to Elander. She had to work to keep up with his much longer legs, which helped her stay warmer at least. Cass had spent so much time helping to clean up the destroyed things in this city that her eyes automatically looked for broken things now. They were far from the district where the most damage had occurred, but they still passed occasional evidence of the Night Vanth's attack. Stray fragments of that monster had terrorized the city even after the main battle ended. Sightings of those fragments had continued for days afterward, and Cass was still wary, even now, of encountering one of those smaller beasts. The people they passed all seemed understandably wary, too, and this was one reason why her conversation with Elander inevitably turned to talks of battles and bloodshed, even though she'd hoped that it wouldn't. "I think the King and Queen are more fully on my side now," she told him. "They still want me to give them a definitive answer about whether I truly plan to take my brother's crown, but—" He glanced over at her, thoughtful but silent. "But either way, if I went to battle with Varen tomorrow, I believe they would send help alongside me. So we've secured one major ally at least."
Are you going to go to battle with Varen tomorrow?
Tomorrow or the day after? Does it matter? It's coming soon. That's all that matters. He nodded, frowning. Which also brings us to the problem of us. She pulled her hand from his and stuffed it into the pocket of her coat instead. "I never told you, but I had a lengthy conversation with Nefel the morning we left Stormhaven, before she gave me her blessing. And she had a lot to say about you."
I'm sure,
he said with a wry smile.
What did she say? Anything particularly damning?
Cass bit her lip, thinking of what the Storm Goddess had told her about the fall of the God of Death. She didn't want to bring that particular topic up. It felt too sensitive, too difficult to sort through alongside all of the other difficult things they were trying to sort through. Elander glanced her way once more, expectant, and his smile disappeared when he caught sight of the torn look on her face.
Casia, what did she say?
Just a warning. She averted her eyes. About you. About us.
A warning?
It won't end happily. He lifted his eyes to the star-swept sky. This section of the city was the darkest they'd walked through yet, and without the haze of street lamps obscuring anything, those stars looked especially brilliant.
I believe I've given you that same warning more than once.
Yes? But it feels more real now, as if we're coming to that end. She slowed to a stop. She hadn't really meant to do it. It was simply the weight of it all, dragging her to a halt.
He lowered his gaze to her, and for a moment she would have sworn one of those stars had fallen into his eyes. The sight of them was unearthly. Eyes were not supposed to shimmer and captivate so completely like his did. Inhuman, she reminded herself, because she kept forgetting somehow about who he was and what they were apparently destined to be. It should be an unhappy ending. She turned and started to walk again. We're enemies. We should be enemies.
Yes. That was the plan.
So what are we doing?
We're going for a walk together,
he said, catching up to her. You know what I meant. They continued through the city in silence.
You're right, of course,
Ilander said after a few minutes.
We shouldn't be walking together. I didn't plan on this. I wasn't going to come to Raikara a week ago, and yet I did. I wasn't going to fight the Night Vanth, but I did that too. And how many times have I come back to you since?
3? He smiled a bit, perhaps because she hadn't needed to stop and think of the number.
I didn't plan to come any further south than Stormhaven,
he said.
But then
what? He hesitated. They had reached the street where the Black Feather Institute was located, and he slowed to a stop, taking her hand and stopping her at his side as he looked toward that massive tower. Her gaze stayed on him. Am I a fool to still be holding your hand like this?
No.
His response was quick this time.
You are not a fool.
Answer me then. If you don't tell me anything else before you go away again, then at least tell me why you keep coming back to me.
Because.
They were alone on the street. The tall lamps lighting the way to it were dimmed, as were the torches against its face. Only a few windows of that tower of knowledge revealed any signs of people still frequenting its rooms. Cass's fingers started to tap anxiously against Ilander's palm. He held them tighter, held them still. And then he finally looked at her and said,
Because for a moment, I thought you might let go.
What? Another pause, and then,
back in Stormhaven, when you were hanging from that bridge, I thought for a moment that you might let go. And that was the moment I realized, if you had let go, I would have too. I would have let go of any plans I had. I wouldn't have cared about that mission the Root God gave me, or about the consequences of fooling myself. If you had fallen, nothing else would have mattered.
The night air howled around them. She shivered, and he drew her closer. And she was struck by the warmth that radiated from his body. How was it that the once god of death made her feel so warm and alive? I thought about letting go, she admitted.
Well, I'm glad you didn't.
Me too, she said softly. He pressed his lips to her forehead, let them linger there for a moment, while she clenched her hands into the front of his coat and pulled herself even closer to his warmth. So that task the Rook God gave you, concerning my brother and me. He took a deep breath. She rose and fell with it.
Part of the reason I've been returning so often to Oblivion is because Terra and Caden have been pulling me back,
he said.
I'm connected to them in much the same way the Root God is connected to me. Not as completely, perhaps, but I can generally tell where they are at any given time. And if they are in trouble, for example, I can sense it.
And this past week has been particularly troublesome? She guessed. He nodded.
Caden continues to monitor Viren, who as I'm sure Sandolia's spies have informed the High King and Queen, is readying his final finishing assault on Sadira. It's been chaotic trying to keep track of his movements, to say the least.
And Tara?
Tara has gone to Starhaven at my command, to speak with its goddess and hopefully gain insight about what is to come. That deity has no doubt seen glimpses of our future. But getting her to divulge those glimpses is another matter entirely. She's not always cooperative.
Cass thought again of that conversation with Nefel. Because all the gods and goddesses are assholes, right? He smiled.
Yes, essentially.
She pressed her head to his chest and sighed.
But my point, to answer your question, is this.
He took those hands she clenched into his coat and wrapped them in his much larger ones.
I am trying to see every possible angle. And if there is a way to change the ending of this, I am going to find it. I need you to trust me on that.
She didn't know what to say. She had sworn she would never trust him again after what happened. But now... Do you actually believe that way exists? He took another of those deep, weary breaths.
Let's just start by finishing our walk.
She nodded, and her gaze turned once more to the Black Feather Institute. It was growing steadily colder as the seconds passed, and she was already finished with this walk, but she didn't want to go back to the palace either. I've spent a lot of time in that building this past week, she told Elander. The king gave me a key so that I could access the small library on the top floor, which is filled with particularly rare books and papers that deal mostly with the various gods and spirits and the legends and history surrounding them. She had thought to herself that she needed to start taking notes to keep up with these things, and now she had done just that. She had compiled nearly a book's worth of scribbles and musings already. It had proven to be a therapeutic escape from the politics of the Sandolian court. Elander seemed intrigued by the thought of this library, so they entered the building together. Cass had fallen in love with this place, really. It warmed her in more ways than one to walk inside and let its now familiar sounds and smells envelop her. The steps to the top floor were almost too many to count, but she climbed them with such eagerness that it made Elander laugh.
Who gets this excited over dusty old books?
He inquired as they reached the top landing. It's not the books, she countered, slipping the key from an inner pocket of her coat and unlocking the door to that restricted library. It's what's inside them. She pushed the door open and stepped inside, and she moved immediately to fiddle with the lamp on the wall and send warm light stretching over the space. Like so many of the rooms in this institute, this one appeared to have been built partly for scholarly endeavors and partly for leisurely gatherings. 3 of the walls were lined from top to bottom with that library of rare books and scrolls, but the 4th wall was staged for comfort, a line of plush chairs and couches, flanked by side tables covered in things such as incense burners, tomes of poetry, and more cards like the ones Laurent had played with her earlier. Elander made himself comfortable, slipping off his coat and boots and stretching out on one of the sofas. One long arm and leg draped over the side, making him look rather like a panther lounging lazily in the arms of a tree. Cass picked up her stack of notes. She had left it on one of the shelves, where one of the head scholars promised it would not be disturbed, and she drifted to her favorite part of this room, the small nook that jutted out from it. The walls and the ceilings of this nook were made of glass, so that one could lay on the floor and observe the night sky. It was colder than the proper room, so she grabbed a throw blanket from the couch and wrapped it around herself before settling beneath the stars and spreading her papers out before her. After several minutes of poring over the messy words and charts she'd scratched onto those papers, she glanced back at Elander and asked,
How well do you know the goddess of sky?
Not very. She's always been something of a recluse.
His eyes blinked open and squinted toward the ceiling in thought.
Lady Soren is sky kind, if you didn't know. Her kingdom's flag even features one of the symbols of that goddess. Part of the reason Viren is so eager to crush any potential rising of that kingdom, I imagine. Because they were never shy about praising that middle goddess, and all of the deities connected to her. More Sandolian than Catherine in that regard.
Cass nodded. Over the past week, she'd had several conversations about this precise subject. She went back to her notes, but she could feel Elander studying now. Then he sat up and stretched. She watched out of the corner of her eye as he grabbed a black feathered quill from the table beside him, along with a scrap of parchment. He started to scrawl along with her, a slight grin playing at the corners of his lips. Are you mocking my researching?
Not at all,
he said, still grinning.
I just feel like I should be more studious. Like I need to keep up with you.
She narrowed her eyes. What are you writing down?
Notes.
She went back to her own notes. But she was having a difficult time concentrating with him nearby. Every scratch of his quill drew her gaze. He leaned back on the sofa, taking the parchment and feathered quill with him. She stared as he tapped it against his shoulder, and then absently twirled it about, dragged it over his jaw, brushed his lips and made them part in that thoughtful way, and it—
Everything all right?
He asked. What?
You're staring at this feather as though you're jealous of it.
Don't be stupid, she muttered. His smile stopped her breathing for what felt like the 10th time that evening.
For what it's worth, I would prefer your fingertips to this.
He gave the black feather another little twirl.
Though it's also exceptionally soft.
Heat skipped through her, pulsed through all of her most sensitive areas. It was the way he'd said soft. Restlessness overtook her, and she stood and walked back to one of the shelves. He leaned up, placed his notes aside, kept spinning that feather around in his fingers. She was intimately aware of every one of these tiny movements he made, and her heart skipped a little faster with each one of them. She had started to reach for a book, but suddenly couldn't remember which one. Pretending she'd changed her mind, she walked over to the desk in the center of the room and started to dig through its drawers instead. Could he see that erratic way she was moving? Could he hear the reckless beating of her heart or the uneven tremor of her breaths? The answer was yes, judging by the confident way he stood and moved closer to her. So close. He slipped one arm around her, pinned her against him, traced that feather over her hand and up across her wrist.
See what I mean? Soft.
Her eyes fluttered shut.
What are you thinking?
He asked. Dozens of possible answers raced through her mind. She couldn't do this. She wanted to do it anyways. It wasn't going to end happily. She didn't care. She turned to face him. He lowered his gaze to hers, tipped his mouth closer, and all of her thoughts slammed to a stop, until only one remained. I was thinking that perhaps I should have let you help me with that dress after all. His eyes seemed to darken at the suggestion.
It's not too late to let me help you in other ways.
She started to slip out of her coat. Her gaze flicked toward the door. He moved to check the lock. Then he was back at her side with the quick, smooth grace that briefly reminded her that he was not human.
and he lifted that feather and pressed it to her lips.
We'll just have to be quieter about it. Wouldn't want to get thrown out of the library.
He trailed that feather across her lips and down along the hollow of her throat as he spoke.
That's the kind of thing that wouldn't look good on the record of a future queen.
No, it wouldn't. The words shivered out as she let her coat fall onto the chair behind her. Although now, I'm curious. His lips followed the path the feather had traced, pausing only as his nose brushed her earlobe. His breaths fell warm and heavy against the side of her neck.
About what?
About precisely what you were planning to do that would get us thrown out of a library. Chapter 26. He answered her first with a smile that sent a pleasant shiver tingling through her. And then he brought a hand up to the front of her shirt. His fingers pinched one of the buttons, gave it a little tug. An unspoken command, and she followed it, keeping her eyes level with his as she undid that button, and then the rest. He slipped his hand under her loosened shirt, cupped the newly freed weight of one of her breasts, and leaned into her, forcing her back against the chair as he covered her mouth with his own. For a moment she was trapped beneath the heat of him, a knee on one side, a strong arm pinning her in from the other, and he leaned away again only to allow her to slip completely free of her shirt. She shivered again as the cloth brushed over her skin. He sucked in a deep breath at the sight of her before him.
Nothing underneath.
His gaze dipped to her lower half, and then he took a step back, pulling her up to her feet as he went. His fingertips hooked the waist of her leggings. Another unspoken command, and she obeyed it as readily as before, kicking off her boots and slipping out of those fur-lined leggings. Nothing underneath there, either.
Casia.
Her name was a curse, a plea, a promise all growled into one. His breathing was ragged, uneven, his eyes burning with want, and she was unapologetic as she said, I thought such things might just get in the way. He pulled her against him and kissed her again, slowly, deeply, torturous in the way he was clearly holding himself back, his tongue only occasionally swiping against hers in teasing little tastes. His voice was low and dark as he pulled his mouth away, brought it up to her ear, and said,
And you accused me of sinful thoughts.
She smirked at this, which earned her a quick, rough kiss. Then Elander stepped back, and in one effortless motion, he drew his shirt up over his head and tossed it aside. He was beautiful. She had already known this, but the sight of his bare chest still made her dizzy all over again, as though this was the first time she'd seen it. She wanted to rake her fingers over the hard ridges of his stomach, taste the salt of his skin, memorize every dip and line that sculpted him. But he moved faster than she could, grabbing her hips and lifting her effortlessly up onto the desk behind him. His lips moved over the hollow of her throat, down across the hard velvet peaks of her breasts. He still had that feather in his hand, and he was not finished tormenting her with it just yet. He brought it up, brushing it over her inner thighs for a moment, before teasing it across the heat building between her legs. The combined pleasure of it all made her writhe against the desk until he grabbed her and pulled her forward. As her feet touched the solid floor once more, her hands traced the lines of his stomach, moving down to unfasten his belt. She had nearly managed to strip him of it when he stopped her.
Not yet.
He grabbed her chin and kissed her with such force that she was momentarily stunned. And then her hands were reaching up, tangling in the waves of his hair instead. He broke the kiss with obvious effort, and his eyes burned into hers, possessive and hungry and wild. She would have sworn they were glowing, the way they did when he took on his more godlike form.
"Stand by the window,"
he commanded, nodding toward that glass-encased nook she'd been in earlier.
"I want to see you in the starlight again. All of you this time."
She loved that rough, commanding edge of his voice. But she also couldn't help that seemingly endless desire she had to challenge him, so she didn't immediately follow his orders this time. Instead, she took one end of that unfastened belt, and she pulled until the entire length of it was in her hands. Her punishment was another rough kiss. There were teeth this time, and then the soft feather fell away and was replaced by 2 fingers that tapped and stroked and then pressed inside of her. He slipped them back out, then pushed them deeper in and beckoned until she arched her body, and then he withdrew them and kept them withdrawn.
"Cruel?"
she accused.
"The window,"
he growled back. She backed slowly toward it, tiptoeing across the floor because its smooth wooden planks were cold against her bare feet. The belt stayed in her hands. Her eyes never left Elander's. He followed her with slow, controlled steps, drinking in the sight of that starlight spilling over her nakedness. The caress of his gaze and the cooler air within that windowed space combined and made chills rise over Cass's skin. Chills that only rose more fully as he approached her. She turned to gaze out over the dark city, and his hands slipped around her waist and drifted lower, lower. They were too high up for anyone to recognize them or what they were doing. Nothing more than shadows behind glass. But there was still something exhilarating about the fact that anyone might see them at all. A slight shift in her stance, and her breasts were pressed against that cold window. Her body quivered at the sensation. The warmth of Elander's body closed in around her, and when he pulled that warmth away, it left her momentarily breathless. Lightheaded, she watched his reflection as he stripped the rest of his clothing away. Watched him as he watched her, his gaze roving over every curve, over every inch of her body as it shivered with want. She watched his hand as he reached it around her once more, as it trailed down and found that warm, pulsing center of her. She watched him stepping forward, closing the space between them, and then she felt him against her, the firm muscle against her back, the hard length slipping between her legs.
"See how helpful I can be?"
he whispered. Her head tilted back as he took her from behind. Gentle at first, his lips at the side of her neck, nipping at her earlobe as he eased into her. Then one hand on her hip, bending her over. His other hand took hers and guided it up to the window, splayed it against the glass for balance before he lowered more completely into her. A soft moan escaped her, and then another, and he brought his other hand to her hip and thrusted deeper, faster, until they were both unaware of the stars that wheeled overhead and the city that slept far below. There were still stars, but they didn't appear until much later, as Cass closed her eyes tightly as she felt her release building alongside his. His came first, and then his hand was back between her legs, coaxing until finally hers followed, wave after wave of it rocking through her and sending those stars into a swirling freefall. And then there was darkness. Warm, blessed darkness that felt peaceful and safe, and that she never wanted to leave. All too soon, her eyelids fluttered open. Her vision cleared to the reflection of them in the window. They could have been one of the many statues that decorated the halls of this tower. Her body arched back against him, his hand still wrapped around her waist, his face buried in the curve of her neck as he continued to throb inside of her. She didn't want to move.
She didn't want to breathe. She didn't want to separate herself from him. He moved first. He sank to his knees, taking her down with him, and he turned her around and pulled her into his lap. His hands pushed the hair from her face. He kissed her gently. His eyes were closed when he leaned back a moment later, but they blinked open and stared at her, bright and full of an emotion that she couldn't readily name. And the thought struck her before she could look away. I love you. But she couldn't say it out loud. Because how could she love a god who was fallen, who faded away from her every time she turned her back? A man who had lied to her, betrayed her, and who served such a terrifying higher power. There were too many higher powers at work, and she couldn't see a way to overcome them all, to make I love you possible, no matter how desperately she wanted it to be a reality. So she couldn't say it out loud. But it was impossible not to love him in the silence, impossible not to worship the dozens of little movements of him, the way he worked his fingers into the spaces between hers, the way he lifted his gaze to the stars and studied them while his free hand moved along her arm, as though he was retracing constellations against her skin. The way he noticed her shivering, and then without a word he made a bed of that blanket she'd been wrapped up in earlier, and then he retrieved her coat and draped it around her. He brought a second blanket from somewhere too, and he wrapped this around them both and pulled her in close. They sat like this for nearly an hour. She had almost fallen asleep, when suddenly she felt his body tense against hers. She tilted her gaze toward him, and she found his face easy to read for once. Something's wrong. His eyes closed in concentration for a moment. His frown deepened.
Maybe I can't sense Tira's energy any longer. I keep trying, but
He trailed off, shaking his head. You should go. The words caused a physical ache in her chest, but she forced them out. She might need you. He seemed as though he was about to agree with her, until he opened his eyes and met her gaze. And the ache must have been evident there as well, because he hesitated, and then he squeezed her hand, kissed her knuckles, and said,
I'll go soon.
You should go now, she thought, because it felt selfish to keep him, to hide away in this tower when the world outside was so terribly close to falling apart. But again, she couldn't seem to make herself speak. So they stayed, wrapped up in the blanket, in each other, in the warm scent of old books mingling with the cold air that managed to slip in from outside. Cass felt herself drifting again as she lay there, listening to the slightly off, slightly inhuman beating of Elander's heart. He had been right, back at the palace. She hadn't really slept since the last time she'd seen him. But he was here now, and maybe tonight she could manage to rest without those terrible visions.
Casia? What is this?
She blinked her eyes open and twisted around to see him holding the charm she'd taken from Asra's room. His hands must have found their way into the pocket of that coat she was wearing. That? She yawned. It's just an old trinket I took from my house. It used to be a part of one of the wind chimes Asra loved. One that I made for her when I was younger.
Where did you get it?
She shrugged. I've had it as long as I can remember. The answer seemed to alarm him for some reason. What's wrong?
Nothing. Nothing, it's just interesting looking.
He slipped it back into her pocket, lifted his troubled gaze to the stars, and said nothing else about the matter. Strange, she thought. But sleep had already started to take hold, and its claws would not be lifted from her now. Casia woke up alone.
It was hours later, judging by the pre-dawn glow of the sky. She was still tired, but she pushed herself to her feet anyway. Dressed, cleaned herself and the room up, and then she walked back to the Sundolian Palace. The urge to keep looking over her shoulder kept striking her. As if it would change anything, as if she would look and realize that Elander had been with her the whole time, and she had mistakenly walked away from the Black Feather Tower without realizing she'd left without him. But that was not the truth, obviously. She had told Elander to go back to Oblivion, and he had gone back. He had needed to go back. It was the necessary thing, and it was as simple as that. Still, it felt like she was leaving parts of herself behind, little pieces of her chipping off with every step she took, and leaving a trail back to that tower, to all the things they'd said and done there. Which was annoying, because she had other things to deal with, and she needed to be whole to deal with them. Once she stepped inside the palace, a deluge of those other things struck. She was spotted almost immediately by the High King, who gestured for her to wait. He was surrounded by several official-looking people who all wore nearly identical grave looks. Laurent was among them as well, and when his eyes met Cass's, he stepped away from that grave-faced group and walked to her side. "What is going on?" she asked.
Sidira has called for reinforcements,
he told her.
A massive army is approaching from the west. The sort of army intended to end things.
The king joined them a moment later, and he elaborated.
Their target is apparently the capital city of Cosrith. If Varen takes control of the port there, then it will become nearly impossible for us to keep funneling aid into Sidira. What remains of Lady Sorin's forces are organizing, preparing to meet them head-on, but they are outnumbered. That capital city will fall unless we help secure it.
He took a deep, steadying breath.
It's an important, potentially crippling battle. Important enough that Varen himself is traveling with his army, according to my sources.
The question shining in the king's eyes was obvious. Here is your chance to personally take the crown from Varen's head. Will you take it? Cass felt gaze after gaze turning in her direction. She kept her eyes locked with the king's, and she fought to keep her hands from fidgeting. She still did not feel as if she had done enough. She wanted more time to prepare, more time to practice her magic. She wanted to find the Sky Goddess, as Nefel had suggested, and maybe earn that goddess's blessing as well, and make better sense of all of the different threads of magic that were apparently woven through her. War was always going to be waiting at the end. She had more or less accepted this. She only needed more time to prepare for it. But the world, it seemed, was not prepared to wait for her. And if she did not face Varen now, then who would? Her storm magic had nearly penetrated his shield the last time they'd fought. That storm magic had become much stronger in the weeks since. If anybody could get to him, she reasoned, it would be her. So she at least had to try, didn't she? She swallowed hard, and she nodded. If Varen is going to Cosrith, then I will meet him there. I will face him. The king smiled, but somehow the expression looked somber.
Good. We have magic users capable of transporting at least some of you there quickly. Lady Sade will accompany you and your friends on my behalf. And we have soldiers stationed on the northeast edge, ready to cross the gulf and be on the Kethrin mainland within the day. Word will be sent for them to prepare to move. You should go prepare to leave as well.
Cass agreed. And with this, things were in motion. There was no second-guessing her decision. The palace halls were already filled with people scurrying about, making preparations. The magic users necessary to create a portal to Cosrith were being assembled. The king and queen's advisors were speaking in hushed voices as they hurried past. The servants were watching as much as they were working, while gossiping in equally hushed voices. Cass pushed through as much of the noise as she could, heading straight for the space she'd called her own over this past week. She quickly changed her clothes and packed her things, and then she made her way down to check on Rhea. She passed Zev in the hallway leading to Rhea's room.
Their eyes briefly met, and to Cass's surprise, he slowed to a stop.
She's awake, Zev said, casting his gaze back toward the room's half-opened door. But she's not going, so I was just telling her goodbye.
Cass nodded. It was obvious now that he said it. Of course she wasn't going. The world would not wait for her to be ready to fight either. All the same, hearing Zev say it made Cass feel like someone had struck her in the chest. They had started this together. And if this was an ending, it seemed like they should have all been facing it together. She took a step closer to him and asked, "You're going, right?" His gaze met hers, truly met hers, for a long moment.
Of course,
he said, before continuing past her. It was not exactly a truce, but it calmed her enough that she managed to keep moving. She took a deep breath and walked into Rhea's room. Rhea was sitting up, her fingers brushing Silverfoot, who was curled in her lap. She looked better than before, but there were still dark circles under her eyes, and assuaged were movements that made Cass want to line the floor with pillows to break any unintentional falls. "Hi," Cass said, forcing calmness into her voice. Silverfoot's gaze turned to her first, and then Rhea's head tilted in Cass's direction. "Hello, love," Rhea said. "I heard you're heading off on another adventure without me." Cass huffed out a laugh. Adventure is not quite the right word.
Perhaps not.
Rhea yawned. Cass crossed the room and sat on the edge of the bed. "Still, I'd go with you if I could," Rhea told her. "But the palace doctors here are rather strict, unfortunately. They don't want to hear any arguments about working through one's injuries. I tried, believe me. They should be strict. You look terrible, I know." She waved off the disagreement Cass started to interrupt her with, and then continued. "Zev was just in here, and he wasted no time informing me of that." "I wasn't going to say terrible," said Cass sheepishly. "But perhaps you don't look like you're ready to go to war." "Can't honestly say I'll miss it." Rhea leaned back against the headboard, and she seemed to lose herself in thought for a minute before she sighed and said, "But I'm sorry to be rather useless in the end." "You're not useless." Cass reached to pat Silverfoot's nose as the tiny creature sniffed at her sleeve. "And you don't have to apologize for what you need to do to survive, remember? If you have to stay, you have to stay. We won't be gone long anyway." Rhea was quiet for another long moment, and then she accepted this with a nod. "Just keep my little brother in line, eh?" "I'll try. But you know as well as I do that he's a lost cause." This succeeded in coaxing a small smile from Rhea. "Well, then just bring him back in one piece for me," she said. "And yourself and everyone else, too." "I will." The words felt heavy on Cass's tongue. Heavy like a lie. Because she knew there was no guaranteeing any of them would come back. She sat with Rhea for as long as she could, but the flurry of preparations going on outside were loud, reaching them even in this tucked-away room with its half-closed door, and soon Cass was growing restless, and Rhea could clearly see this, even without the use of her own eyes. "You should get going," Rhea suggested. Cass reluctantly agreed. She hugged her goodbye, and as she left, she nearly collided with Nessa, whose face was red and puffy. "Are you okay?" Cass asked.
"Yes, but I'm glad I ran into you."
She heaved in several deep breaths, and then managed to continue.
"I'm going to stay. I don't want Rhea to be alone, and
She trailed off, trying again to heave in enough breath to speak with, but failing this time. "You don't have to explain anything," Cass told her. "I understand." Nessa had enough terrors haunting her after the turmoil of these past weeks. She didn't need to add any more. Cass didn't want her to add to those nightmares. And that was precisely what they would be walking into in Cosrith, it seemed like. A nightmare.
Let's not bother with goodbye, okay?
Nessa suggested with a sniff.
It feels too stuffy and formal. And kind of pointless, considering how soon I'm going to see you again. Right?
Cass nodded. Despite her insistence on no farewells, it was Nessa who threw her arms around Cass, who squeezed for a full minute at least, and then leaned her forehead into Cass's for another minute after that. But then she left without another word. Words would likely have led to more tears, and Nessa's eyes had already looked swollen enough. Another piece gone. Cass did not cry, but her chest was tightening and her fingers were moving, searching for something to tap against. Normally, she would count those movements up to 10 and then back down again. But now her anxious mind was stuck on the number 2. Only 2. Once there had been 5, but now only Laurent and Zev remained. 2. She counted them over and over, bending one finger and then the next, up and down. She couldn't seem to stop. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. She heard footsteps approaching, and she ducked into the closest empty room she could find. Pressed back and further back, until she was outside of the reach of the light spilling in from the hallway, until no one could see her. A fine queen they'll think I am, hiding in the dark like this, she thought bitterly. But her compulsions would not stop, even as she leaned back against the wall and tried to wrap her hands together and hold them still. 1, 2, 1, 2. She gritted her teeth and closed her eyes, and she dove deep inside of herself in search of something to make it stop. Something stronger than the incessant, repetitive thoughts. Something like magic. Her fingers stopped moving, turning rigid as electricity raced across her palm. A brief storm crackled, filling the room with sparks that reflected off glistening gold frames and other trinkets being stored in the space. Then, with a flick of her wrist, Cass settled it as quickly as she'd called it. Even though she'd had complete control over it, her hand was still shaking as that magic faded. But she didn't mind, because she had successfully replaced her fear with that magic, with power. It had only been a small spell, not enough to empty herself entirely of the energy that fed her anxieties, but like that small reassurance from Zev earlier, it was enough to pull her out of the dark and push her back into motion. 1 foot in front of the other. She found the rest of her traveling party outside, gathered around the air kind who were creating that method of travel the king had mentioned. Laurent and Zev were checking the last of their bags. Lady Sade was kneeling before the young prince and princess, speaking to them in a hushed voice. She used her thumb to wipe away a tear from the princess's cheek as the queen approached. And then Sade stood and turned her attention to that queen. They embraced, and they were still clutching one another as they leaned apart and had one last hasty conversation in the language of their home village. It was another goodbye that Cass did not want to focus on, so she turned instead to the magic users and watched them work. The air spirit was a messenger among the gods she served. As such, her given magic allowed for the transfer of things. Mentally, as in the images Silverfoot passed to Rhea, but also physical things if a magic user was blessed and skilled enough to create a proper portal. And Cass had seen such portals used before, but none quite so large and impressive as the one before her now. 3 men were weaving it as their king looked on. The space between them shimmered with celadon-colored energy that soon formed the shape of an arched doorway that grew darker toward its center. The queen moved to her husband's side, watching alongside him as the magic users completed their work. Her gaze caught Cass's. She gave a small, encouraging nod, and Cass thought of that conversation they'd had on her first night in this city.
At some point, you will have to decide who you are going to become. It was a question that had plagued her for entirely too long. Who was she really? The air-kind men stepped away from their creation. The spell was finished. Sade was already stepping toward it, and Zeb and Laurent glanced back at Cass expectantly. I suppose I am about to find out, she thought. And then she steeled herself and stepped through the portal. Chapter 27. Blood against white stone. The words had haunted Elander ever since Casia said them, and this was the vision that greeted him when he arrived in Oblivion. Not a premonition, not a haunting, but actual splashes of scarlet against the marble floors, and also against the walls, the steps, the doors. It looked as though a body had been thrown repeatedly against those things, as if a beast had taken hold of its prey and slung it mercilessly back and forth to make certain it was dead. He had seen a great deal of spilled blood throughout his existence, but even so, the sight before him now threatened to turn his stomach. Where had it come from? There had to be a body somewhere. Or bodies. He forced his mind to settle, to focus, and then he sensed a faint, flickering pulse, a familiar energy. Tira. He raced up the steps, and he soon found her in that room of doors that led to the other God Havens. Her body was slumped against a chair, her face buried against it, and her arms wrapped around the back of it, desperately clinging, trying to hold herself upright. A trail of blood suggested that she had dragged herself to that chair. 3 other servants, human servants, were sprawled out on the floor between Tara and where Elander stood. All of them were dead. There was no pulse of life from any of these 3, not even a hint of one. So Elander ignored them and ran to Tara's side. He knelt down and pushed the blood-soaked hair from her face, commanded her to open her eyes. She didn't. Couldn't, it seemed. He held her head up off the cold ground. His hands remained steady, but only through sheer force of will. What had he done? He had sensed that something was off. Why hadn't he come back before now? But of course he knew why. Because he hadn't been able to bear the thought of leaving Casia until the last possible moment. Because he couldn't be certain that she was safe now, and no matter what he did, no matter what choice he made, somebody other than himself would suffer for it. He shook the thought from his head as Tara's eyes finally fluttered open. "What happened?" he demanded. Tara's gaze focused, not on him, but on the ceiling high above. "I went to Starhaven as I commanded," he finished for her. "And I came back. And then..." Elander willed himself to be still, patient, gentle. He was furious, gripped by fear and desperate for answers, but he had no choice but to wait until finally, Tara's lips moved, and then more words stumbled from her mouth. "He made me tell him what I'd heard from the goddess. I didn't want to, but I..." A cold sweat washed over him. Tara fell silent again. He steadied his breathing and then carried her away from the blood and the cold stone, down the steps and into the small room she usually stayed in whenever she was here. He settled her down on the bed in the corner and sat on the floor beside it, leaning back against the wall, his hand raked into his hair and clutching his pounding head. Finally, she tilted her face toward him. She seemed aware that he was there, at least, so he tried another question. "The Star Goddess shared the vision with you after all, then?" Tara swallowed. Her throat bobbed with more attempts at words. All of the attempts ultimately failed. But then she reached out her hand, and the curved cross mark on her skin began to glow faintly with her power. Her fingertips brushed Elander's shoulder,
and the images were planted in his mind through Terra's shadow magic. A recreated scene of her visit to Starhaven, it seemed. He recognized the inky black walls and floors, an imitation of the night sky that occasionally blinked with stars, and the goddess herself with her dark, shimmering dust hair. Cepheid. And the voice that echoed through his head a moment later sounded more like Cepheid's than Terra's.
She has made her decision to reach for the crown, and with that decision, the fates of both her and her brother are sealed. They will both die on the battlefield. In 2 days, the bloodline ends.
The words kept repeating over and over, until Elander gripped the side of his head and shook it, dispelling them. Terra lay motionless on the bed. The shadow-kind mark on her hand glowed faintly, ever more faintly, until finally it was nearly invisible within the darkness of the room. Elander was equally still. His eyes glazed over in thought, until he heard footsteps on the staircase outside. His body briefly tensed, but then he recognized the energy those footsteps belonged to. Caden stepped into the room, pausing mid-step as he caught sight of Terra's body. He frowned, and for a long moment he seemed to consider turning around and walking back out. But then he stepped forward and quietly said,
"I take it someone's patience is officially used up."
Elander stood. He walked to the window on the opposite side of the room and braced his hand against the wide sill.
Malafar was here to greet her when she returned from Starhaven, it seems. He was very interested in the vision Cepheid shared with her. So Cepheid actually cooperated.
Elander nodded, and he quietly recounted the vision Terra had shared with him.
"That's good, isn't it?"
Caden asked once he was finished.
2 days and this ends.
Elander hesitated. Good was certainly not the word for what he was feeling.
"What Terra showed me might not have been entirely accurate,"
he said. He hoped. Her magic was not meant for the flawless transportation of messages, but for manipulation. She could create any image or sound she wanted to, and he had no reason to think that she would have recreated her memories falsely, but after such a traumatic attack, who was to say that she hadn't mixed up the details? But Caden shook his head.
"The 2 days part makes it seem accurate."
Elander lifted an expectant gaze in his direction, and Caden elaborated.
"I've just come from Olin, from a bit of spy work amongst the front lines. And Varen is with the army that's marching into Sidira. He's personally leading the attack against that fallen kingdom now. And according to information gathered by that same army, his sister is also in Sidira now, presumably because she knows he's coming. I don't know how she arrived so quickly. Some sort of magic, I presume, but it doesn't matter."
Elander braced his arms against the cold windowsill and stared out at the dark shapes of oblivion.
"What matters is that the chance of them meeting on the battlefield in 2 days is very likely, as I said."
Elander gripped the cold edge of that windowsill more tightly. Caden moved to his side.
"So now we let them kill each other, yes? We let the goddess's vision come true. You helped the Solarson woman at Stormhaven. You saw her safely through the in-between. Her magic is apparently strong enough to ruin both her and Varen now, and it's partly because you helped her. You orchestrated much of this, so technically your oath is fulfilled. It's over."
Over. The word settled like a stone on Elander's chest.
"The attack on Terra was a final warning,"
Caden implored.
"He sees what is unfolding, sees the end of the bloodline coming, and he is reminding you of the consequences of intervention. You can't save her from Varen's army again. You can't go to war for her.
Elander kept his gaze on the shadowy world outside.
If I need to lock you in a room just to keep you from meddling in this, then just say the word and I will do it. You must let things play out. The Rook God will be appeased, he can do what he likes with this empire, and we get to return to our true... So we should just step aside while he annihilates that empire. That was always the plan, wasn't it? Human empires rise and fall all of the time. Maybe. Maybe. Never mind the empire. It is...
He sighed, stuck his hand into the pocket of his coat, and found the object he'd tucked away in there, heavy and waiting.
It is all more complicated than that now.
Caden gave him an exasperated look. Elander ignored it. And then he took out that small yet heavy metal charm that he'd stolen from Cass, and he dropped it onto the windowsill between them. Caden stared. The room was deathly quiet, save for the metallic echo of that charm wobbling against the marble sill, the clatter and thunk of it finally settling, jewel side up, and the occasional wheezing, rattling coughs of Tara. Caden released a slow, shuddering breath.
That can't be what I think it is. It is.
Caden shook his head in disbelief.
Its power is drained, almost entirely. But when I focus on it, when I hold it, there is no mistaking it for what it is, I'm afraid. This cannot be. But it is,
said Elander softly. The Circa Sonka, the heart of the sun, the object that had started this entire horrible ordeal, the target the Rook God had sent him after, the gift that Elander had stolen from the sun goddess's domain all those years ago. It had ruined him once before. Now it seemed it was back to do it a second time.
And Casia had it for some reason,
he told Caden. The room grew quiet once more. So quiet that Elander cut his gaze toward Tara just to make certain she was still breathing.
Do you think that woman... that she's... her?
Caden asked.
It's possible. But I need you to do me a favor.
Caden finally lifted his eyes away from that unassuming piece of metal.
I need you to make sure,
Elander said.
And I need you to do it quickly.
Chapter 28. It was snowing at the palace of the Sidiran Queen.
Palace wasn't really the right word, was it?
Muttered Zev, shivering as their group took in the building before them.
That's what they called it, but it barely qualifies as a fancy house.
Cass quietly agreed. The dwelling was no bigger than the house they'd had back in the Valshade forest. It had columns that were somewhat grand-looking, aside from the chipping plaster, but this was the only exterior decoration worth noting. Otherwise, it was a plain white face with small, dingy windows and a door with wood that was in dire need of repainting. Sade's blue eyes flashed impatiently in Zev's direction. This is not the true palace. That lies in ruins, far to the east of here. Do you not know your own empire's history? She looked away, muttering what sounded like the Sundolian word for fool under her breath, and then continued in Kethrin. This is the Temple Zeruko. It was once a shrine to the sky goddess Indre, who isn't known to care for fancy things. When the city of Kosrith was under siege by Anric de Solasin some decades ago now, this building is one of the only ones that did not burn or collapse. The sky goddess herself protected it, along with the royal family, people say. It is considered a sacred dwelling, so you would do well to keep your ignorance to yourself while we're inside. With that, their prickly escort stomped away. Zev watched her go, his mouth hanging open with the start of an argument
that he hadn't had a chance to give. Laurent watched that speechlessness with a slight grin, and then he clapped a hand on Zev's shoulder and said,
"See? This is why I'm always telling you to read a book."
Cass stifled a laugh. "Yes, Zev. Read a history book, why don't you?" "This isn't technically my empire," he argued. "You should go tell her that. I'm sure it will make all the difference to her." The start of a wry smile crossed Zev's face, and for a moment things felt normal between them all. But as soon as Cass's eyes met his smile faded, and he shrugged Laurent's hand away. They silently followed Sade inside. 3 guards met them and led them toward the back of the house. They passed a handful of carved wooden statues of the goddess Indre, and they followed a strip of faded blue carpet until they reached a large windowless room. In the center of this room, currently greeting Sade with an embrace and then a kiss on both of her cheeks, was the young ruler of Sidira. Cass recognized her from a portrait the Sandolian king had showed her. It had been painted 3 years ago, when this young woman was still known as the crown princess and not a queen, though still only in name. She was not a true queen any more than Cass was, in this case because Sidira had officially fallen shortly after Soren was born. Cass had not read nearly enough history books on the subject herself, but she knew that Sidira had been torn apart by civil war long before Anric de Solison ever attempted to pull it under his banner. So once Anric started to gain more power, because of the deal he'd struck with the Rook God, she now realized, it had been easy enough to convince a weary Sidiran populace to follow him. He had promised stability, unity under a single crown that could provide for them and protect them, if only they swore their ultimate allegiance to that crown. This city they now stood in was one of the few that had reestablished its independence in recent years, taking its sovereignty back from the houses that ruled with the authority of the Solison crown. And if there was to be any hope of the kingdom around it rising fully from the ashes to stand against Varen and his allies, this city could not be retaken. Soren looked a great deal like her cousin in the Southern Empire, between her olive skin, her black hair, and the deeply inquisitive way she took in the sight of each of her visitors. But her eyes were an odd shade of bluish-green that Cass hadn't seen in Sandolia, or anywhere else for that matter. She wore a faded tunic and well-traveled boots that would not have looked out of place on the poorest inhabitants of Cyrodiil, but she wore these things well, and more confidently than some nobility wore their priceless garments trimmed in gold. Her gaze fixed on Cass.
"Lady Solison, we meet at last."
This time, Cass managed not to flinch at the use of her born name. Progress, she thought, stepping forward to offer her hand. According to rumors, we met a long time ago. Soren's lips curled into a slight smile that brightened her oddly colored eyes, and Cass caught a glimpse of the young 16 years this woman actually was. But she reached back and took Cass's hand in a firm grip, shook it, and then that flicker of youth was gone just as quickly. A stern mask took its place. She looked to the ones that had led Cass and her party inside.
"Guard the doors. I would like to speak with our new friends alone and uninterrupted."
Once no one except Sade, Cass, Laurent, Zev, and herself remained, Lady Soren sat down on the edge of the table in the back of the room, arms folded across her chest. Her gaze quickly locked on Cass's once more.
"So, you are the first to arrive. A fleet is coming from the sea, but apparently it was imperative that you get here before them. My cousin believed you could be of the greatest aid to me, and that we would have much to discuss before anyone else arrived."
Cass nodded, trying to appear more confident than she felt. "I hope I can be of aid." Soren's eyes darted to each of the people before her in turn.
I don't mean to seem rude, but I suppose I had hoped and expected a more formidable-looking group. Then again, my cousin is known for his optimism. It's gotten him into trouble more than once.
The question in Soren's gaze was obvious enough. Was he wrong to be optimistic about you? Cass felt torn between that desire to project confidence and to be honest. In the end, she settled somewhere in between. "We're stronger than we look," she told Soren. "And we've been through our share of battles to arrive here. Although it's true, I was not entirely prepared to arrive on your doorstep this afternoon. And there were still questions I wanted to answer before meeting my brother on the battlefield." "Questions?" Where to start? Cass carefully considered her words for a moment before she continued. "Before we arrived in your cousin's city, we were in search of allies in other places. In divine places." She briefly recounted their adventures in Stormhaven, and Soren only looked mildly surprised by it all, as though seeking the dwellings of gods was a common pastime. Cass assumed the young queen's cousin had informed her about this as well. Soren did glance at Sade for a brief moment, but when Sade did not object to anything being said, Soren looked back at Cass and nodded for her to continue. Cass did so, but as soon as she inquired about the possibility of Skyhaven being within reach of this kingdom, Soren frowned and then finally interrupted her. "There is an island in the Beleric," she said. "The people of our kingdom used to make pilgrimages to it long ago." "Used to?" Zev repeated. "The waves reach too high now, and an invisible force protects it from above. Nobody has visited it in years as far as I'm aware." Nobody could reach the temple in the desert either, Cass thought, until I did it. Before she could mention this, Soren said, "Either way, we do not have time to investigate such things now. The latest reports suggest that Varen and his soldiers passed through Olin this morning, which means they could be here by tomorrow night or the day after at the latest." And so here it was again. The thought that seemed to linger beneath all of Cass's conversations now. We are running out of time. She mirrored Soren's frown. "I inquired about that sky goddess because I believe the infamous magic that protects Varen may be a combination of sky magic and something else. I've been trying to discover a way to break through it." Soren considered her thoughtfully for nearly a full minute, before pushing away from the table and beckoning Cass to follow her. "Come with me," she said. "We can talk more, and I can at least show you that sky magic firsthand." Hours later, Cass and Soren were still together in the gardens that stretched away from the back of Indra's temple, their muscles aching and their skin glistening with sweat in spite of the cold air. Soren had been relentless with her conversation, and with her magic. They went back and forth with questions, possible strategies, and with endless discussions of their numbers, their strengths, their weaknesses. And any time their conversation lulled, Soren would summon her shielding magic, and Cass would have to break down that shield with her own power. Storm versus sky, over and over, until Cass started to think she was developing a true sense for the way that sky magic felt. She could feel it building and breaking, just as she had felt the flickers of that spell she'd used during her last battle with her brother. Except Soren was more powerful than any crystal or any of the few sky kind Cass had encountered in the past. She did not break as easily, which gave Cass the opportunity to truly study the power she was using. It was not the same as seeking the goddess of sky herself, obviously, but it was all they could do with what they had before them. Rhea's voice kept running through Cass's mind, even though her friend was hundreds of miles away now. "Let's just do our best to survive the battle in front of us." By the third hour or so, Cass was doing more than simply surviving. She had developed a strategy, a reflex, and time after time she managed to weave her storm magic into Soren's shields and break them without much effort. Soren was talented, but Cass had the blessing of the storm goddess herself flowing in her veins, and she was starting to feel more and more confident in her abilities, as if she might actually be able to shatter Varen's magic when the time came. Then Soren unsheathed the sword at her hip and swept it through the air. Cass immediately felt the energy around her changing, growing stronger. A wall of sky magic appeared wherever that sword swept through, a glistening shimmer of bluish-green not unlike the color of Soren's eyes. The Sidiran queen swung that blade in a circle, sending threads of magic streaming through the air. They wove together, cocooning her in protection. Cass did as she had countless times over these past hours. She sought the energy of Soren's magic, settled her own rising power, took hold of it, and guided it forth, infusing it into that cocoon Soren had created. Once she felt Soren's sky energy going still, paralyzed by the storm she'd summoned, she prepared a second jolt of lightning to send forth. Usually the paralyzed shield exploded when it was hit, like a bolt of lightning splitting a dead tree. Easy as that. But this time, that wall of sky magic held. Cass dug in her heels and summoned more electricity to strike it, to batter it, to break it. Nothing seemed to work, and she could see Soren on the other side of that wall, wearing a grin. Cass stubbornly kept trying to break through. She worked her hands this way and that, ignoring the ache in her arms and the lack of feeling in her fingertips. Her storm magic built and built, growing steadily. Soren moved suddenly, and when she shifted her sword and stance, the sky magic shifted as well, throwing Cass off balance. And as she tried to regain that balance, Cass realized all at once how tired these past few hours had actually made her. Her hold on the massive storm she'd conjured slipped, like the frayed rope she had been holding on by had violently snapped. She stumbled, twisting her ankle as she caught herself against a trellis overgrown with vines. Her magic tumbled violently in the air around her, but she managed to maintain enough control to slam it down onto the ground, to scatter and dissipate it before it could do any real damage. Cass looked back to Soren, heaving for breath.
"Sorry. I thought you were ready for that,"
Soren said from the other side of her barrier, her grin a bit sheepish now. Cass lifted the weight off her throbbing ankle and held in a groan.
"Do you need a break?"
She wanted to say no. They didn't have time for breaks. But she hesitated too long with her answer, and Soren answered for her.
"We'll take a break."
Cass couldn't find the strength to argue, so she sank down on a slab of broken stone and massaged her ankle. Soren settled her magic by twisting her blade through the air. It collected the strands of that magic like a spool winding up thread. She saw Cass eyeing that blade, which was now glowing faintly, and she said,
"This sword is Indra's grace, the shield maker. It was my mother's, and hers before that, and hers before that, and so on. It has absorbed the blood of generations of Skykind, and it has grown more powerful with each of these rituals."
She lifted the necklace she wore and gave the cloud-shaped charm on it a little twist.
"And this is the other shield that goes with it, Indra's tear. A gift from my father on the day I was officially named as heir of the Sidiran throne."
She slipped it over her head and handed it to Cass. As soon as her fingers touched it, Cass could feel the power sleeping within it. And it could feel her, judging by the way it trembled in her hand, as if reacting, perhaps trying to draw Cass's power to the surface. Soren was watching her curiously by this point, so Cass tried again to explain all of the different magic she carried. The other strange ways it had manifested before now, the visions she'd witnessed, the encounters she'd had with divine deities and beasts, all of it. It seemed pointless to be coy with details now. If she was going to potentially die on a battlefield with this young woman tomorrow, Why hold anything back today?
My cousin wrote to me about your strangeness a few days ago, of course, Soren said, after Cass had finished. But he stressed that it could not be contained within his letter. Cass let out a soft snort. He's not wrong about that. She turned Indre's tear over and around in her hand for another moment, before handing it back to Soren. When I feel your sky magic, it feels familiar yet distant, like something I once knew very well. Whatever innate sky power I had, I think much of it was lost when I was younger, as if I transferred it to Varen somehow when I shielded him from the ones threatening the Solacean bloodline. A sister desperate to protect her brother, Soren thought out loud. Ironic, in light of the way things have turned out, isn't it? Soren nodded, and then continued her train of thought. But you had sky magic at one point, and now storm, and star, and moon. The sun goddess seems to have chosen me and given me the various different shades of her power, said Cass. I've concluded that much, though for what purpose I can't say. Can any of us really say what purpose we're here for? Soren mused. My mother always told me that this was up to ourselves to decide, regardless of what the divine have blessed us with. They were quiet for another moment, and then Cass ventured a question. Your parents, what happened to them? I heard that rumor about our working together, a rumor that called you the Queen, but I hadn't heard of your parents passing. No? Soren kept her eyes on the distant sunset as a bitter laugh escaped her. Well, I dare say Varen didn't announce it to his subjects. She got to her feet and dusted the grit and dirt from her knees, picked up that sky sword and twisted it a few times before apparently changing her mind, sheathing it. She instead went to the edge of their practice ground and picked up a small metal box. One of her soldiers had placed it there, alongside a bow and quiver and other weapons she might have desired to practice with. They fell at Siep, she continued, almost a year ago to the day. That northwestern city has been under the control of the Solacean crown for as long as any of Sidira's cities. We thought we had amassed the forces to take it back. Thousands swore themselves to our cause. But in the end, not enough of those forces showed up to actually fight. And there were some who showed up only to betray us. They were outnumbered in the end, and they knew it. But my parents marched forth anyway. And both of your parents, they did everything together. I'm sorry, Cass said, even though the words felt laughably inadequate. They rarely left me behind either. But I think they had a sense that things might go poorly on this occasion, even before they did. Because I was here instead of there, on a day not unlike this one. Just waiting for news. News that eventually came in a box. A box? The prettiest one you ever saw. She held up that metal box in her hands. Presumably this was the same box. And it was pretty, with its gold fastenings and its intricate etchings of the sun, the moon, and a scattering of stars across its lid. My parents' hands were inside it, said Soren. She opened it and Cass recoiled automatically, but the only thing inside of that box now were knives. At least a dozen ornate throwing knives of different sizes and weights. Soren took one out and hooked her finger through its handle, spun it a few times, and then unleashed it. Thwack! It struck a nearby tree, and she stared at the protruding handle for a moment before she said, They're marked hands, of course. As a warning to myself, and to any other divinely marked people, I suppose.
Another knife? Another thwack?
I responded by building up the rebel army that my parents started, weeding out the traitors, sending little gifts of my own to Varen.
Cass was hesitant to ask what she meant by gifts. Thwack.
Your fool of a brother does not fear the gods or their magic, Soren continued.
So he says. Thwack. Soren walked to that tree full of knives. One by one she ripped them free. One by one she polished their edges and placed them back in that ornate box. She closed the box, her hand lingering on top of its lid, as though she was preparing to swear an oath upon it. And then she looked at Cass and said,
"But he will fear us before it is over."
Cass stared back, lost for a moment in the furious depths of those strangely colored eyes. And she nodded. She liked this young woman, she decided. She was mildly terrified of this young woman, perhaps, but as long as she was on their side, all the better.
Another useful ally,
Cass dared to think, and hope fluttered defiantly in her heart.
"Again?"
Soren proposed, lifting her hand and giving it a twist, calling the threads of another sky spell forth. Cass got to her feet. Again. That night, Cass was so exhausted from her conversations and magic lessons with Soren that she actually fell asleep soon after her head hit the slightly musty-smelling pillow she'd been provided with. It didn't last. The visions returned. The familiar blood and breaking stone and feathers, but also a new one. Blood against skin instead of stone, spreading like spilled ink over a palm and down along a pale arm. She bolted upright with a shout. After catching her breath, she scrambled from her bed and dug through her piles of bags and clothing until she found the coat she was looking for. She shoved her hand into its pocket, searching for Asra's charm. But it was gone. Panic unfurled inside of her. She felt that dark, spiraling sensation beginning. But then something red flashed in the corner of her gaze, and her panicked thoughts were momentarily derailed by shock. Her hand was bleeding. There was a smooth cut in the center of her palm. What in the world? Someone pounded on the door. Cass was slow to respond, still staring at her hand in a daze, thinking of that strange new vision she'd had before waking. A moment later, that door flew open without her invitation. Zev was standing there, looking as though he'd just rolled out of bed. They stared at each other for a long, uncomfortable moment, until finally he said, "I heard you shouting." "Sorry, He shuffled uncertainly in the doorway. But he didn't leave. She clenched her bleeding hand into a fist and held it against her chest. "I had a strange nightmare, is all. I woke up searching for that charm that I used to carry, the one that was part of Asra's chime. But it wasn't in my coat where I left it. And then I noticed... well, this..." She turned her hand so he could see the blood. He moved immediately to her side. "What the hell, Cass? This looks deep. How did you do this?" "I'm not sure." He snatched a shirt that she'd tossed aside during her search, and he handed it to her. "Keep pressure on it. I'll be right back." Minutes later, he returned with proper bandages and healing herbs. He helped stem the bleeding as he asked, "Where'd you see it last? The charm, I mean?" She winced, both from the pressure he was still putting on her wound and from the question itself. He lifted his gaze to hers, expectant. "The last time I saw it was when I was with Ilander."
The semblance of normalcy between them evaporated almost instantly. It was frustrating, and Cass could not help the bitter tone of her voice as she added, "He might know where it went, but he's not here. He's disappeared again, as I'm sure you noticed."
I did notice that.
So go ahead then.
Go ahead and what?
Point out how foolish I am for spending time with him when he was here.
I'd rather just help you look for your stupid charm.
He tied off the bandage he'd just wrapped around her hand, and then he moved to the piles of bags she'd unceremoniously dumped against the wall.
Maybe it's around here somewhere. If only you weren't so damn messy.
She watched him without speaking for a moment, and then she got to her feet and started to help him look.
It isn't just him, you know,
he said after a moment.
It's everything.
Cass paused her searching and fixed him with a glare. Elaborate. He looked as though he'd prefer to light himself on fire, but Cass's gaze was insistent, and eventually he sighed and said,
The Queen stuff. The endlessly confusing magic stuff. And this battle we're marching toward. I feel like I'm losing you. Or like I'm going to soon enough.
You can't lose me, idiot. Her gaze softened, and she tried to manage a small, reassuring smile. He didn't return it.
What do you think happens when people go to war, even if they survive it?
She hugged her arms against herself and didn't reply.
They don't just go fight, win, come back, and live normally again,
Zev answered.
Do you know how I know? Because I've watched my sister trying to come back for nearly 15 years now. She hides things well. But I know what she was like before she signed up for Lord Maltus's army.
Cass still didn't reply. She didn't know what to say.
I was only 8 when she left for that army, if you'd forgotten. Young, but I still vividly remember things. I didn't understand why she signed up for that madness then, and I don't understand it now.
He seemed to be talking more to the bag in his hand than to Cass.
She watched our father suffer through his own nightmares after all the years he spent fighting in wars himself. She watched it get so bad that our mom couldn't comfort him anymore. And then she went and signed up for her own wars anyway.
Cass took that bag from him. She'd meant to put it with the others, to go about organizing that mess he'd chided her about, but she couldn't bring herself to look away from Zev.
Rhea was still going to come to this war too, he said. She wanted to come, and the only reason she didn't was because she felt like a burden.
She's not a burden.
No, but she still feels like she is.
Cass sat the bag down and made her way over to settle down on the edge of her bed. She felt unbearably heavy all of a sudden, and all she wanted to do was sit down.
Being back in that Southern Empire over the past weeks, and then in the very palace of the one who sent those soldiers that gave her that injury. It hasn't been good. For either of us. Her especially.
He pressed his fingertips together, calling forth a tiny flame. Extinguished it. Clenched his fist, and then repeated the sequence over and over.
It doesn't just end when the soldiers retreat, or even after all the Mad Kings are killed.
You act like I haven't been through my share of wars, Cass said, fighting and failing to keep the hurt and the exasperation from her voice. Like I wouldn't understand that pain and loss. She sucked in a breath, searched for the right word. Echo long after the thing that caused them is gone. Do you honestly think that I haven't been thinking of all of these things? All these years we've been friends, and you really don't know me any better than this?" That hurt in her voice seemed to catch his attention, to remind him that he was actually talking to her, and not venting to an empty room. His fiery gaze settled on her, and for a tense moment she expected him to turn and leave again, to go back to brooding in peace. But then he sat down on the bed, and he said,
"I'm sorry."
She exhaled slowly. "Me too." They sat together in silence for a moment, until Cass said, "This is usually the part where you say something stupid to lighten the mood."
"I've gotten tired of making jokes. I just want this to be over."
Cass had a terrible feeling that things were nowhere near over, but she didn't say this. She only tilted her head toward him, leaned it against his shoulder. "I miss Rhea and Nessa," she said after a minute. She missed Elander too, but she didn't trust this newly established peace between her and Zev enough to mention that.
"Yeah, I miss them too."
A pause, and then he added,
"Don't tell them I said that, though. I'd never hear the end of it."
"I won't tell them." Cass laughed, a quiet, somewhat hollow version of the usual laughter she shared with Zev. But it still felt nice to be able to do it at all. Gods forbid anybody realize you have thoughtful, considerate feelings beneath the fire and sarcasm. He elbowed her in the side. Quiet for another moment, and then his voice, softer than she had ever heard it.
"Do you think we'll see them again?"
Cass could not, answer right away. She was busy replaying her plans in her mind, counting the steps. Varen would fall. Kethra would face one less threat, and then they could work on facing the gods. She had steadily gained allies, divine and otherwise. The High Court of Sandolia, the Storm Goddess, and now Soren and her army. And there would be more. There would be time. They just had to get through this battle in front of them first. All was not yet lost. They could do this. "We will," she told Zev. "I'm sure of it." And for once, Zev did not disagree with her. Chapter 29. Elander remained at Tara's bedside throughout the night, rising only to occasionally pace the room. He froze at small noises, bristled at energies he didn't immediately recognize. More than once he had to brace an arm against something to keep away the sensation that the world was spinning wildly out of his control. He was a walking disaster compared to his usually composed self. But how could he not be? Tara still had not found the strength to speak to him again, and he had cleaned, in between his pacing and his panicking, but to his oblivion-heightened senses, everything still smelled like her blood. It kept every nerve in his body on edge as he waited, expecting the dark god he served to come finish what he'd started. But Malafar did not appear. His voice did not weave through Elander's thoughts, not even once, and his magic never reached out to make itself painfully known. It was as if their connection had been severed entirely.
"This is a game to him,"
Elander thought.
"Another type of torture."
Finally, he sensed Caden's energy returning. Elander was climbing the stairs an instant later. He took the steps in 2s and 3s, and as he reached their summit, he only just managed to regain his composure enough to calmly meet Caden's gaze and ask,
"Do you have it?"
Caden nodded, lifting his right hand into an arc of torchlight. His nails had become claws, and those claws glistened, revealing a red stain on the tip of one of them. Stolen blood. Casia's. and judging by the exhausted look on Caden's face, whatever information he had divined from that blood had not made their situation seem any less dire.
I assume you want to see this for yourself.
Elander nodded.
You have water? Yes, here. I've already prepared and purified it.
He led Caden to an adjoining room, where a small bowl sat upon a table, as simple and inconspicuous as the stolen metal charm that rested beside it. Elander's gaze lingered on that charm for a brief moment. He couldn't help it. He was still trying to figure out how Casia had managed to keep it hidden from him over these past weeks. How had he been so blind? It had to have been Solitus's magic at work, didn't it? And perhaps the same magic had helped hide Cass's true identity from him when they'd met all those weeks ago. Caden walked to the vessel of water, studied it for a moment. He dipped his blood-stained claw into the liquid, dragging it just under the surface in an X-shaped pattern. A brief spell fell from his lips. Fog lifted from the water. It grew thicker and thicker as the seconds passed, wrapping both Caden and Elander in a chaotic embrace that was soon filled with sights and sounds and smells. It was disorienting, terrifyingly disorienting, for nearly a full minute. And then things began to settle. The fog fell away, and a scene began to unfold around them. It was not as clear as other memories Caden had collected in the past, because these were memories of a past life, and such things were always hazy around the edges. Dark shapes, echoing sounds. Walking through a past life was always disorienting and borderline frightening. But this memory, this past life, it was clear enough. Because Elander knew this place taking shape before him. A small house on the northern coast of Kethra, perched on a cliff overlooking the vast Glashtan Sea. He knew that smell of medicinal herbs and cooking spices, and the drip, drip, dripping sound of the leak in the roof that they could never seem to fix just right. And he knew the voice that spoke a moment later, a voice that seemed to be coming from right beside him, because he was seeing this memory through her eyes, after all. He was walking right beside her as she walked through the house, as she made her way to her dying sister's bedside, as she took the pale hand of that sister and tried to comfort her.
"He'll be here soon,"
said that voice.
"He said he had a way to save you. Soon. Just hang on."
That voice. It was the voice that had first called him Elander. A name he had kept, even after all this time, even though he told himself and anyone who would listen that names meant nothing to him. What use did a god have for a name? None. But this woman that was speaking had never treated him like a god. She'd always made him feel human. The scene flickered out of focus, taking her with it. Gone again. Except she isn't really gone at all. He and Caden traveled back through the fog, a cold and twisting journey that left Elander breathless and shaking. The Oblivion Tower came back slowly, and he finally managed a proper breath. He felt as if he had just clawed his way out of a grave, and all he could think to say was,
"It's her."
Caden settled down in one of the two armchairs on either side of the table. He seemed a bit dizzy. It had been a long time since he'd attempted to take someone else into a divined memory, much less one as deep and old as this. Finally, he heaved a sigh and said,
"Well, this changes things, doesn't it?"
Elander sat down in the other chair. After a moment, he lifted his gaze to his old friend, but he couldn't bring himself to speak again right away. And when he finally did, his voice did not sound like his own.
"How could this be? I've been trying to come up with an explanation myself."
Caden was the calmer, more rational voice between them for once.
That charm you stole from Casia hums with Solitus's power, as you said. But it's so faint, as if that power in it was absorbed by the Solacean woman somehow, and then buried deeply inside of her until recently, it seems.
Elander took a deep breath, forced himself to match that rational tone Caden was using.
Which explains why she has all the different sides of the Sun Goddess's magic, and the life-giving magic of Solitus herself. That power would have been more than enough to reincarnate someone. If she was buried with it, then perhaps...
A deeply troubled frown etched its way onto Caden's face.
What are the chances that the Sun Goddess had a direct hand in bringing her back?
Elander didn't even have to think about it.
Very good, I think. I don't believe it was entirely a coincidence that this woman I loved was reborn as a member of the very same royal family that Malafar struck a deal with. Solitus had a hand in this, almost certainly. Whether to further punish me for stealing from her, or to frustrate her rival, or something else I can't see. Maybe some combination of all these things. Maybe. It seems we're nothing more than pawns in whatever game they're playing,
Caden muttered. Elander's gaze darted around the room, and he tensed once more, half expecting to hear Malafar's cold laughter raining down over them. Still nothing. The waiting was almost worse than any of the actual torture he'd already endured.
What now?
He asked. Caden seemed surprised by the question.
You have to go to her, don't you?
Of course he did. He wanted nothing more in that moment than to be by her side. But what would happen when he left this tower? What would become of the two who were bound to him? Caden had to have been wondering the same things. But all he said was,
Varen will be in Cosrith within the day.
Elander hesitated.
This place isn't safe. No. As soon as Malafar realizes what we have realized, then he will also realize that I plan to disobey him in the greatest possible way. And then our time will be up. I'll take Tara, and we'll attempt to find some place to hide,
Caden said, still speaking in that rational, matter-of-fact way as before.
Cepheid entertained a visit from Tara once, so perhaps she'll see us again. Or I might be able to arrange something with the Moon Goddess. Who knows? We haven't exhausted all options, surely. Perhaps this isn't the end.
Elander swallowed hard.
I hope not.
Caden was quiet for a long, heavy moment, studying his claw-tipped fingers. One by one he retracted those claws, and then he said,
But I once swore that I would be with you to the end, didn't I? So either way it goes.
He didn't seem to be able to finish his sentence, and Elander did not ask him to finish it. He only stood and breathed in deeply, preparing to leave.
Thank you,
he told Caden. Caden nodded, and there was a finality about the movement. It was both a response and an acknowledgement, an acceptance of the fact that they were on a sinking ship in the middle of a storming sea, and the chances of them seeing the shore again were bleak. Non-existent, really. Because Elander could not kill Casia, and he could not let her die at the hands of her brother, or by her own magic either. He would make certain she lived through tomorrow, no matter the cost. Caden knew this. They both did. And now everything was converging toward their end. And Elander no longer had any hope that they could stop it. The closest established travel point Elander had lay in Silverbank, a city some 50 miles away from Cosrith. He transported himself to it, and from there he shifted to his favored beast form so he could move more quickly. The marshy lands between the two cities were scarcely populated and easy enough to traverse unnoticed.
though at this point he wouldn't have cared if anyone saw him. He just had to reach her. He made it to Cosrith just as the sun started to sink below the horizon. In the distance, the cold foam of the Belleric Sea looked like ridges of fire in the setting sunlight. He picked up Casia's trail soon after he passed into the city proper. He could follow it even after he'd shifted back to his human form, that pulse of her life that he could not ignore. It was so obvious now. He had bound himself to that energy decades ago, and he had never forgotten what it felt like, which explained why Casia had always felt familiar to him. Whatever magic the sun goddess had presumably used to hide Casia's true identity, that connection had still managed to emerge again. It had grown stronger and stronger over the past weeks, and now it led him to an old temple in the center of the city. He made it inside that temple easily enough, but only because Laurent happened to be close enough to the entrance to catch sight of him. The half-elf vouched for him, explained who he was, and after a brief, tense standoff, Elander continued on his hunt, winding his way to a room in the back of the temple. Casia was not in this room where so much of her life's energy seemed to have collected, but he could tell she had been here recently, and that this was where she had been staying. Her bags were piled along one of the walls, messy and overflowing as usual. He spotted the coat that he'd stolen the Heart of the Sun from, and he quickly placed that charm back in one of the pockets.
What are you doing?
Zev. Elander turned to find him standing in the doorway.
You just put something in her coat pocket. What was it?
Zev shoved past him, not waiting for an answer. He lifted the charm and held it up between them.
You stole this from her. Borrowed it, more like. Care to explain why? No. Where is she? She's busy with the Sidiran Queen. If you want me to tell you where they are, then I suggest you answer my question first.
Elander's gaze narrowed. He could find her without Zev's help, of course. And he started to point this out to the Firekind, but something stopped him. A strange, sudden need to explain himself to this man that was important to Casia. To settle things before the end, perhaps. Whatever the reason for it, he made his explanation as quick and concise as possible. Still, when he'd finished, he wondered if he had wasted his time. The expression on Zev's face suggested as much.
You expect me to believe all of that? Zev asked, still not moving from his place in the doorway. As if you haven't been hearing and believing equally strange things for weeks now,
Elander growled. This argument gave Zev pause, at least.
It's true,
said Elander, calmer now.
All of it. And I don't have much time left, so will you kindly just move aside?
Zev shifted his stance, but he remained in the center of the doorway.
So one of you always had to die in the end. Yes. And it's not going to be her.
The words were as much a threat as a statement, but it was an unnecessary one. Elander had already decided it was not going to be her. If he was being honest with himself, he had decided this a long time ago.
It's not going to be her,
Elander repeated, for Zev's sake.
You still have to tell her all of this.
Elander hesitated, and Zev's next words were in that same threatening tone as before.
You are not allowed to go out in a blaze of glory in this upcoming battle without telling her these things. She deserves to know them. You can't, I know. I planned to tell her.
Another long, tense moment passed between them. But then Zev finally nodded and stepped aside.
Hurry up, then.
Elander found Casia in the gardens behind the temple, just as Zev had told him he would. She was practicing magic alongside the young Sidiran Queen. He approached slowly, quietly, not wanting to break her concentration, and at first he simply watched her as she moved effortlessly through those gardens, summoning lightning as easily as others breathed. She had practiced enough by this point that she likely could have summoned and controlled that magic in her sleep. But she still did not stop. She was so determined, so focused on perfecting it all, that she didn't notice him, even after he had been standing on the edge of the makeshift practice arena for at least several full minutes. He found himself searching for familiar things as he watched her. And he found them, he thought, in that determined set of her jaw, the fire in her eyes, the way she smiled when she controlled her power just precisely so. They were the same as that first version of her he'd loved, weren't they? She was the same, yet different. Did it matter? What he knew for certain was that he had fallen in love with her twice now.
I answer to a higher power,
He'd told her. But perhaps there was no higher power than this, than her. The session between her and Soren ended soon enough, and Casia caught her breath and let her eyes wander about. She saw him, and she reacted the way she always did lately. It was another familiar ritual by now, as many times as they'd found themselves drifting apart and then back together over these past weeks. The little wave, the relieved sigh, the slight quirk of her lips that said, "There you are. I've been waiting for you." He stepped forward to meet her. Words failed him as soon as she said hello. So he didn't bother with words. He just took her in his arms and kissed her, because he could not stand another second of not kissing her, and because he didn't know how many more chances he would have to do it. She was stiff at first, surprised by the suddenness and perhaps the intensity of the kiss. But after a moment she relaxed into him. Her body curved against his, and they briefly lost themselves in each other's warmth, oblivious to the cold of the gathering dusk. Someone cleared their throat. Elander pulled away from Cass to find the young queen of Sidira raising her eyebrows at them. He extended a hand and introduced himself. "I already know who you are." She shook his hand all the same. "I've heard a rather interesting recap of your history from my new friend here," she explained with a nod at Casia.
Not the most interesting parts, I'm sure,
he thought. Soren studied him for another moment. Elander got the distinct impression that she was sizing him up, making some sort of assessment about whether or not he could be trusted. Whatever she was judging him on, he apparently passed, because she sheathed her sword and reached for the coat draped over a nearby fence. "It seems the two of you might have some matters to catch up on, so I'll leave you to it." After she was gone, Elander turned back to Cass.
Can we talk somewhere more private?
She started to mirror the raised eyebrows Soren had regarded him with earlier, but then she seemed to realize that he was not teasing her for once. "What is it?" she asked. "What's wrong?" He inhaled deeply, exhaled slowly.
Somewhere more private,
he insisted. She nodded, and she led him back to that room he'd just been in. He closed the door behind them and turned to find her watching him expectantly. His chest tightened as their eyes met, as the weight of all he needed to say settled over him. "I was beginning to wonder when I'd see you again," she said.
I didn't expect you to leave Rykara so quickly, or to travel so far. I would have been here sooner, but I had to do a bit of running from the closest travel point I had.
"You ran to me?"
Only from Silverbank.
"That's a long ways up the coast, isn't it?"
It wasn't that far.
He smiled a bit at her wide-eyed expression.
But even if it was, I still would have done it because
He trailed off, shaking his head. Took her hands in his and squeezed them. Her smile was slight. "No place I can go that you can't find me, right?" The same words he'd said to her in oblivion. He released a soft sigh at the memory.
Right?
She gave him a curious look. What's wrong? Will you please just tell me? When he didn't respond right away, she frowned and then pulled away from him and busied herself with sorting through those messy piles of her things. He felt that heaviness in his chest again as he watched her work, and he wondered if it was ever going to go away, or if he would carry it with him to the very end. "Varen will be here soon," she said, as much to those bags as him. "I'm assuming you already know what's happening?" He nodded. "There's no avoiding it, it seems."
No.
"I need to head for the armory and—"
"I love you,"
he said. She dropped the bag she'd started to rifle through. "What did you just say?"
"I love you. And I always have. In this lifetime and in every other."
She laughed a soft, uncertain sort of laugh, casting her eyes about as though she thought he might have mistaken her for someone else. "In this lifetime and every other. Are you sure you're feeling okay?" He nodded again. She left the bag on the ground and slowly stepped back to him. He met her in the center of the room. His hand reached up, cupped her cheek, guided her mouth back to his. They picked up where they'd left off in the gardens, and when they finally pulled away from one another a minute later, she was still watching him in that curious way, as if she thought he was just waiting for the opportune moment to tell her he'd only been joking. When he didn't retract his statement, that stubborn, questioning purse of her lips finally settled into a smile. "I love you too," she said softly. "Though I can't make sense of all of you, and I don't know how this ends."
"Don't worry about any of that,"
he wanted to tell her. But before he could say it, they were distracted by the sound of raised voices and running feet coming from somewhere inside the temple.
"I wish I could tell you not to worry."
He brushed a hand against her cheek, resisted the urge to kiss her again.
"But there's more I need to—"
The commotion outside drew closer, and then came a loud, hasty knock against the door. Casia called for them to enter, and that door flew open to reveal a wide-eyed woman. "Lady Solison." The woman gave a quick bow. "Queen Sorin wishes to speak with you. A few of our scouts have just returned with some pressing news." "Tell her I'm on my way," Casia replied.
No, no, no.
The word slammed through Elander's mind.
We can't be out of time already.
She stepped away from him, fully distracted now. Her fingers clenched and unclenched. She balled them into fists, stilling them. Took a deep breath. Grabbed her belt along with the knife he'd given her, and then glanced back at him. "You started to tell me something?"
There is a lot I need to tell you.
The clamor of voices and footsteps in the hallway grew louder. "Doesn't sound like we have time at the moment, unfortunately." She started toward the door, a worried frown working its way across her face. He caught her by the arm and pulled her back. She stared at his hand, confusion and a bit of impatience knitting together on her face.
Tira was able to speak with the Star Goddess,
he told her. "And?"
She had a vision of this battle, of this night, of you and your brother both perishing on the battlefield. If you face him now, you will kill each other.
Casia was quiet for a painfully long moment. She stopped trying to pull free of his grip. The sound of trouble outside continued to rage, louder and louder, but she appeared to have forgotten about that for the moment. And then she asked, "Is there any chance that the goddess was wrong?"
Not enough of one,
he thought. But he couldn't bring himself to speak those crushing words.
There is always a chance. Fate is a powerful thing, but it does not always get the final word.
She nodded,
took a deep breath and set her jaw, as if this was just another challenge she was determined to overcome. Cruel kings, crueler gods, fate itself. It didn't matter to her. She was afraid, but she would still fight them all if given the chance. It was no wonder that he had fallen in love with her twice, really. "I know the circumstances are not ideal," she said. "I know it's reckless, even by my standards. But the alternative is hiding while others fight, and I can't do that. I don't know what happens next, but I have to fight." He hadn't expected her to say anything different. "I have to go. Soren will be wondering where I am." "Time is up." "You understand, right?" she asked.
"Yes."
"And you?" Her gaze locked fully with his, shimmering with an unasked question. He thought of that moment in Rykara, the way she had looked at him with the same frightened but determined look in her eyes. "Are you with me?" she'd asked. He hadn't need to think about his answer then, and he didn't need to think about it now. There were still so many things he had to say, but this was the only thought that came to him now.
"I don't know what happens next either. But I am certain of one thing. If you are going to war, then I am going with you."
Chapter 30. They marched in the dead of night. Their destination was the fabled cliffs of Wintermere that stretched parallel to the shores of the Beleric, because the pressing news the scouts had given was this: that the bulk of Varen's army had turned away from their expected route into Cosrith. Instead, they appeared to be planning to take the city via the old mining roads that led down from those cliffs. It was not the route they expected him to use, but it made sense if they were trying to confuse the Sadiran rebels. There were so many roads weaving down through those cliffs that Cass imagined it would be like a dam breaking, spilling dangerously from too many different cracks at once. If they could move into position quickly enough, Soren reasoned they could block off every one of those numerous paths that led from the cliffs. Then it would just be a matter of picking off the soldiers as they came through. But the thought of having to spread their forces so thin was still concerning, and they had little time to work with, as Varen was somehow already much closer than they expected as well. More help had reached them, at least. The fleet sent by the Sundolian king and queen waited in the dark waves of the Beleric, cloaked with magic and close enough to watch the battle as it unfolded. Some would wait until Varen's forces had pushed too far beyond the cliffs to quickly retreat, and then they would storm on shore and cut off their exit routes. Others were moving further down the coast already, preparing to position themselves on the far side of those cliffs and pin their enemy in even more completely. Their collective numbers were still lower than Soren would have liked. She told Cass this in private. But if they managed to surround Varen's army, the capital city at least had a chance of surviving the night. Cass led the way through that city, side by side with Soren. Her horse's hooves clopped noisily against the broken streets. Faces peered out from dark windows as the parade of soldiers passed, many of them far too young to be witnessing the start of what would likely become a devastating battle. But then again, she supposed they had known nothing else. This was not the start of the battle for them. This was a city that whispered of past pains, that groaned beneath the weight of its losses. It had been reclaimed and rebuilt after Onric's sieges, yes, but it was still clearly a shadow of its former self. There were countless houses that had never been restored. There were makeshift memorials draped in flowers and glowing with candles on seemingly every corner. There were signs of brokenness and disrepair even in the buildings that had been put back together. A feeling of resilience abounded, but it was difficult to acknowledge such a thing without being aware of the darkness that had preceded it. The threat of that darkness falling over this city, and others, is what pushed Cass onward, even in spite of her fear. She would knock the crown from Varen's head herself if that was what it took to keep Kethra from becoming an empire of shadows. She sat up straighter in her saddle, breathed in deeply, and sank into herself with that breath, reaching for the comforting feeling of her magic.
"You all right?"
Came a voice. Zev's. He pulled his horse up beside hers on the right, and was followed quickly by Laurent. Sade and Elander were to her left, just behind Soren. Cass's eyes swept over each of her companions, and she managed a nod. All right was a stretch, perhaps, but she was not alone, at least. And they had a plan to kill the King Emperor, so that was what she focused on. Soren would isolate Varen with her magic, create a wall that would keep others away while Cass drew enough magic to shatter the shield that protected him. Elander would work his magic into that shattered place, finishing him off. Zev, Sade, and Laurent would stay close, protecting Soren's shield, heading off any attempts to break through it. Over and over, Cass repeated this plan to herself, the way she repeated motions, numbers, and other comforting things. It was something to focus on other than the cold, the wind, the snowflakes that started to swirl around them as they reached the base of the Wintermere Cliffs. Comfort became more difficult to hold on to as their company divided and moved to their respective positions. Just as she'd feared they would, their numbers seemed terribly insignificant once they had split up, and Cass herself felt small on the back of her horse, staring up at the soaring cliffs with the broken city at her back and the vast black sea to her left. The sound of that sea's breaking waves made everything feel colder somehow. She was not that close to the shoreline, but she could still imagine the freezing sea spray against her skin with every crash. She steeled herself and guided her horse forward, advancing until they were within shouting distance of the main road that led out of those cliffs. And then they waited. An hour passed. Horses stomped and snorted impatiently. People shuffled nervously, trying to keep the cold from settling in and turning them stiff. Whispers rose and fell. The snow picked up in intensity, as did the wind. The drifting sheets of white made visibility difficult, and Cass worried about the ships on the water not being able to see them clearly. She started to make her way to Soren's side with thoughts of voicing this concern, but a sudden sound stopped her in her tracks, the bellow of a horn echoing through the rocky cliffs. A hush fell over Cass and her company. They stared at those cliffs. It was all darkness and spinning snow for several more minutes. Then, one by one, lights emerged all along the rocks, like the eyes of demonic beasts flashing in the night. They stalked slowly, deliberately down the pathways. But they were not beasts. They were humans carrying lanterns. Lanterns that casted hellish orange light on swords and armor, on the dusting of snow that had gathered upon the dark rocks. So many. Cass's breath caught at the sight of them. Because it was one thing to slay monsters, another thing entirely to slay humans. And there were so many. The largest group seemed to be the one advancing down that main path and heading straight for Cass as planned. But now they could see other pinpricks of light in the distant darkness. Not all of them held lanterns, but even the sheer number of those flickering lights suggested an army much larger than what they had anticipated. Her horse must have felt the surge of trepidation that rushed through her, because it started to back away from the approaching enemy. Cass snapped out of her trance and steadied the creature. She tried to take deep breaths as she watched the company marching toward her. Deeper breaths still as they parted, allowing a single rider to make his way to the front. Varen. Soren was at Cass's side a moment later. "And here he is," she muttered. Varen stopped a few hundred yards away. His silver armor and his white horse were nearly lost in the drifting snow, but there was no missing the way he lifted his hand and beckoned, no questioning who his gaze had focused on. Cass nudged her own horse into a quick trot before anyone, including herself, could change her mind.
She felt an army's worth of eyes upon her back, and she heard several other horses following closely behind her. She didn't have to guess at who rode those horses, didn't have to look to see who was right behind her. So she kept her eyes on Varen. "We meet again," he called as she approached him. She didn't respond, except to pull her horse to a stop and narrow her gaze on her brother. "The welcoming party you formed for me is a bit much, don't you think? I could tell them to stand down if you'd care to negotiate." He shrugged. "We've already come all this way. Might as well finish things." She glared. He smiled. The snow swirled faster still, and the cold cut sharply down Cass's throat as she spoke. "May I remind you once again that this is madness?" "You may." He withdrew his sword. "And I will remind you that you know nothing about what it means to rule. Take this madness, for example." His gaze drifted lazily over her gathered army. "You must realize how outnumbered you are, and yet you still rode out to meet me. What sort of queen would I be if I didn't? One that would still be alive come sunrise," he drawled. This threat caused a furious bit of movement behind her, but Cass held up a hand and stepped her horse closer to Varen's. "This is your last chance to turn around and leave," she growled. He pretended to consider it for a moment, and then he said, "You know what I could do? I could let you rule this wasteland of a kingdom on my behalf. You could answer to me, and perhaps I could teach you a thing or two about how to rule after all." "Sadeera already has a queen," Soren said, her voice as cold as the falling snow. Varen peered around Cass, as if he'd just noticed Soren for the first time. "Ah, yes. How could I have forgotten? Especially after all the lovely gifts we've exchanged with one another over the past year." Cass stepped between them. "So this is how it ends," she said quietly. Varen's gaze cut back toward her. "For you, yes." She met his eyes one last time. Eyes that were not far from the color that hers had been once upon a time. Were they the eyes like their mother's? Their father's? It doesn't matter, she reminded herself. Family is not always blood, and blood is not always family. She kicked her horse into a canter and circled back to her army. Elander and the others followed. "I suppose that concludes our attempts at negotiation," Zev said with a humorless laugh. She reached for the sword at her hip and yanked it free in response to this question. It was not the way she had wanted things to end. But this was the battle before her now, and she would not be distracted by thoughts of what might have been. She would not let her fears or uncertainties win this time. She lifted her sword, effortlessly summoned bolts of lightning that weaved around the blade and shot up into the dark gray sky. It was a signal. As soon as that lightning struck the clouds, arrows flew from the dark crevices of the cliffs, from the shallow caves where they had hidden their most accomplished archers. Dozens of Varen's army were felled within seconds. The young King Emperor jerked his horse around so hard that it reared onto its hind legs. He was still only halfway in the saddle when it started a furious gallop back to his army. Everyone else seemed to explode into motion all at once. Soldiers charged forward with cries and thundering steps that rattled the rocky beach and Cass's bones alike. She followed that charging army, her eyes seeking Varen, determined not to lose him. She spotted him again in the exact instant Soren caught up to her and pointed toward the sea. "Let's try to lure him toward that narrow stretch of beach," Soren called. "Easier to contain him if the water and the rocks are helping us." Cass nodded. That was the only response she had time for. An enemy rider was suddenly upon her, his sword swinging toward her head. Reflex brought her own sword forward, slicing it into his stomach. Armor prevented her blade from cutting, but the blow was hard enough to send the man crashing to the ground.
A second rider leapt over the fallen soldier, his sword lifting, preparing to strike. Tendrils of silvery blue magic wrapped around his arm, sank in. The air chilled, and the second man paled, and then toppled from his saddle as well. His foot caught in the stirrups, and his body was dragged away by his horse. Cass winced as hooves caught the man's head before she could turn away from the sight. At least he was already dead when it happened, she thought. Elander's magic was brutal, but swift. She looked over her shoulder and met Elander's gaze. "Keep your eyes on Varen," he told her. "We'll cover you." Zev and the others seconded this, so Cass sought her brother again. Minutes later, she found him amongst the chaos. But how to corral him toward the sea? She had no real plans as she raced toward him. But then, out of the corner of her eye, she caught sight of a group of Skykind summoning their shield magic. She noted the way that magic made the enemy horses approaching them skittish. It gave her an idea. She kept one hand on the reins. With the other, she lifted her sword and summoned more of her storm power, guiding it out from that weapon. It made it easier to be more precise, to have the tip of that blade to focus her energy toward. It was almost like painting across the rocky ground. With a stroke of her makeshift brush, electricity cut through the ground, blazing a path toward Varen. His horse reared again. He settled it and turned his livid gaze toward her. She pushed more lightning from her sword, surrounding him on all sides save for one, leaving only one direction that his increasingly panicked horse could possibly escape in. That horse pranced backwards, tossing its head. Finally, it turned and bolted in precisely the direction she'd wanted it to. Cass chased it, occasionally sending streaks of lightning through the ground on either side of it, keeping it on her desired path. She quickly grew dizzy from the effort of trying to stay balanced on the saddle while guiding both her own horse and her magic. But her plan was working. Varen's horse was in a full gallop, steered only by the occasional sparks of Cass's magic that cut it off and redirected it. They were drawing closer and closer to that narrow stretch of beach Soren had pointed out. Cass saw one wall of sky magic already in place, blocking the path. She caught a glimpse of Soren rushing past her, heading the opposite direction, threads of her magic circling around her. Soren had two other Skykind on her side, summoning even more magic. They were going to close in the other side as well. Their plan was going to work. Just a little farther now, Cass thought, and he'll be trapped. An arrow struck her horse's leg. The creature stumbled, and she was thrown over its shoulder. She hit the ground and stumbled over sharp rocks and broken shells. Pain flared throughout her body, but she lifted her head and kept her eyes on Varen. And this time, she aimed her magic at the horse itself. The creature collapsed in a cage of lightning, and Varen half leapt, half fell from its saddle. Electricity shimmered around his body. He rolled over the sand, trying to shake it off. Cass pushed to her hands and knees and tucked her head against her chest. Elander was leaping from his horse's back in the next moment, dropping to her side and wrapping an arm around her as she swayed. "I'm all right." She let Elander help her to her feet, steadied herself against him for a brief moment. Then she picked up her sword, intending to stagger after Varen. A group of soldiers cut her off. Varen was trapped with them on this beach, but they had trapped several of his soldiers as well. Elander took care of the first one that lunged for them, opting for the sword at his hip instead of magic. He was a furious swirl of grace and power, impossibly fast and precise with his blade. It was a quick fight. Cass met the second of the group, sidestepping his attack and sweeping a low kick into his ankles. As he fumbled for balance, she whipped the death knife from her belt and plunged it into a slit in his armor. He paled and fell to the sand, and she wasted no time climbing over him and continuing her pursuit for Varen. She heard another of the group giving chase, but Elander stopped him. She felt the cold of his death magic even from a distance. While Elander dealt with the rest of those soldiers, she followed Varen over the rocky beach, closing in on him as he reached the far wall that Soren had created with her magic. He turned back, saw the second wall building in the distance. He realized he was trapped, and his shoulders shook with quiet laughter as he slid his gaze to Cass. "You have me trapped and alone." He took a step toward her, twisting the blade in his hand as he came. "What now?" She answered by calling forth more magic, surrounding herself in a cloak of lightning. "This again. It ends differently this time, I promise." He darted forward, raising his sword. She threw sparks into his face, his chest, but he continued his charge, forcing her to lift her sword to slam against his. The sound of clashing steel echoed in the cold air. Again and again they clashed, as violently and as seemingly unending as the waves breaking beside them. Varen was fast, ruthless in his swings, and he made it difficult for her to focus on summoning anything beyond tiny sparks of her magic. It exhausted her quickly, trying to find that focus. She stumbled. His boot was in her stomach in the next instant, knocking her onto her back. She kept hold of her sword, but she couldn't lift it as he crushed his full weight against her chest. He jerked his own blade toward her throat. She swatted for that sword, mostly out of panic. Storm magic flew out from her fingertips and wrapped around his weapon, just as it had done to her own earlier. It twisted up toward Varen, and reflex made him drop the blade to avoid having that electricity twist into him. Several of the wayward sparks of her magic landed in the water, skittered through the dirty sea foam, and she was struck with another idea. She rolled out of Varen's reach and then leapt back to her feet, newly energized by her plan. She dropped her sword and backed quickly into that sea. The water was freezing, biting right through the thick pants and fur-lined boots Soren had loaned her, but she gritted her teeth and kept still. Focused. And as Varen stepped into the sea, she unleashed several bolts of energy into the water at his feet. That water conducted her magic as she'd hoped it would, amplifying it as it rocketed toward her target. Varen scrambled back, tripping and slamming his head against the rocks in an effort to escape her power. He was dazed, slow to get up, and she finally had a chance to collect her true power. She stepped clear of the water, put more space between herself and Varen, and she started to summon in earnest. Her magic rose up around her like an unfurling of massive wings, electric lines that stretched high toward the sky and then folded back to her over and over, tumbling and stretching until that storm energy was nearly solid. She pictured that bird of lightning that Nefel had descended as in the desert. She felt as if that power enclosing her was growing strong enough to lift her from the ground, just as it had done with that goddess. The battle outside her and her brother continued to rage. The shield enclosing her and Varen and Elander was being pummeled mercilessly from the outside. She could see that bluish-green magic flashing as it was hit, and, to a lesser extent, she could feel it. More encouraging were the sounds of boats rowing ashore, along with shouts in the Sundolian common tongue that reached her. She threw a quick glance at the distant beach and saw what must have been hundreds of soldiers already organizing and charging forward to join the Sadiran rebels. When Varen finally stumbled back to his feet, he looked first to those storming soldiers in the distance, and then to the storm that Cass herself had become. His eyes took hers, and she saw something she did not expect in them. Fear. He will fear us before the end. And so he had. It did not feel nearly as satisfying as she'd hoped it would. Instead, it made her feel monstrous. Perhaps this was what the Star Goddess had meant by them both dying on the battlefield this night. Varen would die, but to kill him would require a death of a different sort inside of Cass. She pushed on just the same, building upon those wings of lightning. But something inside of her had started to push back. A sorrowful voice that reminded her that there would be no going back from a kill like this. Her magic flickered and waned, as if reacting to that sorrow, to that deeply buried connection to Varen that she could not seem to entirely forsake, no matter how hard she tried to. She was protecting him even now, just as she had as a child. And he knew it.
He staggered toward her.
"Sister,"
he pleaded.
"don't."
She backed away.
No.
She couldn't protect him. She had to finish this and protect the Empire. Her magic flared brighter in response to this thought. She could feel it tumbling again, shifting, not into a bird, but into a familiar four-legged creature. A beast. An extension of herself that was without her reservations and sorrows. It finished taking shape as she backed further up the beach. While she backed away, it prowled forward across the sand. Smaller than the one she had summoned in Rykara, but just as fast and just as deadly. It reached Varen in a few quick bounds. It leapt. Its lightning body curled around Varen's, claws sinking in, knocking the King Emperor backwards into the waves. Deeper, she thought. The claws had to sink deeper, to drive through that shield that protected him. She clenched her fists and pushed more and more of her power toward that beast. And then she finally felt it happening, as she had felt other shields of sky breaking apart. And yet this was different than every other time. This was the magic that she had wrapped him in when they were only children, lost and afraid, and caught up in battles far bigger than them both. It was her magic, and so breaking it apart hurt. It hurt so badly that black dots swarmed her field of vision. She dropped to one knee, kept her head lifted, her arm raised to protect her eyes from the bright tangles of building lightning. The sea was briefly lost to her as that brightness exploded. The shield finally shattered, and she shattered with it. Darkness flooded over her. Her body crumpled against the beach. Snow and sea spray fell against her skin, equally cold, keeping her awake for a few more trembling breaths. Her eyes fluttered open one last time. She saw Elander running toward her, and relief washed over her. He would finish this, just as they'd planned. Never mind the rest. She could go now. So she did. Chapter 31. Elander saw Casia hit the ground. He saw Varen crawling from the water, and he knew the plans they had made. Knew that he had to focus on Varen first, to strike him while he was weak. Casia would have been furious if he did anything else. Every part of him still rebelled against the idea of running past her fallen body. But he managed to do it. He reached Varen just as the King Emperor started to his feet. His hand caught him by the throat and slammed him back against the ground. He would make his death quick, and then he would be back at Cassia's side, and he would carry her away from all of this. The magic was already twisting between them, strands of white and blue wrapping Varen in a deadly embrace. Varen wheezed out something that sounded almost like a laugh.
"She wouldn't want you to kill me. I think you're mistaken. I actually have very specific orders to do precisely that. Following orders for once, are you?"
He gripped Varen's throat tighter, dug his thumb into one of the pulsing veins of it.
"Doing her a favor, more like."
More of that death magic flowed between them. The space around them darkened. There was still resistance, still traces of that shield around Varen, fending off the magic, but Elander kept pressing. Varen's gaze darted to the left.
"Better hurry."
Sounds of a skirmish drifted from the direction Varen had looked in. Elander refused to look away until Varen's eyes had slid entirely out of focus, until he could feel the King Emperor's skin growing cold beneath his fingertips, until he felt his power sinking in, finally sinking in. Only then did he look up. Only then did he see what was happening. The shield of sky magic was breaking. Horror gripped Elander as he watched dozens of enemy soldiers surge through the opening. They immediately sought their leader, but several of their gazes caught on Casia as well. Casia, who was still on the ground, defenseless, and much too far away from him. He was moving toward her without a second thought, stumbling up the beach,
his human body protesting the lack of rest after using such an enormous amount of magic against Varen. He pushed through the dizziness and reached her side, unsheathed his sword, and immediately met one of those soldiers. Fury and fear propelled him on through that dizziness, through the pain and exhaustion creeping into his muscles. He dropped 2 soldiers with his blade and 2 more with his magic. As soon as he had a chance to catch his breath, he glanced back to the spot where he'd left Varen. Gone. Several of his soldiers had lifted him off the ground, and they were dragging him toward safety. Elander stood with the thought of giving chase, hesitated, and instead reached out with his magic senses, trying to determine how much life remained in that depraved King-Emperor. The answer was not much. He was close to death. Very close. He had not flickered out completely, but it was only a matter of time. Did it matter if Elander let him go now? It might. But more of those soldiers were closing in on Casia and himself now, and she was still not moving. He forgot about Varen and instead positioned himself between Casia and that approaching group. He disposed of them as quickly as he had the others, but he could not do this indefinitely. There were too many pouring in through that shattering shield. It was only a matter of time before one slipped past and reached Casia. He needed to get her away from here. He moved to gather her up in his arms. The familiar pulse of her life was already faint. It seemed to weaken further as he pulled her close, and a brief panic distracted him. So though he saw the blade flashing toward him, he did not see it quickly enough. He turned, summoning magic that came too slowly, too clumsily, while too much of his focus was still on Casia. Fire engulfed the attacking soldier before his magic could. That soldier spun away, his body burning, his sword swinging wildly toward his attacker. And then came the sound of steel striking steel as Zev met that blade with his own, throwing the flaming man further off balance. It was a reckless intervention. Zev did not notice the second soldier, the second blade, the second strike incoming. That blade plunged into Zev's stomach just as Elander called out a warning. It twisted deeper and deeper in, and the soldier's grin was wicked when he finally kicked Zev and dislodged his body from the weapon. Zev staggered back, nearly losing his balance. He dropped his sword. His arm clutched his bleeding stomach. His eyes blinked shut. That soldier turned back toward Cass and Elander. An explosion of flames prevented him from taking another step. Zev was not finished after this. More of their enemy overtook them, and wall after wall of flames pushed them back. Elander placed Casia back on the ground and swiftly moved to help, grabbing his sword and striking toward the closest soldier. They were a whirlwind of blades and fire and death, until finally those soldiers stopped coming. A glance down the beach explained why. The barrier was almost repaired. The soldiers had stopped funneling in, and the ones remaining were being picked off by Sidiran and Sandolian forces who had gathered inside the restored temporary safe haven. But the damage was already done. Zev collapsed to his hands and knees, clutched his blood-soaked abdomen once more, toppled sideways, rolled onto his back, and then went perfectly still. Elander dropped to one knee beside him.
Boy, I sure as hell didn't do it for you,
Zev coughed.
Then why?
His gaze turned glassy as he gazed up at the sky.
You didn't tell her the truth, did you?
Elander's gaze flickered to Cass's pale face.
Not all of it? Not yet?
Fucking coward, Zev muttered. And with that, his eyes closed once more.
Keep your eyes open,
Elander snapped, smacking him across the jaw.
If I don't get to die here, then you don't either.
The Firekind bared his teeth and let out several more curses, but he opened his eyes once more. Elander fought the urge to collapse beside him. The ground was stained with blood, littered with pale bodies. Such an impossible number of bodies. And he had never known exhaustion like this before.
He was almost prepared to surrender to it. Perhaps this was a fitting end for a fallen god of death and destruction, to be surrounded by both of those things, overwhelmed by them. But it wasn't the end. His human heart was still beating, and so was Casia's. He felt her life force pulse with a sudden, stubborn strength before he heard her moving beside him. He turned as she rolled over and lifted her head with a groan. Her eyes struggled to stay open. They blinked and closed, until finally, focus. And then they spotted Zev. She was on her hands and knees an instant later, crawling, pulling herself to his side. Elander rose to his feet and staggered a few steps back, his eyes scanning the distance, watching for threats, for more cracks in that barrier and any soldiers they might have missed. Zev's energy had dwindled to almost nothing. The barrier was still intact, but for how long? They needed to get to someplace safer, but he couldn't bring himself to pull Casia away from her friend. She was in no condition to run. He might have managed to carry them both, but he was afraid that moving Zev would only make his condition worse, and worse in his case meant death. He could at least protect her while she said goodbye, he decided. Minutes passed. Battles continued to rage at the barrier's edge as the magic was occasionally breached and enemy soldiers slipped through. He couldn't see enough of what was happening beyond that shield of magic, which only added to his uncomfortable feelings of vulnerability.
Casia,
he called softly. Her head was against Zev's chest, seemingly oblivious to the blood pooled upon it. Elander heard 2 sentences very clearly. I told Rhea you'd be back. I told her we'd all be back. But whatever else she was saying, it was lost amongst her sobs and muffled by the folds of that blood-stained coat that she'd buried her face into.
Casia,
he said again. She lifted her face toward him. It was streaked with blood. Do something, she whispered. Soren reached them before he could find words. We need to fall back toward the city, she said. Her gaze fell over Zev's lifeless body, and she hesitated for a moment before kneeling and placing a gentle hand against the side of his neck, feeling for a pulse. She bowed her head, reached for Casia's hand. We have a good chance to finish securing that city, but we have to go now. They need us. Casia jerked away from her touch. Her eyes found Elander's again, pleading this time.
There is nothing I can do.
It was all he could think. He still couldn't seem to find words, because he had been here before, a lifetime ago. He had watched her hurting this way before, and he had tried to fix things, only to make them worse. He couldn't do that again. There was nothing he could do.
There is nothing left. This is the end.
But then a single word fell from her lips.
Please.
And it struck him again as it had so often before. That dangerous, overwhelming thought that he would give her anything she asked for, no matter the cost.
Move out of the way,
he commanded quietly. She did, and he bent down and carefully lifted Zev into his arms, concentrated on the energy surrounding him. It was so faint he wondered if he was imagining it. Perhaps he was delusional with exhaustion by this point. But he focused on that pulse all the same, on suspending it. He could not stop death, but he could stall it long enough to do what he needed to. He hoped. He reached deep into the near-empty reserves of his power, and he managed to summon the dark shadows that wrapped around them both and carried them away. Chapter 32. Hours upon hours later, the fighting had ceased, and the city of Kosrith was secured. For the moment. The Sidiran and Sundolian armies continued to patrol the streets, cutting down any lingering enemies who hadn't retreated with the others. Varen had not been seen since his soldiers had carried him away from the water's edge. He might have still been alive, or he might have perished in the cliffs, or perhaps he was hiding somewhere in the city, already plotting his revenge. Cass did not care at the moment. She had retreated herself, and she was sitting beside that point of magic that Elander had established in her room, waiting for him to come back to her. Her throat was raw, her eyes burning and bloodshot, her body heavy with grief. The water that Laurent had brought her and begged her to drink remained untouched, and her thoughts were relentless, playing the same words over and over. He isn't coming back this time. He's gone. Astra is gone. Zev is gone. Elander is gone. Gone, gone, gone. And then Elander was very suddenly there, in a swirl of shadows and bitter cold wind. Cass staggered to her feet as the last edges of him became solid. He took 2 steps toward her before collapsing. She caught him well enough to break his fall, but this was all she could manage. He was too heavy, and she was too exhausted to drag him up to the proper bed. So she cradled him in her arms as best she could. Her body curved around his, and she tried to hold him as tightly as possible. He was so cold. She couldn't seem to warm him, no matter how tightly she held. "Look at me, Elander." He didn't. "What happened? You're alone. Is Zev—" His eyes stayed closed, but his head moved, burrowed deeper into the crook of her arm.
"He still lives."
Cass breathed slowly in and slowly out. She couldn't make herself speak anymore. She was afraid to ask more questions, afraid of the answers, afraid of the way Elander sounded, as though he was rationing every breath he had left, and that to force him to speak might use up too many of those breaths. She kept holding him. Her eyes kept burning with fresh tears. She focused on a bit of frost on the window pane, looking for patterns in the ice to distract herself from the panic trying to rise in her.
"I brought him to the forest of Havenmist."
The words slipped out of Elander's mouth in between shuddering breaths.
"The gold haven of Namu."
"The oak goddess," Cass breathed, feeling a defiant flutter of hope at the mention of this deity of healing.
"Yes. I kept him alive until we arrived. The rest is up to the goddess."
Cass thought for a moment, her shaking fingers absently smoothing the hair from his face. "Nefel told me that you had the power to stall death." He was quiet for several moments. He seemed to be working up the strength to speak again.
"Yet another power I only retain the shadow of,"
he finally said.
"But yes, I managed it, barely. That's why I—"
He went very still again, and she held her breath, some irrational part of her brain thinking that doing so might make it easier for him to find his. Finally, he inhaled deeply, and then he finished.
"I just need to lie down for a moment."
After a few failed attempts, he managed to climb to his feet. She helped him over to the bed, covered him with a blanket, and sat on the edge of the mattress. A frightfully long time passed before he finally opened his eyes, and he pulled himself up against the headboard. Cass watched him closely, preparing to catch him again, but he seemed to have regained a bit of stability at least. He tilted his head back against that headboard, took several deep breaths that each made his expression pinch with obvious pain, and then he said,
"We need to talk about some things."
Cass managed a numb nod.
"Come here."
He stretched out his arms, and she crawled toward him and leaned against his chest. He wrapped her in that blanket she'd given him and held her close. After a minute, he said,
"Do you remember when I told you that I felt like I'd known you for a very long time.
She blinked. There were certainly things they needed to talk about, but she hadn't expected him to start with this. But she did remember that conversation they'd had, weeks ago, and so she nodded. Yes, and I told you that I felt the same.
Well, there's a reason for that.
What reason? What do you mean?
There's something else, too. That charm that was in your pocket the night at the Black Feather Institute. The one I asked you about. That night, I took it after you fell asleep.
You stole it?
I've since returned it.
She exhaled a slow breath, and her anger faded just as quickly. She was too exhausted to be angry. Why did you take it?
I needed to know for sure what it was. And now I do. And I also know that all those weeks ago in Oblivion, that was not the first time we met.
She leaned away from his chest so she could twist back and meet his gaze. She had to look him in the eyes to see for herself whether or not he was joking. But his expression was as serious as she had ever seen it, as he said,
I knew you before, in a past life. You had a different body, a different name, a different voice. But your essence is the same. Your soul is the same.
She stared at him.
I lost you in that life. And that charm you've been carrying with you, it is what brought you back into this world, I believe.
Slowly, she unwrapped the blanket and crawled out of his embrace. She went to that coat she'd worn the night they'd walked through Rykara, and she found that he'd returned that charm to its pocket, just as he'd said. But everything else he was saying had to have been a lie. She stretched out her hand, arranged that charm flat against her palm, and stepped toward the window so she could study it closer. The 4 white jewels on its face glistened in the pale morning light.
The sun goddess is the creator of all life,
said Elander.
That tiny object you're holding is the heart of the sun, from her very domain. And it contained enough of that goddess's power to reincarnate you. And now it seems that the other magic once contained within the charm is now contained within, well, you.
Cass's gaze lifted back to him as a sudden realization struck her. Wait, is this what you stole from Solitus? This is the reason you fell, isn't it? And he'd stolen it because of her.
I'm guessing Nefel told you that story as well.
Yes.
The full story is not that important now,
he said.
But for the record, I was actually stealing it back.
Stealing it back?
It had been a gift to Malafar centuries ago. Solitus created it with the intention of giving it to the root god. For reasons I can only guess at. But he used it for far more nefarious purposes than she intended.
So she took it away? He nodded.
And it was the beginning of a war that has waged between those two for centuries. One that continues to wage.
Cass stared at him for another long moment. Then she climbed back onto the bed. Back into his arms. Everything he'd said still felt impossible. And yet, she could think of no other explanation for that strange familiarity she felt whenever she was pressed against him like this. Or she was too tired to think of other explanations or arguments anyway. She only wanted to be wrapped up in that familiarity. So according to Nefel's story, she began after a bit of thought, you stole it,
And you gave it to a past version of me, so that I could use it to save my sister. It still sounded absurd when she said it out loud, but he nodded. And its power brought me back, and it gave me all this different magic.
If I had to guess, I would say that the Sun Goddess had a hand in who you came back as, too. The Root God wants to destroy the Kithrin Empire. Solitis wants to protect it, and if she can frustrate her old nemesis at the same time, then all the better. Think of it. A woman reincarnated with the very powers Malafar wanted to steal, born into a family that the gods could not touch because of a deal he made, and that also had a connection to the servant he had hoped to use to circumvent said deal.
She found his hand beneath the tangle of covers, and she weaved her fingers through his and held them tightly. He breathed in a deep breath, exhaled. The feel of his chest rising and falling beneath her was comforting, especially after his shallow, barely there breaths from earlier.
The upper gods are playing a dangerous game,
he said.
And you and I, we are pawns in it, it seems.
Cass was not sure how to reply. She felt equal parts nauseous and furious, and confused about it all. But also newly powerful. Because now she had answers to those questions that had been plaguing her for so long. She knew what she was. She knew why her magic was so strange, and where it had come from, and what it might be capable of. And now, she thought, she could truly decide who she was going to be. I am more than a pawn, she said decisively. And so are you. Elander was unconvinced.
The Root God will realize who you are, what you are and what you carry, soon enough, if he hasn't already.
But he still can't kill me, right? The oath he swore between my father and—
I don't think he'll want to kill you.
The words sent a chill down Cass's spine.
He'll want to find some way of extracting and purifying, or otherwise wielding that power that you carry. You have enormous potential inside of you. It's impossible to say how much, but if you are able to tap into the power normally only wielded by the Sun Goddess herself—
Cass felt dizzy suddenly. There were more explanations, more information Elander could have given her about it all, she was certain. But he must have been able to sense how overwhelmed she was becoming, because he fell silent. Pulled her closer. His hand rested gently against her hair, pressing her to his chest and holding her there. Cass watched the room lightening, the dawn breaking and bathing the walls in weak, sickly yellow light.
Decades,
said Elander, finally breaking the silence. Decades?
I have spent decades missing you, trying to find a way back to you. And now I have you back, but—
He trailed off, but she could finish the thought well enough. But only for another ending, it seems. She felt tears gathering in the corners of her eyes again. She wiped them away and pressed more tightly against his chest. In this lifetime and in every other. The words left her in a whisper as she realized what he'd been trying to say yesterday, before they'd been swept up into battle. His voice was soft but certain.
And even beyond that.
Dawn continued to paint the walls in light. It was Elander who eventually broke the silence once more.
He knew, by the way.
What?
Zev. He knew the truth about who you were. He wanted you to hear it from me, but I ran out of time before everything went to hell. I think that was why he was there, watching me on the battlefield, staying close enough to intervene. He wanted to make sure I didn't, to use his words, go out in a blaze of glory before you and I had a chance to talk like this.
She gripped his hand more tightly, steeling herself against the sob that threatened to shake her.
That idiot.
He didn't trust that I would come back to you. He expected I would hurt you again.
Elander gave a low, quiet laugh that dripped with self-loathing.
I can't say I blame him for that.
She sat up, pressing the heels of her hands into her eyes and rubbing away the tears. Those tears had to stop. They were not going to fix anything.
Why didn't you just take my sister to the oak goddess in that past life of mine?
She asked Elander.
I tried. The goddess refused me. She doesn't intervene so directly with mortals if she can help it.
But you think she'll help Zev?
I pleaded her case. I hope she'll make an exception this time.
The words blurted out of her mouth before she could stop them. Can you take me to him?
He hesitated. We'll figure everything else out. I swear we will, but right now I need to see him. And maybe I can plead our case as well.
His lips parted. He started to speak, then reconsidered.
I know your magic is nearly spent. I know you're exhausted and...
He tossed the blanket aside and rose slowly, somewhat shakily, to his feet, cutting her off.
We'll have to go through oblivion.
The thought of returning to that dark place terrified her, but she swallowed the lump building in her throat and said,
Can we go through oblivion? Safely?
We'll have to move very quickly, but I've done it once already today. There are doorways in the eastern tower that lead to different god havens. I can transport us directly to that tower, and the passage that leads to Namu's forest will be only a few steps away at that point.
Cass nodded. She vaguely remembered that grouping of doorways, even though she'd only glimpsed it before being dragged up the stairs of the aforementioned tower.
Just know that the doorways aren't meant for mortal use. Walking through them will be worse than when my shadows transport you.
I can handle it.
A hint of a smile crossed his lips.
Yes, I have no doubt,
he said. And then he held out his hand.
Ready?
She took his hand. She was more prepared for the sensation of being transported this time, and her grip on Elander was firm, so it wasn't quite as disorienting. The shadows came and went, and she managed to land on her feet in that dark tower. And she only had to kneel for a moment to ward off the dizziness she felt. Then she lifted her head to the row of portals, seeking the symbol of the oak goddess. She found it. But the door beneath it was destroyed. Chapter 33.
This is a trap,
Cass breathed, stumbling back away from the destroyed doorway. She bumped into Elander, and his arm wrapped tightly, protectively around her.
I'll take us back to Kosrith,
he said.
Hold on to me.
She nodded, though she could hear the exhaustion in his words, and it frightened her. Why had she suggested they come here? He was so tired. She knew he was. And she felt the cold wind rising, the shadows pressing in. But they were faint, not fast enough. I think you'll want to stay, came a familiar voice. Cass and Elander both turned to see Tara standing on the nearby steps. You need to stay, she said. You have things to answer for. We were just leaving, said Cass uncertainly. Elander's grip on her tightened, and she felt herself starting to lift from the stone floor. Casia? Tara's voice snapped like a whip through the room, and suddenly Cass's mind was full of terrible images. Images of dead bodies, of burning houses, of her friends lying on patches of snowy ground, lifeless and pale and bleeding. Shadow magic. She knew it wasn't real. That didn't make it any less horrifying. Then came a voice in her mind. "Come to me, and I will make the images go away." Cass shook her head. The pictures being planted in her mind grew more brutal. Her friends were alive now, but only so that she could watch them all be slaughtered again, one by one. "No," she heard herself mumble. "Come here." "No." Then came a face that she had not seen in weeks. Asra. Asra lying in bed, weak and defenseless, while a soldier stalked closer and closer to her, a gleaming sword in his hands. And Cass could not watch it happen again. After a brief, frantic struggle, she slipped out of Elander's grip and raced to Terra. She collapsed at the Shadow Spirit's feet, heaving for breath. The visions stopped, just as that voice had promised they would. Cass realized instantly what a mistake she had made. She couldn't transport herself from this hell on her own, and now far too much space separated her from Elander. She staggered to her feet. Terra's hand reached out and snatched her arm in a crushing grip. "Do not move," she commanded softly, "unless you want more of my magic. And I will warn you, your mind is weak. I might break it completely next time." Cass kept perfectly still, save for her gaze, which was searching for options. There were other doors, other portals that weren't destroyed, she noted. She recognized most of the symbols above those doors, and perhaps if she could just get to one of them, she just had to break free of Terra's hold first, while somehow preventing her from using any more of her terrible magic. But Cass's own magic still felt weak from that battle at Khosrith, and something about the air in this tower felt strange, suffocating. It felt as if her power was being bound, no, more like crushed by something. Elander's exhausted, furious gaze was fixed on Terra.
"You destroyed the door. Why?"
"I had to slow you down. I had to make you stay. If I could corner you in this woman, he promised to grant me what I wished for." There came an echo of footsteps racing down the stairs, and Caden appeared a moment later. His eyes darted wildly around the room, searching as though he sensed something, perhaps that same crushing energy that Cass could not seem to shake off, and then they finally settled on the other spirit in the room. "Terra," he whispered, "what have you done?" A dark, disembodied voice answered him before Terra could.
"She's done what I asked of her, and now she will receive her reward for it. It's a very simple system, really. Though not simple enough, apparently, judging by how some of you in this room have failed so extraordinarily at it."
That suffocating feeling in the air suddenly became much, much worse. It was a feeling of magic, Cass realized. The sort of powerful magic that left no room for her magic or anyone else's to even exist. She might have fallen to her knees at the pure, terrible weight of it if Terra had not still been holding so tightly. But Terra's fingers remained clawed into her arm, and then she jerked Cass back with her, braced them both against the wall. So Cass was still standing when the Rook God materialized in the center of the room. Smoke and shadows came first, and then they twisted into hundreds of solid black feathers, which then fell away to reveal a massive beast. He stood like a human, and he had spoken in a human-like voice, but his body was too big, too wild, and covered in ridges of black armor that looked as if it might have been fused into his actual skin. His face was the color of a corpse, his glowing eyes nearly as pale, and he had wings. Dark, glistening wings that looked as though they could touch the ceiling if he extended them. He worked his jaw with violent motions, as if he had not used a human mouth to speak for quite some time, and he was still getting used to the feel of it. He turned his gaze on Cass. Elander was racing toward her in the next instant, and then Caden was racing toward him, trying to stop him, The rook god stopped them both with a raised hand and bursts of magic that were invisible until they struck their targets, knocking both of his servants to the ground and wrapping them in a net of shadows that turned them still and silent. He wrapped Tara in this same kind of net and then tossed her aside with a flick of his wrist. Without Tara bracing her, Cass's legs crumpled beneath her. She slumped down against the wall. Her head wanted to slump down as well, but she pushed it back against that cold wall and forced herself to keep her eyes on the rook god. That god took a step toward her, still working his jaw, stretching his unusually narrow face in a gruesome manner.
"How nice," he said, his voice crawling over her skin. "To finally meet the cause of so many of my troubles."
Cass's breathing, already labored from the weight of his magic, stopped altogether as a possible meaning behind his words sank over her. His jaw worked its way into a horrible smile, confirming her fear.
"Yes, I know who you are. Yet another useful thing Tara shared with me."
He stopped smiling, reached and wrapped his long, claw-like fingers around the sword at his hip, but didn't withdraw it.
"Solatis thinks she was very clever, no doubt, guiding her power into the body of a human that I could not kill. She had some grand plan for you, I'm certain. But she forgets the limits of mortals."
Pawns. Were they really nothing more than pawns in a war between these divine beings? Those limits he spoke of were fast approaching either way. Every time the god spoke, he seemed to exude more of that crushing power that threatened to push her to the ground.
"You can't even stand up,"
he sneered. "Doesn't matter." Her words came out in a gasp. "You can't kill me, and I've lived through worse pains."
"Perhaps. But there are other things I can do. Starting with making you watch while I kill my useless servants."
He turned toward Elander. "Wait!" He withdrew his sword, unleashing a swarm of feathers like the ones that had preceded him earlier. They twisted and swirled, and then they were gone, leaving a glowing white blade in their place. Cass pulled herself up against the wall. With every ounce of strength she could summon, she pushed off of that wall and stumbled forward. She managed to stay on her feet long enough to reach him, to grab hold of one of those massive wings that were folded, trailing behind him. "Wait!" she cried again. He paused, flicked his wing from her grasp, looked down at her groveling figure.
"Why should I?"
Her lips trembled. He tucked his sword beneath her chin and forced her gaze up to his. Desperation pushed the words from her lips without any further thought. "Because I want you to make a deal with me."
"I've heard those words before."
"But not from me." He peered down at her, listening. He was listening. She fought her way up to a kneeling position. "I am not my father. I keep my oaths, and I want to make a deal of my own with you. So just wait. Don't kill him, please." Still listening. Enjoying the sight of her pleading, no doubt. She had not forgotten the things Elander had told her about this upper god's personality. "I know you enjoy making bargains," she said. He didn't reply. She braced herself for the pain, the pressure, the possibility of failure, and then she pushed through it all and rose to her feet to stand before him, and she stayed standing even as her legs shook. He regarded her silently for another moment, and then he said,
"State your terms, then."
"Let Elander live. Let him go, and leave my empire alone."
The curve of his pale lips was cruel, clearly not taking her seriously, even as he asked,
"And what would I get in exchange?"
Cass's heart pounded. A thought flashed through her mind. "I want to find some way of wielding that power inside of you." And she knew it was reckless, foolish. But the alternative to this reckless, foolish idea was death. Not her own, but the death of Elander. And her empire, her friends. Nothing would be safe if she could not find some way to bind this malevolent god to herself, and then somehow find a way to hold him back. It was the only bargaining chip she had in this desolate place. And so she stepped forward, and she offered it. "I will serve you," she said. The god's laughter was quiet, mocking, cold.
"What service could you possibly provide me?"
"I carry the power of the heart of the sun. I am the living embodiment of what you couldn't steal. And I was chosen by the sun goddess, it seems, to go to war with you. So imagine what it will do to her if I wage war for you instead." He stopped laughing. That last sentence had caught his attention, at least. Cass swallowed hard and continued. "I may be a limited mortal, but you could change that, couldn't you? You know more about this power that sleeps inside of me than I do. We could work together." He bared his teeth.
"You don't truly know what you're offering, mortal."
She didn't. But all that mattered just then was getting the Rook God to agree with her. If she did this, Elander would live, and her empire would not have to face the wrath of this god before her. And this was her destiny, it seemed. Not a crown upon her head. She would not be the queen that united the Catherine kingdoms once more. Soren could be that queen. And Cass would be the one that shielded her people from the gods and their rage and their ruthless, sadistic games, at whatever cost to herself. She didn't care about the cost, as long as the people she loved were given a fighting chance in exchange. She was not a pawn. She would outsmart this god before her somehow. She knew she could do this. She just needed more time to work with. "Those are my terms," she said, and somehow her voice did not shake. "Swear that you'll let Elander live, and that the Catherine and Sundolian empires will be safe from you, and you can have me and whatever power you think you can wield through me. I will serve you, I swear it."
"You wish to become my weapon, do you?"
He sheathed his sword.
"Solitus will be so disappointed in you."
"The sun goddess does not command me."
"But I am to believe that you would let me command you."
The thought made her want to crumple to the floor once again, but she stayed on her feet. "If you hold up your end of the bargain, then yes."
"I have always held up my end of the deal,"
he snarled. "Then we have an agreement, it seems." He turned to face her more fully. His wings unfurled, and dark energy unfurled with them. It blacked out what little bit of light there was in the room, leaving no glow for her to focus on except the shining of his strange eyes.
"It seems we do,"
he said. And then he struck her face, latching his claw-like fingers into her skin and dragging them across her cheek. Cass dropped to one knee. She felt blood welling up across where he'd struck, and then a scar of some sort forming. She could feel the mark burning, itching, twisting into a deliberate pattern. When it finally stopped itching, her fingers reached up and gingerly felt their way across the newly formed scar. It felt like a feather curving over her cheek. "It's done. So quickly."
"One more bit of magic,"
he said, flexing the fingers covered in her blood.
and then the binding is finished.
Your part first, she said, her gaze darting to Elander's still form. You have to give me a reason to believe you're going to keep your end of things. Release your servants first. Elander and Caden both.
So demanding.
Do it, she snapped. He kept his eyes on her as he reached out a hand toward those still bodies. The shadows surrounding Elander and Caden scattered. Cass didn't want to take her eyes off the Rook God, but she couldn't help the constant glances in Elander's direction until finally... movement. He shoved himself upright, clutching his hand against his face for a moment, before he finally managed to look up. His gaze quickly found hers. She saw the horror flash through his eyes, the silent no that moved across his lips before he managed to speak.
Casia, what are you doing?
She turned back to the Rook God. Finish it.
No!
The shout was accompanied by the most powerful surge of death magic she had ever felt. The room became a grave. Dark, cold, finished. Except it wasn't finished. The light came back, and the Rook God was several feet away from her, shielding himself with his wings. And then Elander was racing toward her, colliding with her, pulling her against him. She pushed him away. He's going to kill you if you don't let me do this!
I don't care.
He grabbed her face in a vicious grip and held tight against her attempts to jerk away.
I don't care. I can't let you finish that deal.
His fingers slipped and trembled against the blood on her cheek, but he still did not let her go. The room was eerily quiet.
Let me go.
Her voice broke with the words.
You have to let me go.
The god behind her moved. Elander's eyes darted toward that movement, and he took a step back.
I'm sorry,
Cass said.
I wish things were different.
He nodded, took another step back, lifted his hand toward her.
Forgive me for this,
he whispered.
But I can't let him take you again.
Don't you dare! The Rook God was laughing, rising back to his feet. He lunged for Cass. Elander moved faster. He shoved her out of the Rook God's path. His magic struck her in the chest as she fell, knocking her further back, and it drained her so utterly and completely that she couldn't even catch herself. Her body hit the stone floor and rolled even further away from the Rook God. Caden moved from the shadows at Elander's command, a dark blur that swept her up and held her tightly against him, and she was helpless, what little energy she'd had stolen by Elander's magic. She couldn't fight. She could only move her eyes. She saw Caden racing for the row of doors. She saw Elander glance her way one last time before turning to face the upper god before him. She saw the glow of the doorway, felt its energy overtaking her, and then she and Caden passed through that doorway and tumbled down into complete and utter darkness. This concludes A Twist of the Blade by S.M. Gaither, narrated by Jesse Valinsky. Copyright 2021 by S.M. Gaither. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with S.M. Gaither and was produced in the year 2021 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.